Chapter 12:16. Ling Xiao already knew that divine beasts had the divine might to command all the spirit beasts in the world, not to mention the summoning of 2 top divine beasts. Even mutated spirit beasts had to lower their heads in front of them. How could they not listen to their summons? In this evil Horizon Valley, there was no lack of holy beasts. With their help, it was better than a magnificent army. Ling Xiao was overjoyed that he had thought of such a brilliant plan. Xian Shuai's arrogant smile disappeared and was replaced with a gloomy expression. Brat, you have to understand that my young sect master is a member of the Black Turtle sect. If you offend him, there will be no place for you in the profound sky region. I think we should just forget about this matter. The Peak Divine King Xianming shouted at Ling Xiao. Then he said to Yun Mingqi, your Lotus sect better think about your position. Behind Yun Mingqi, the Peak Divine King Song Chui rushed to say, Elder Xianming, our Lotus sect will definitely not participate in this matter. Song Chui did not want to offend the Black Turtle sect. Otherwise, even if their Lotus sect was the second largest power in the Profound Sky region, it was still possible that they would disappear from the Profound Sky region. Then why aren't you telling him to quickly withdraw these holy beasts? Xianming shouted coldly. Song Chui secretly exclaimed, you think I don't want to, but they have to listen to me. She cast her gaze at Yun Mingqi, hoping that she could consider from the standpoint of the sect, or else she would really become a sinner of the sect. Yun Mingqi looked at Ling Xiao with difficulty. Although she had recovered all of her original memories, she still had the experiences of the past few decades. She had a strong sense of belonging to the Lotus sect, because she had already completely fused with that Meng Ran. In her heart, she did not want to offend the Black Turtle sect, but she also did not want to make things difficult for her man. Mingqi, you don't need to make things difficult for him. He injured my brother, so it is reasonable for my brother to summon his people to take revenge for him. Of course, if the Black Turtle sect dares to make things difficult for your Lotus sect in the future, I will definitely lead the Beast Race army to destroy their Black Turtle sect. I do not believe that a mere sect can withstand 1,000,000 holy beasts, not to mention, I am a member of the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao said with certainty. It didn't matter if it was the people of the Black Turtle sect or the others. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at the many saint beasts around them. They definitely did not dare to doubt that Ling Xiao had the ability to do this. He, who had a divine beast to rely on, had a rallying power that even a tamed lion couldn't compare to. The Black Turtle sect members had reason to believe that Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. Moreover, Ling Xiao had revealed his other identity, which was that he was a member of the Dragon Gate. As Black Tortoise sect's people, they understood that the only people in the Heavenly Dragon sect who could possess a true dragon divine beast were the direct descendants of the Jin clan behind the scenes. The Kim people were from a famous ancient family in the Qianyu region. Even the Black Tortoise sect could not compare to them. Although they didn't believe that the Kim people or the Dragon Gate would start a war with the Black Turtle sect, who knew if they would dare to kill them on the spot. Fen Quanzheng, who wasn't far away, finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore. He said to Ling Xiao weakly, young master, we're just passing by. I wonder if you can let us leave first. Tong Xiu also immediately said, that's right. We sensed that there was some movement over here. So we just came to join in the fun. Please let us leave. What a joke. If they were implicated because of someone else's battle, then they would have died in vain. After all, no matter which side they were facing, they didn't dare to offend them. Ling Xiao glanced at them and said faintly, it's fine if you want to leave, but without any sincerity in your apology, do you think I'll believe your words? The people of the Fun family and the Weapon Creation sect were all worried. Then what does this young master want in order to let us go? Fen Quanjing asked. Tong Xiu also said, that's right. As long as we can do it, we'll definitely promise you. In order to save their lives, they had no choice but to lower their stance. Ling Xiao smiled and said, since you're so sincere, then just do it according to your own circumstances. As Ling Xiao spoke, he continuously rubbed his fingers together, looking like a scheming businessman. They couldn't understand what Ling Xiao meant by rubbing his fingers together, but they could understand Ling Xiao's smile. It was so vulgar, so shameless. Fen Quanzheng was the first to understand. and took out a flower that was as dazzling as the sun. This flower had 8 petals, and every petal was flickering like a burning flame. At the center of the flower floated balls of pure yang origin energy. This was a 10th level mid-stage 8 sunflower, and it possessed the power of extreme yang. It was a divine item that even a fire attribute divine king would covet. This is an 8 sunflower. I hope this young master will not look down on it. Fun Quanzheng carefully brought it before Ling Xiao and said. He was a low-level divine king and a great saint master. Their statuses weren't low, but taking out this 8 sunflower was enough to make his heart ache. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed some joy, but he still pretended to be very reluctant. Fun Quanzheng looked at Ling Xiao's expression, and then looked at the many holy beasts around him. He gritted his teeth and handed over 2 low-level divine herbs and 100 million god crystals. Only then did Ling Xiao reveal a satisfied expression. He patted Fun Quanzheng's shoulder and said, "From now on you're my friend. Have a safe journey. I won't be seeing you off." Fun Quanzheng pretended to be grateful to Ling Xiao, and after saying a few words of thanks, he was about to leave with his people. Ling Xiao instantly frowned and said, "This is only enough to save your own life. If you want to live, then hand over your divine items. If I'm not satisfied, none of you can leave this place." He cursed in his heart, "Motherf ***, I have to destroy my own image. What an untactful fellow." Everyone from the Fun family and the weapon creation sect cursed all 18 generations of Ling Xiao's ancestors in their hearts. Motherf ***, could this guy be a bandit who became a monk? One after another, divine kings smiled and offered Ling Xiao the divine materials that satisfied him. Only then did they flee as far away as they could with incomparably pained expressions. They swore that this was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a shameless bandit. They prayed in their hearts that this bastard would be struck by the 5 thunder cauldron and die as soon as possible. When the people from the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus Order saw Ling Xiao's smile, a chill immediately rose from the soles of their feet. They were all afraid that Ling Xiao's gaze would fall on them. The people from the Lotus Order were lucky because they had Yun Mingqi on their side, so they didn't have to worry about being robbed. However, the people from the Black Tortoise sect weren't so lucky. Ling Xiao's gaze once again landed on Xian Shui. "Have you made up your mind? Cripple your own arms, or let my brother's brother take turns on you. It's up to you. However, although I'm a patient person, my 2 brothers' patience isn't very good." Following Ling Xiao's words, the wastrel and the 13th prince, who had already turned into a human, roared at the same time, pretending to be very angry. Their roars caused the thousands of holy beasts in the surroundings to roar along with them. The earth-shattering roars scared the people from the Fun family and the weapon creation sect who had just left. They ran as fast as they could and left the evil Horizon Valley. "Don't go too far. We're from the Black Tortoise sect, the strongest force in the profound sky region. You won't have a good ending if you offend us." One of the divine kings from the Black Tortoise sect couldn't help but jump out and shout, "That's right. Let us leave quickly and our young sect master won't bother with you anymore. We're even now. We won't have any ideas about this Qilin divine beast. It's fine anyway. Let's leave some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Let's go. I don't think he dares to make us stay." The people from the Black Tortoise sect were used to being arrogant in this region. Even now, they were still trying to use this arrogance to cover up the fear in their hearts. They said they wanted to leave, but none of them dared to move a single step. "Tell us how much compensation you want. We'll give it to you." Xianming looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. He had never thought that there would be someone who would dare to bully the people from the Black Tortoise sect. But now there was someone who didn't give the Black Tortoise sect face. For the sake of Xian Shui's face, he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his index finger and shook it. "I'm already giving Meng Qi face by asking him to cripple his own arms. If she wasn't here, you wouldn't be able to leave here alive." Just when Xianming wanted to say something, Xian Shui finally spoke. "It's not impossible for me to cripple my own arms, but I want to fight with you first. No matter if I win or lose, I will cripple my own arms. I don't know if you dare to accept my challenge." Xian Shui looked at Ling Xiao and said faintly, "The goddess was gone, the divine beast was gone. and his confidence was gone. All he had left was his face. He definitely couldn't lose this face. He wanted to let this brat know how powerful he was. What a joke. Now that I have the advantage in numbers, why would I play this boring game with you? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Haha, is that so? Could it be that you're such a coward? I really don't know what Meng Ran sees in you. In terms of strength, I'm stronger than you in the profound sky region. In terms of handsomeness, I'm better looking than you. In terms of name, I'm better sounding than you. In terms of strength, even if there were two of you, you still wouldn't be my match. I really feel sad for Meng Ran. Xian Shuai sneered. Could it be that you think you can trick me with such a shallow method? How laughable. When Meng Qi and I were in love, who knows where you were playing in the mud? She knows what kind of person I am, so she won't feel sad for me. She will only feel happy for me. Ling Xiao sneered, then turned to Yun Mengqi and said, Meng Qi, do you think I'm right? Yun Mengqi obediently nodded, then hugged Ling Xiao's arm. Leaning against Ling Xiao, she said, with you here, I'm the happiest woman in the world. Look, the love between us isn't something a shallow person like you can understand. Ling Xiao disdainfully snorted, then revealed a dense killing intent. However, your arrogant words angered me. I've decided to give you a chance. If you can beat me, then I'll forget about this. If you can't, then not only will I break your arms, I'll also break your legs. You better think this through. Chapter 12-17. Xian Shuai was indeed very handsome, but Ling Xiao firmly believed that Xian Shuai was more handsome than him. Look at his slender female eyes. How could they be compared to his dragon eyes? Look at his delicate body. How could it be compared to his robust and mighty body? Look at his sloppy clothes. How could it be compared to his neat and tidy clothes? No matter which aspect, Ling Xiao felt that he was more perfect and handsome than his opponent. At the same time, he wanted to prove that other than being handsome, he was also good at fighting, enough to trample his opponent under his feet. Therefore, in order to prove these two serious issues to others, Ling Xiao decided to accept Xian Shuai's request and let everyone know how perfect the man Yun Mingqi liked was. Xian Shuai sneered. Fine, as long as you can defeat me, not only will I not continue to bother Meng Gran, I will also fulfill your wish. I will walk around you in the future. Ling Xiao shook his head. I'm not pestering Meng Ran. She's Yun Mingqi, not Meng Ran. Also, I won't ask you to take a detour. You just need to respectfully call me boss when you see me. I like it when people call me that. No problem, but if you lose, I want you to submit to me. Xian Shuai said arrogantly. He was very confident in himself. He was the most outstanding junior of the Black Turtle sect in the last 10,000 years. He had the most outstanding physique. He had the ability to defeat a mid-stage divine king. How could he not be able to defeat someone of the same level? This was absolutely impossible. In addition, he had his eyes on Ling Xiao's special ability. How could a person who could make two divine beasts follow him be an ordinary person? It was already a great opportunity for a person to have one divine beast follow him, but this guy had the two most disappointing divine beasts follow him at the same time. It simply made people go crazy with jealousy. So if he made Ling Xiao submit to him, wouldn't that mean he had these two divine beasts? It had to be said that Xian Shuai's idea was very perfect. But since he knew that Ling Xiao had the ability to make two divine beasts follow him, didn't he think that Ling Xiao also had the ability to make him submit? Many sacred beasts were temporarily dismissed. The people of the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus Order also retreated. Yun Mingqi was a little worried as she held onto Ling Xiao's hand and said, He has a fire and water divine body, you must be careful. A long time ago, she had witnessed how Ling Xiao rose from a small family for her. So now, she believed that he would not let her down. He would definitely win. And don't worry, after I break his limbs, I'll have a good talk with you, Ling Xiao said with a confident smile. Boss, you must take revenge for me. Beat him up. The prodigal waved his fists and shouted. Ling Xiao smiled. His body gently floated out and landed 10 meters in front of Xian Shuai. Come, let me experience the strength of the Black Turtle sect's young sect master, and see if he's someone who's all talk and no action. Xian Shuai chuckled. Very well, let me see if the proud son of the Dragon Gate is really stronger than our Black Turtle sect. The two peerless geniuses faced each other for a while. Both of them were existences that could step into the supreme being realm in the future. In the end, who was stronger and who was weaker would soon be revealed. The two groups of imposing aura shamefully rose, and a peerless golden dragon began to roar behind Ling Xiao, appearing incomparably mighty and powerful. Behind Xian Shui, a mysterious Tai Chi diagram appeared, and in the center of this diagram, there seemed to be the shadow of the legendary black tortoise. "Watch carefully, I'm going to punch," Xian Shui said, and his figure swept towards Ling Xiao with a strange pace. His pace looked very strange and slow, but in just a moment, he had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao and punched. The speed of the fist was also extremely slow, and it seemed to be the style of an ordinary person, but this punch had an inexplicable rhythm, and the nearby space was smashed and distorted, pressing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, and he shouted in his heart, "Fist force realm of will." Bang! The fist pressed on the top of Ling Xiao's head, and a dull explosion sounded, and a lot of space power surged. Xian Shui raised his eyebrows, and he found that his punch had actually hit an afterimage of Ling Xiao. "Your fist technique is not bad, but it's a pity that it's a bit slow." Ling Xiao laughed in another direction, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Hee, no matter how slow my fist is, there will be a time when it hits you." Xian Shui didn't mind and smiled. He once again took a stance, and his power increased by several levels, and he attacked Ling Xiao. Every punch was still very slow, but each punch was a world, and the power of yin and yang mixed together carried a power that seemed to surpass tens of thousands of kilograms, and it could destroy heaven and earth, and it caused this part of the world to collapse. Bang bang! Waves of oppressive fist energy kept exploding, and a lot of spatial energy kept collapsing, causing spatial cracks to burst open. Ling Xiao felt like he was in a vast ocean, and it also seemed like he was in a sea of fire, and he was being bombarded by terrifying power from all directions. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Do you think this kind of power can deal with me? How naive." Ling Xiao began to counterattack. His figure danced, and his palms attacked with earth-shattering power. Two golden dragon shadows burst out from his palms, and all the power from all directions was scattered. Shocking sounds rang out, and the terrifying power shook this part of the world to the point that it was about to be destroyed. "Sure enough, you have some power. Let me have a good fight." Xian Shui wasn't surprised by Ling Xiao's counterattack at all. He shouted in surprise, and continued to attack Ling Xiao with his slow fist art. Ling Xiao used the dragon-subduing fist to clash with Xian Shui. Xian Shui's attacks became slower and slower, while Ling Xiao's attacks became faster and faster. The two figures had already flown to the ninth heaven, and the power of the various powers had turned this part of the world upside down. The dragon-subduing palm was a top-notch god-tier palm art, and Xiao Feng relied on it to establish the prestige of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao had already comprehended the profoundness of the dragon-subduing palm, and the power he unleashed would definitely make any middle-level god-king unable to withstand it. Moreover, he also had a trace of palm intent, and even a peak-level middle-level god-king would find it difficult to deal with it. However, Xian Shui's fist art was also so powerful, and with the fist intent, it was not the slightest bit weaker than his palm art. Ling Xiao couldn't help but look up to Xian Shui, and said at the same time, "Is this a tortoise fist? Fighting at such a tortoise speed?" "Humph, it's used to beat tortoises." Xian Shui snorted coldly. His fist art had a long history, and it was said that the founder of the Black Tortoise sect had created it by watching the Black Tortoise fight with other strange beasts. The Black Tortoise was a divine beast, but it was also a kind of tortoise, and tortoises were called tortoises by humans, and calling this fist art the tortoise fist art was a bit appropriate. However, it had an even more mighty name, called the divine martial fist art. Every punch of the divine martial fist was imitating the movements of the Black Tortoise, and the Black Tortoise's movement was originally very slow, and the older the Black Tortoise, the slower its movements. Therefore, every punch of the divine martial fist was known for being slow, and whoever could execute the fist art to the slowest realm would be able to unleash the highest power of the divine martial fist. The divine martial fist was divided into 3 realms, and the first realm was to use slow to stop, the second realm was to use slow to fight fast, And the last realm was to use slow to fight slow. Being slow didn't mean that it wouldn't move. And once it moved, it would have an earth-shattering and terrifying power. Xian Shui had already reached the high realm of the divine martial fist, and he used slow to fight slow. Just now, he used slow to fight fast, and he could completely seal off Ling Xiao's moves, and neither of them gained an advantage. He also understood that Ling Xiao indeed had some capital. Therefore, he planned to execute the third realm, using slow to fight slow. His momentum rose again, and the power around him seemed to be sucked in by him, becoming a vacuum, as if all the power around him had been sucked in by him. His fist momentum changed, and a fist style that didn't follow any slashes or conventional rules was slowly being executed. This punch seemed to take a century to execute, and it was extremely surprising. Ling Xiao looked at this tortoise-like movement, and his face was full of arrogance. Could such a slow punch hit him? Although Ling Xiao looked down on this slow punch, he didn't let his guard down. He used the fifth move of the dragon subduing palm. Hidden dragon don't use. This was an extremely overbearing move, and he wanted to forcefully beat Xian Shui to death. However, when he made his move, Ling Xiao's expression finally changed. He suddenly found that his palm had become extremely tortoise-like, as if it was affected by the surrounding environment, and he couldn't execute the overbearing momentum that he originally should have. At this moment, the fist that looked extremely slow suddenly arrived at his chest. Bang! Ling Xiao only felt a pain in his chest, and his whole body was sent flying. At the same time, Xian Shui's face was full of ancient waves, and he slowly punched again. Ling Xiao seemed to be unable to escape from his control, and he could only watch as the incomparably slow fists continuously landed on his body. The people of the Lotus sect were all stunned, while the people of the Black Tortoise sect looked incomparably happy. Such a slow punch can actually hit someone. This must be very strange. Didn't you notice that his fist energy contained fist intent? That is a realm that increases combat power. This should be the Black Tortoise sect's divine martial fist technique. It really is boundless. Looks like that person is bound to lose. Like I said, how can an unknown kid be Xian Shui's opponent? It seems like Xian Shui is more suitable for our Menggran. You want to compete with our young sect master with this kind of strength? You really overestimate yourself. This is too funny. Young sect master is so powerful. So he has already comprehended the highest realm of the divine martial fist, using slow to fight slow. It seems like there aren't many people in the sect who can reach his level. I'm still stuck in the realm of using slow to stop. It's easy to use fast fists, but it's not that easy to use slow fists. Without Tenbin, even if they obtained the divine martial fist chant, they would never be able to comprehend its essence. Watch young sect master teach this kid a lesson. That's right, young sect master can definitely beat that kid down. Chapter 12-18. Ling Xiao felt like he was in a vacuum. All of his attacks were affected. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't unleash his true power. Instead, every time he unleashed a move, his opponent would seal off his attack, catching him off guard. Ling Xiao endured Xian Shui's attacks, which were comparable to a mid-tier godly king's, but he didn't make a sound of pain. He was like a sandbag, allowing Xian Shui to attack him. He had no intention of resisting. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to resist, but he wanted to understand the profundities of Xian Shui's vacuum field. Using battle to nurture battle and increase one's combat strength had always been Ling Xiao's motto. He could defeat Xian Shui in the blink of an eye, but he wanted to experience more of the essence of battle. For example, Xian Shui's divine martial fist technique, which was worth learning. Of course, Ling Xiao had no interest in this tortoise fist technique. He just wanted to figure out which method he should use to break out of this predicament. However, something strange happened. When Ling Xiao allowed Xian Shui to attack, he realized that Xian Shui's fist technique wasn't as slow as before. Although it was still very slow, it was definitely not the same level. Ling Xiao seemed to have caught on to something. He kept thinking, if he could capture that spark, he would be able to see the flaw in Xian Shui's fist technique. Humph, aren't you very powerful? Turns out you're just a piece of trash. Xian Shui snorted coldly. The power in his fist reached its peak, and he blasted it toward Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao looked at the seemingly slow fist that was getting closer and closer. He raised an eyebrow. What is it that makes all my attacks slow down? What exactly is it? Seeing that the fist was about to reach Ling Xiao's nose, Ling Xiao was still deep in thought. A cold smile appeared on Xian Shuai's face, as if he had already seen Ling Xiao defeated by him. Bang! Xian Shuai's fist landed on Ling Xiao's face, but unfortunately, it was only an afterimage. In another direction, Ling Xiao revealed a proud smile and said, "Haha, so that's how it is. I finally understand the mystery of this tortoise fist." Xian Shuai didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to escape his fist at such a crucial moment. Then he heard Ling Xiao insult their black tortoise sect's divine martial fist, which made him extremely angry. Naive! Xian Shuai sneered. The divine martial fist appeared again. The Xinwu fist belonged to the black tortoise sect. There were only a few people who could comprehend the third realm of the Xinwu fist, and all of them were the top existences in the sect. There were only a few people who could comprehend the second realm of the Xinwu fist, and he was the only one who could comprehend the third realm. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could really see through the mystery of their divine martial fist. Xian Shuai's fist carried a torrential fist intent, and slowly smashed in the direction of Ling Xiao. However, he missed again, and did not hit Ling Xiao. He didn't believe it, so he kept throwing punches at Ling Xiao. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch Ling Xiao's clothes. Are you going to run away like this? Xian Shuai looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. He was a little suspicious. Did he really see through the mystery of the Xinwu fist? That's absolutely impossible. Don't worry, I'm just trying to see if my idea is true. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and then he said, "Now it's my turn to attack." After saying that, Ling Xiao really began to attack. Ling Xiao disappeared in front of Xian Shuai, and the next moment, he was already in front of Xian Shuai, and the dragon subduing palm was waved again. Bang bang! Xian Shuai did not have the time to react, and was bombarded by Ling Xiao. He only felt that his divine body had suffered the most serious impact. Even if he had a high-level defense divine art, he still could not withstand Ling Xiao's crazy attack. Pfft! Xian Shuai was repeatedly hit by the hidden force, and his body was seriously injured, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. In the end, Ling Xiao stomped fiercely on Xian Shuai's face, and he sent Xian Shuai down from the 9 heavens onto a mountain, causing the mountain to be smashed into powder. Bastard fist, it's just SO. Ling Xiao lightly shook his finger at Xian Shuai, and said disdainfully. This time, the people of the Black Turtle sect and the Lotus sect were dumbfounded. All these changes seemed to have happened a little too fast. On Yun Mengqi's lovable face, traces of a heart-stirring smile flashed past. She knew that her man was the best. She suddenly wanted to know how this man of hers had survived all these years. Although she had a divine body, if she did not have a great opportunity, how could she have reached the Divine King realm so quickly? However, her man had closely followed her footsteps, and even surpassed her. He must have had a hard time all these years. Yun Mengqi softly sighed in her heart, and she suddenly felt a great pain in her heart. Xian Shuai did not die, and Ling Xiao's power only injured him. He once again rushed out, and he did not say any useless nonsense. The divine martial fist once again enveloped Ling Xiao. He wanted to prove that the divine martial fist was absolutely not easy to break. His vacuum aura once again appeared, and every punch was still so slow that it made people's hair stand on end. However, this kind of slow punch with incomparable power could no longer touch Ling Xiao's body. His aura seemed to have lost its effect on Ling Xiao. Why is it like this? Xian Shuai did not stop asking, and his fist technique began to become a little faster. This speed was compared to before. In fact, in the eyes of others, it was still very slow, but in the eyes of Ling Xiao, it had become faster. This small change was sensed by Ling Xiao, and he sneered in his heart, as expected. It's useless, you can't hit me, Ling Xiao said faintly as he looked at Xian Shuai. Xian Shuai ignored Ling Xiao's words and continued to punch, but these punches were less and less threatening in the eyes of Ling Xiao. The reason why you were able to hit me just now was because I wanted to attack you. But when I attacked you, you were able to sense the direction of my attack through the aura around you. Thus, you were able to block my attack in advance and attack me in an advantageous manner. In other words, no matter how I attacked, you would be able to sense it in advance. This is also why I couldn't display my full strength. It's not that you've become stronger, but it's the essence of your tortoise fist technique. That's why you can predict the enemy's movements and stop them with silence. As long as I don't attack, or I don't attack according to the rules, and after I attack, I add some variations, then your fist technique won't have much effect on me. Ling Xiao dodged Xian Shuai's fist technique as he explained his understanding of the divine martial fist technique. Xian Shuai was completely stunned. He didn't expect that after fighting with Yi Futian for a while and gaining the upper hand, Yi Futian would comprehend the essence of their sect's unique skill, divine martial fist, just like that. This was a great irony. It should be known that for tens of thousands of years, countless heroes wanted to comprehend the divine martial fist technique, but none of them succeeded. Xian Shuai did not attack again, but Ling Xiao did not let him off easily. He liked to beat these so-called monstrous geniuses until they lost their confidence. More handsome than me, more powerful than me, bah. Ling Xiao scolded disdainfully in his heart. In order to prove this, he had suffered a beating from Xian Shuai for nothing. However, his skin was thick and his flesh was thick, so attacks that did not have the strength of a high-level divine king could not hurt him at all. Xian Shuai took a deep breath. He looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. I admit that you are the strongest opponent I have met among my peers so far. This makes me even more determined to make you submit to me. Next, I am going to use my real strength. Are you ready? Xian Shuai said faintly. A long and a short water and fire divine sword appeared in his hands, and his aura burst out again. Hee, it seems like you are really stupid. Come on, show me all your skills. I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to be my servant. Ling Xiao provocatively waved his hand at Xian Shuai and laughed. Xian Shuai did not say anything more. The two swords began to spin, and the power of yin and yang began to interact in his body. His body was wrapped in blue and red, and it looked very magical. A Tai Chi divine diagram appeared above his head, and a black tortoise roared in the Tai Chi divine diagram. Xian Shuai moved, and the long and short divine sword stabbed at Ling Xiao one after another. When he was quiet, he was like a cunning rabbit, but when he moved, he was like a cheetah. The sword momentum of the two swords was like a bolt of lightning, and it was extremely powerful. All the obstacles in the space were useless, and two divine lights were slashed out. The juniors of these great forces are really extraordinary, but how can they defeat me? Ling Xiao praised in his heart. His body was like an antelope hanging its horns, and he easily avoided Xian Shuai's attack by tricky corners. Xian Shuai's first move was just a test. Seeing that Ling Xiao had not taken out his divine weapon, he could not help but be a little annoyed. He crisscrossed his two swords again. Taiyin Taiyang sword technique. First move, yin and yang blend. The sword momentum formed a Tai Chi divine diagram, and it shrouded Ling Xiao. The mysterious ancient diagram emitted a cold aura. The sword light did not move, but the sword momentum made people feel suffocated. Ling Xiao's expression became serious. A pair of golden gloves appeared in his hands, and he bombarded the Tai Chi divine diagram. Several golden dragons rushed out of his palms, and they met the Tai Chi divine diagram. Boom! Boom! The terrifying divine power caused great destruction, and it was unknown how much space was destroyed. The second move of the Taiyin Taiyang sword technique, yin-yang alternation. A blue and a fire sword momentum spun, sweeping in all directions with many sword momentum. The two forces constantly intertwined, and the surrounding 10,000 miles became a vacuum. The peerless true dragon seemed to break out of the sky. Its head roared, its body turned, and its tail swept, directly resisting the sword momentum. Countless majestic divine powers kept colliding, and waves of divine power light kept splashing. It was as beautiful as countless fireworks at the same time. Chapter 12:19. The yin-yang godly body was a rare godly body that could be compared to the ethereal body, but its combat ability was much stronger than the ethereal body. The ethereal body, on the other hand, had another magical use. Xian Shuai had the yin-yang godly body, and had cultivated extremely well since he was young. He also had all kinds of resources from the Black Turtle sect for him to squander, so it was impossible for him not to be strong. Especially after he cultivated the ancient Taiyin and Taiyang sword techniques, it was almost impossible to find someone who could compete with him in the same level in the profound sky region. Even if he met someone of a higher level than him, he could still win. The source of Xian Shuai's confidence was all his strength. His crazy attacks had completely surpassed the standard of a mid-level God King, at least not inferior to a peak mid-level God King. He was definitely a monster born to fight. Ling Xiao didn't use his movement technique to deal with it. He wanted to test the power of his opponent's sword technique. Sure enough, he tried the attack that was like a violent storm. One yin and one yang, two destructive attacks that contained the power of origin, forced him to focus 120% of his attention to deal with them. After all, the sword qi that cut into his body made him feel extremely painful. He was completely sure that Xian Shuai had the ability to be so arrogant. Looks like if I don't show some of my true abilities, he'll really think that I'm weak. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then he launched a series of powerful attacks with both his palms, dispersing all of the incoming sword attacks. Then his figure turned into a blur and retreated out of Xian Shuai's attack range in a miraculous way. The ice and fire sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He pointed at Xian Shuai and said, "There's nothing great about cultivating two attributes at the same time. What you can do, I can do too." After saying that, Ling Xiao's figure exploded, and he rushed in front of Xian Shuai at an extremely fast speed. The ice and fire sword slashed at Xian Shuai. First, a violent hail fell. Then the wind and clouds suddenly turned into a raging fire that burned. One ice and one fire. The power of the cold and the heat alternated, making it impossible to guard against. Xian Shuai was indeed shocked by Ling Xiao's change of move, but fortunately, his reaction was also very shocking. Taiyin and Taiyang sword technique, third form, embracing yin and guarding yang. Numerous Taiji diagrams formed a strong defense, blocking Ling Xiao's cold and hot attacks from his body. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to increase his offensive. The extreme ice saber technique and the burning sky sword technique were both used by him to the acme of perfection. Every move turned into an earth-shattering attack, like the vast power of heaven, making people unable to resist. The people of the Black Turtle sect and the Lotus sect who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Xian Shuai was already very powerful and terrifying, but when they saw Ling Xiao's terrifying attacks and the alternation of multiple attributes, they finally realized that this person in front of them really had the qualifications to fight against Xian Shuai, and might even win. Yin Mingqi didn't even blink as she stared at Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the most passionate love for him. "Boss, come on, kill that B*** starred." The prodigal waved his fists and shouted like a child. Xian Shuai fell into a disadvantageous position and was forced to retreat by Ling Xiao. Seeing that he couldn't maintain his defensive position, he suddenly changed his move from defense to offense. Taiyin Taiyang sword fourth style. Yin-Yang division. The two different attributes didn't fuse together to attack like before but separated. A wave of water roared towards Ling Xiao's attack like a black tortoise, while another wave of raging fire followed to reinforce the attack. Bang bang. One yin and one yang, one water and one fire, overlapped and collided one after another, making a series of muffled explosions in the sky. Ling Xiao was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Xian Shuai's sudden counterattack. The second round of confrontation between the two temporarily ended in a tie. Xian Shuai put away his arrogant expression and looked at Ling Xiao, saying, "You actually cultivate three attributes at the same time, and to be able to cultivate to this level, you really are a genius among geniuses." At this point, Ling Xiao responded without modesty, "You flatter me, it's just so. However, you still won't be my opponent. Prepare yourself, I'm afraid. I'll accidentally kill you, because there are some powers that I can't completely control." Xian Shuai said very solemnly. To be honest, from now on, he kind of liked Ling Xiao a little. Everyone shouldn't suspect that he was made of glass. He just had a feeling that he had met a rare opponent, and he didn't want such a good opponent to disappear from the world. As Xian Shuai's words fell, his aura actually soared again, and the clothes on his upper body were instantly scattered by him. An inexplicable power seemed to descend on him, and the change began. His handsome face became extremely gloomy, then snake-like scales appeared on his face, and his appearance became ferocious. After his body surged a little, pieces of shell-like things finally appeared and covered Xian Shuai's body. The others were stunned by this change. Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Is he transforming into a half-beast? Did he also refine a large amount of divine beast blood? Ling Xiao had once entered the dragon transformation pool and refined a large amount of dragon blood, which improved his fighting capacity and made him look like a half-dragon and half-human. Now, Xian Shuai's change was similar to his previous situation. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand. Shouldn't this change disappear after becoming a god king? In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know that Xian Shuai's body already contained the black tortoise's essence blood since he was a child, so he had this change since he was a child. It could be said that it was Tenbin's special talent, which was different from Ling Xiao's. Xian Shuai's bloodline had already formed the only bloodline that belonged to him. In the future, if he could become a supreme incipient god realm existence, his descendants would also enjoy the powerful effect of his bloodline mutation. This was similar to the ancestors of any ancient clan. With this transformation, Xian Shuai actually jumped a realm and reached the true power of a mid-level god king. When he borrowed the power of his divine body and the power of the extreme yin and extreme yang swordplay, he could probably even shake a high-level god king. Yun Mingqi looked at Xian Shuai's transformation and felt his terrifying aura. Her expression became nervous. Are you ready? Xian Shuai held the water and fire divine sword and stared at Ling Xiao. This change was very powerful, but he couldn't maintain it forever. At most, he could only maintain it for a quarter of an hour. However, this quarter of an hour was enough for him to defeat Ling Xiao. Interesting, come on. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose, and a golden dragon shadow surged. His aura instantly soared to the peak. Ling Xiao also used his full strength at this time. He was already at the peak of a low-level god king. With his combat power that was dozens of times stronger, he wasn't any weaker than a peak of a mid-level god king. With his powerful combat skills, he could also fight against a high-level god king. Ling Xiao had already changed the ice and fire sword to the golden dragon spear. Otherwise, the ice and water sword wouldn't be able to block the opponent's water and fire divine sword. I'm coming, Xian Shuai said in a hoarse voice. His speed increased by dozens of times. The water and fire divine sword in his hand slashed down at Ling Xiao. The power of the concentrated sword was dozens of times stronger than the previous attack. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him. His warlike blood was completely ignited. Xian Shuai's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. He waved the golden dragon spear to meet Xian Shuai's attack. The spear shadow and the sword light crisscrossed, releasing a divine power that could destroy heaven and earth. Many forces splashed in all directions again, forcing the nearby god kings to retreat. The real fight between the two had only just begun. Powerful collisions tore open spatial cracks from time to time, and streams of chaotic energy could kill any holy emperor. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged over 1,000 moves. Neither of them was able to defeat the other. The battle was so intense that it made the spectators' blood boil. Too powerful. These two are simply abnormal. This is definitely not a strength that a low-level god king can possess. Xian Shuai's strength is expected, but it's also unexpected. However, that Dragon Gate brat is truly too shocking. No wonder he has two divine beasts following him. His achievements are definitely not a coincidence. That's right. I wonder what kind of physique he has to be able to contend against the yin-yang divine body. He must be the most monstrous existence within the Dragon Gate. Why is your vision so poor? Didn't you discover the secret of his increased combat power? He should be someone from the Sky Dragon region's Kim people. Kim people are one of the top ancient families in the Heaven region. Everyone was in an uproar. They were witnessing two outstanding young talents who could become the Sun Jin of Goguryeo in the future. At the same time, they could also become peak existences at the incipient god realm. The more the two fought, the more dangerous it became. Each of their terrifying attacks was unleashed with all of their power. They wanted to suppress the other and defeat him. Ling Xiao was enjoying the pleasure brought by the powerful collisions. The feeling of climaxes came wave after wave. However, the more Xian Shui fought, the more anxious he became. He didn't think that he would still be unable to suppress Ling Xiao even after using his trump card, the forbidden power. If his opponent could endure for another 15 minutes, then he would definitely lose. At this moment, Ling Xiao used his magical body technique to approach Xian Shui. The golden dragon spear stabbed towards Xian Shui's chest. Xian Shui didn't even have a chance to dodge. The golden dragon spear had already pierced his body. Clang. However, the golden dragon spear did not directly pierce into the enemy's chest like before. Instead, it only pierced through a piece of the Xian Shui's tortoiseshell, causing the Xian Shui to be sent flying. Unfortunately, it didn't cause any serious damage. Damn, this tortoiseshell is so strong. It can even block a high-grade divine weapon. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. His own body was strong enough, but he felt that he could only block a mid-grade divine weapon's attack. It would be difficult for him to withstand a high-grade divine weapon. However, Xian Shui's tortoiseshell was really hard. It directly blocked the golden dragon spear's attack. In terms of defense, Xian Shui seemed to be invincible. Chapter 12:20. Unless you can hit me with every move, you definitely won't be able to defeat me. Xian Shui bluffed. He could only maintain it for a quarter of an hour. If Ling Xiao could keep it up, he would definitely lose. Ling Xiao didn't say anything but used his actions to prove what he wanted to do. He increased the speed of his attacks, and every spear carried a power that surpassed 10,000 caddies, constantly stabbing towards Xian Shui. Xian Shui's two swords kept defending, blocking Ling Xiao's attacks one after another. I can't go on like this, or else the one who will lose will be me. I'm the strongest among the younger generation of the Black Tortoise sect, and I can even defeat those stronger than me. How can I lose to him? Xian Shui couldn't accept this fact, and he planned to kill him. After he forcefully broke through Ling Xiao, one long and one short, one water and one fire divine sword began to make some kind of profound slash. At the same time, all the divine power in his body gathered, alternating between blue and red. The surroundings seemed to be affected by his powerful aura, and it actually formed a storm that howled incessantly in the vicinity. Are you going to struggle on your deathbed? Ling Xiao sneered. He said it casually, but in reality, he was already prepared to deal with it. Xian Shui made his move. Taiyin Taiyang Sword Ultimate Style, Yin Yang Buddha. With Xian Shui as the center, the power of Yin and Yang erupted, forming a huge Taiji diagram that continuously spun. Sword Qi shot out in all directions, and in the center of the Taiji diagram, a mighty black tortoise seemed to be swimming out of the sea. It swam very slowly, but behind it, there were huge waves that pounced towards it. Both swords struck out, and the Taiji diagram and the black tortoise seemed to descend from the sky. Billions of sword qi descended, and the momentum was like returning to the universe, vast and mighty, with boundless power. Ling Xiao felt a suffocating aura descend, and he suddenly felt that he had become incomparably small. Even with his unparalleled speed, it seemed that it would be difficult for him to escape from the Taiji diagram. The Taiyin Taiyang sword technique was worthy of being an ancient divine art, and its power was far above ordinary divine skills. At the very least, none of the divine skills that Ling Xiao cultivated could be compared to this. This was also a sword technique tailored for the yin-yang godly body. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar, activating all of his power to its peak. At this time, in addition to competing in moves, they also had to compete in strength. If he wanted to break through this move of his opponent's, then Ling Xiao had to use his aura to suppress his opponent, and he absolutely couldn't be completely suppressed by his opponent. Otherwise, he would probably lose for sure under this move. The first form of the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique. Tyrant Dragon descends to the world. The second form, Dancing with Dragons. The third form, Coiling Dragon ascends to the heavens. The fourth form, Chaotic Dragon Soaring. The fifth form, Tyrant Dragon rips the heavens. The sixth form, Annihilation of 10,000 Dragons. The seventh form, Furious Dragon Roar. The eighth form, Bloodthirsty dragon swallows the heavens. Ling Xiao instantly used all the moves of the Tyrant Dragon Spear art to meet Xian Shuai's attack. After all the moves were stacked together, it was as if tens of thousands of true dragons had been born into the world. The dragons danced wildly and carried a supreme divine might that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The divine powers of the two experts collided, and an earth-shattering explosion sound was produced. High up in the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was blasted until not a trace of air remained. Only an endless amount of spatial energy collapsed, and spatial cracks kept appearing. Numerous energies splashed in all directions, and hundreds of mountains below were hit until they were riddled with holes. The surrounding people retreated again and again. They couldn't see the situation clearly, and could only see the divine powers of different attributes colliding and exploding, blooming with stunning fireworks. Is this really the power that a low-level divine king can possess? The two of them really can't be judged by normal standards. They're too powerful, too abnormal. A person who can force the young sect master to this point is definitely the first person in the same realm. The people of the Sky Dragon Domain's Dragon Gate really live up to their reputation, but I firmly believe that the young sect master will definitely win. The people of the Dragon Gate are so powerful. No wonder he's the man that the goddess has taken a fancy to. He's not any weaker than Xian Shuai. Moreover, he has two divine beasts following him. It's really enviable. I hope he can win. No matter who wins or loses this battle, it's worthy of being recorded in history. In the battlefield, Ling Xiao used all his strength to fight, but he still couldn't resist the billions of sword energy formed by the Tai Chi divine diagram. The sword energy cut his body until it was covered in cuts and bruises. Blood flowed continuously, and white bones could be seen. Xian Shuai wasn't having a good time either. Although his strongest move had suppressed all of Ling Xiao's moves, Ling Xiao's strength was extremely powerful. It actually penetrated his sword energy and attacked him, piercing many holes in his tortoise shell and directly injuring his physical body, causing him serious injuries. Now it was time to see who would fall first, and the one who could persist until the end would be the winner. Damn, how long will it take for him to fall? Xian Shuai kept waving the two swords in his hands, and sword energy and sword momentum kept surging towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao blocked wave after wave, and even caused a very strong counterattack. If he couldn't suppress Ling Xiao again, the mutation time would be over soon. He was extremely anxious. Ling Xiao's situation wasn't as good as Xian Shuai had imagined. Although he could withstand it, he had too many injuries. Although his divine body recovered quickly, it consumed a lot of energy, and he couldn't hold on much longer. However, Ling Xiao had been clenching his teeth and persisting. This was a kind of indomitable spirit that he had gained after experiencing countless battles of life and death. Looks like I can only use that move. Ling Xiao was sweating profusely. His dragon eyes stared at Xian Shuai, who was making a move, and was ready to use his trump card. He no longer blindly attacked, but spun the golden dragon spear as a defensive force. His other hand was empty, and he gathered his remaining strength. He raised his index finger, and a five-colored divine power emitted a powerful brilliance. Lose. After Ling Xiao blocked many sword energies, he pointed his finger at Xian Shuai. Swoosh. A five-colored finger radiance, like a meteor, broke through all obstacles and shot toward Xian Shuai. This finger radiance was extremely fast, as if it had penetrated the distance of billions of light sounds, making it difficult for people to catch it. Xian Shuai only saw a flash of light, and a strong sense of danger instantly attacked him. Without thinking, a thought flashed, and a circular shield appeared in front of him, producing a mysterious and powerful aura that blocked in front of him. This shield was a top-notch divine artifact that had once blocked an attack from the prodigal's horn. However, when the finger radiance was about to reach Xian Shuai, it instantly split into countless finger radiance that bombarded Xian Shuai from all directions. What? Xian Shuai was shocked by this sudden change. The countless finger radiance had already bombarded the position where he was standing, and a deafening explosion sound was heard. 3 divine finger division third finger. Extreme urgency. The power of the 3 divine finger division third finger was stronger than the previous one. Ling Xiao had already reached the Divine King realm and could already use all 3 fingers. The third finger, Extreme Urgency, was the most powerful finger force, and it combined all his 5 attributes of divine power. Furthermore, it had the ancient Emperor Divine technique that increased its power by tens of times, so its power was unimaginable. Ling Xiao broke free from the attack of the Tai Yin and Tai Yang sword technique, and all the pressure was gone. He immediately absorbed all the origin energy in the surroundings to recover his strength. At the same time, he carried the golden dragon spear and rushed toward Xian Shui. He could feel that Xian Shui's divine shield defense might be able to block the power of his 3 divine finger division. He had to defeat Xian Shui before he could recover. As expected, when the power of the finger radiance disappeared, Xian Shui was still standing well, but he had retreated 100 meters from his original position. However, the tortoise shell on his body was riddled with holes and many cracks. That finger wasn't for nothing. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the maximum, and his body came in front of Xian Shui, and a new round of attack was launched. Although the power had decreased by a lot, it still had a lot of power. Xian Shui was already at the end of his strength, and he no longer had the strength to respond to Ling Xiao's attack. He could only use the round shield to block many of Ling Xiao's attacks. Clang clang clang. Intense sparks flew everywhere, and Xian Shui was forced to retreat by Ling Xiao. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Suddenly, the snake scales on his face and the turtle shell on his body disappeared, and his aura instantly fell back to the low-level Divine King realm. Bang! Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear hit Xian Shui's shield again, and Xian Shui instantly fell from the sky like a meteor. He couldn't hold the shield anymore, and it flew in one direction. Ling Xiao wanted to continue attacking, but Xian Ming, the peak Divine King of Xuanwu sect, had already rushed out and exclaimed, "Please have mercy, we have lost this battle." Xian Ming caught Xian Shui and the Divine Shield, and immediately took out an elixir to feed Xian Shui. Xian Ming had no choice but to admit defeat for Xian Shui. He knew that after Xian Shui transformed, he wouldn't be able to use his divine power for a period of time. How could he be a match for Ling Xiao in such a situation? Lost. Young sect master actually lost. How is this possible? It's not that young sect master isn't strong enough, but the opponent is indeed stronger than him. This is simply abnormal. No wonder the Heavenly Dragon sect is stronger than our Black Turtle sect. I'm afraid this is the best proof. It's simply hard to accept. The other party said that he would cripple the young sect master's limbs. I'm afraid that the current situation will affect him quite a bit. Xian Ming faced Ling Xiao, who was slowly descending, and said faintly, "If you agree to bet, you must be willing to lose. I will honor the bet of my young sect master." After saying that, a short blade appeared in his hand, and he fiercely stabbed it toward Xian Shui's legs. Then an invisible aura controlled the short blade to cut off the tendons of Xian Shui's hands. Everything was done cleanly, without any sloppiness. Both his hands and feet were stained with blood, and he looked extremely ferocious. Elder Xian Ming. Xian Shui revealed an extremely sad expression as he called out softly, "Are you satisfied?" Xian Ming ignored him and asked Ling Xiao. Chapter 12:21. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Xian Ming would be so protective of his master. He admired this kind of person. After all, this kind of person was the most loyal existence. "I can't make the decision on this matter. Everything depends on what my brother says," Ling Xiao replied, then looked at the prodigal and said, "Prodigal, this person has suffered from the person who injured you. What do you think?" "Boss, whatever you say," the prodigal replied. Its face was full of excitement, as if Ling Xiao's victory over Xian Shui was its victory. Ling Xiao nodded, then looked at Xian Ming and said, "Since that's the case, then forget it. I hope that you won't hold this grudge against the Lotus sect. If there's anything, you can come at me. Otherwise, you won't have it easy either." Xian Ming looked deeply at Ling Xiao, nodded lightly, and was about to leave with Xian Shui. However, Xian Shui said in a weak voice, "Wait, bring me to him." Xian Ming didn't understand what Xian Shui wanted. "Young sect master, your injuries." "It's fine, I just have to fulfill a promise I made just now." Xian Shui said with a bitter smile. Xian Ming could only follow his words and bring him to Ling Xiao. Boss. Xian Shui looked at Ling Xiao and said very seriously. He was completely convinced of his defeat in this battle, letting him know that there was always someone better out there. Back then, he knew that he had a physique that others couldn't compare to, and he also had all kinds of powerful divine skills to rely on, which made him feel that he was invincible. Now he recognized his own situation. He had to guard against arrogance and impatience, and concentrate on training to increase his battle strength. His future path was still a long one. He lost to Ling Xiao, so he fulfilled the request he had promised Ling Xiao, and willingly called out, "Boss." This was not only a promise he made to lose this battle, but also a lesson to encourage himself to improve, so that he would always remember today's defeat, and spur himself to fight for all the glory that belonged to him one day. The difference between a genius and a mediocre person was their mental state when they failed. Geniuses were like Xian Shui, becoming braver the more they faced setbacks, while mediocre people would only find all kinds of excuses to avoid reality, and in the end, they would become useless trash. From this point of view, Xian Shui was undoubtedly the former, and he was also an important cornerstone for him to step onto the path of supremacy in the future. Ling Xiao couldn't help but look up at Xian Shui. He chuckled and said, "You're a man but don't have any ideas about my woman in the future." After pausing for a moment, he said, "You're welcome to challenge me again anytime." Don't worry, one day, you will be defeated by me," Xian Shui said with an open-minded smile. With that, he closed his eyes and allowed Xian Ming to lead him away. The people of the Black Tortoise sect didn't need to stay any longer, so they followed the two of them out of the evil Horizon Valley. Yun Mingqi couldn't wait to rush to Ling Zhao's side and asked, "Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Zhao's body was in a sorry state. The golden blood had dyed him red, but the wounds on his body had already healed. After reaching the 7th form of the ancient emperor's divine arts, and he was already at the divine king realm, his recovery speed was definitely incomparable to others. Ling Xiao stepped forward and lightly embraced her. "I'm fine, I just used up a little too much energy. I'll be fine in a bit." Without using the God-controlling art and the power of his divine soul, Ling Xiao felt the thrill of being able to deal with this kind of monster with a special divine body and a strong backing. He couldn't help but think back to Yuan Zhantian and Wu Bufan in the profound spirit continent. The two of them also had a physique that others couldn't compare to, and he didn't know what realm they were at now. If they were all in the heaven realm, their cultivation speed would definitely not be much slower than his. People like them who were unwilling to submit to others and were unwilling to be ordinary. He believed that one day, they would also choose to come to the heaven realm. Perhaps one day in the future, they would even become his formidable opponents. That's good. Then hurry up and recover from your injuries. Don't let it become a hidden injury, Yun Mingqi said with concern. Listening to Yun Mingqi's soft and gentle words of concern, Ling Xiao only felt like he was dreaming. He fiercely sucked on Yun Mingqi's delicate lips again, then said, "Let's talk while we recover from our injuries." Ling Xiao had just met with Yun Mingqi, so naturally, he had endless words of love to say to her. Yun Mingqi's delicate face revealed a tender and alluring expression. Then she glanced at her fellow disciples and said, This isn't too good." Her previous cold appearance was completely due to the influence of Meng Ran. But now that she had completely defeated her, and taken back everything that belonged to her, she naturally wouldn't be cold anymore. Moreover, she and Ling Xiao were intimate, so she didn't want to be watched by so many people. "That's easy, let them return to the Lotus sect first, then we'll have a lot of time," Ling Xiao suggested. "Is this okay?" Yun Mingqi asked. "If I say it's okay, then it's okay. In any case, with my two brothers here, no one can hurt us, so there's nothing for them to worry about," Ling Xiao said. Yun Mingqi nodded, then flew over to the Lotus sect's side and explained to them. After a round of discussion, the people of the Lotus sect still listened to Yun Mingqi's words, and agreed to return to the Lotus sect first. "Miss, we can go back, but you have to go back later, otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the old sect leader," Song Chui said with a difficult expression. Seeing such an outstanding man, Even the goddess who had always been high and mighty would fall for him. She was really afraid that Yin Mingqi would be abducted by him. If that was the case, then she would be in big trouble. Yin Mingqi nodded and said, "Elder Song, don't worry, I'll return very soon." She naturally had to return. There were still some things that had to be explained clearly. Of course, this time, she definitely wouldn't be separated from her man. Once the people of the Lotus sect left, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to catch up with the wastrel. He hurriedly told it to wait outside a mountain with the 13th prince on the excuse of recuperating from its injuries, while he and Yun Mingqi began to tell each other about these years of separation and longing. "Mingqi, I'm sorry. If I didn't make you follow that witch, we wouldn't have been separated for so many years." Ling Xiao hugged Yun Mingqi and apologized very deeply. Yun Mingqi naturally knew who that she was. She hugged Ling Xiao back and said, "There's nothing to be sorry about. Back then, even if we didn't agree to her request, I'm afraid that she would still come at us forcefully. At that time we couldn't beat her." She paused for a moment and then said, "Did you kill her?" "Yes, when I arrived in the central region, I found the sect that she spoke of. Only then did I realize that I had been tricked by her. I couldn't find you and her, so I completely destroyed her sect. I lost all news of you, but I still continued to search for your whereabouts." Ling Xiao slowly told Yun Mingqi some of what he had experienced back then. When Yun Mingqi heard that Ling Xiao had established his own power in the central region, she couldn't help but feel admiration for Ling Xiao. However, when she heard that he had found Yin He but couldn't find her, he must have been disheartened. She couldn't help but hug him even tighter. She didn't expect that this man had never given up on searching for her all these years. He loved her so deeply. He started roaming the Xianling continent as a small king stage martial artist, and then he used his own strength to bravely charge into the heavenly region's stronghold. Finally, he came to the heavenly region. Although he said it in a relaxed manner, she could still feel that he must have experienced many difficulties along the way. He must have struggled to survive in adversity to come here. She was already very satisfied and happy to be able to make him sacrifice so much. Her tears couldn't help but flow down, wetting her clothes. She was moved to the point that she didn't want to be separated from him for the rest of her life. She wanted to make it up to him for all these years and let him know that she loved him just as deeply as he did. "Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Ling Xiao gently rubbed Yun Mingqi's face with a pained expression. "Laugh, the one who should be apologizing is me. It's been hard on you all these years." Yun Mingqi sobbed. "Silly girl, can't you see that I'm still fine? If I hadn't experienced all these things, how could I have the strength I have today? I'm afraid that even if I met you, I wouldn't dare to acknowledge you." Ling Xiao lightly scratched Yun Mingqi's delicate nose as he said. Yun Mingqi deeply snuggled up to Ling Xiao and said, No matter what your strength is, you are the man I love the most. You are my Yun Mingqi's husband." Hearing Yun Mingqi's words, Ling Xiao also felt very gratified. All these years of longing for her were worth it. That's right, tell me how you've been all these years?" Ling Xiao asked. He had countless doubts in his heart. He really wanted to know what kind of extraordinary experiences Yun Mingqi had gone through. Yun Mingqi let out a light breath and sorted out her thoughts. Gradually, she began to recall what she had experienced after she separated from Ling Xiao. At first, she was deceived by Yin He and thought that Yin He sincerely wanted to accept her as a disciple. But after living with her for a year, she gradually discovered that the cultivation technique that Yin He taught her was very evil. It actually required her to absorb the yin qi of corpses for energy. She began to realize that Yin He wasn't a good person. She wanted to escape from Yin He's evil clutches, but she knew that she wasn't her opponent. Until one day, they met the Holy Emperor of the Lotus sect who came from the Heavenly Region Fortress. She was chosen by the Holy Emperor, and was taken away from Yin He. In front of someone stronger than her, she couldn't resist at all. When she knew that she was going to be taken away from the central region, she tried to resist, but it was all in vain. Just like that, she was taken to the branch of the Lotus sect in the Heavenly Region Fortress. In actuality, that branch was the original land of the Lotus sect. It was the place where the first leader founded the sect. That place also contained the inheritance of the first leader. Because Yun Mingqi had the water god's body, She obtained the inheritance of the first leader. But because of this inheritance, she forgot about Ling Xiao and almost turned into another person, Meng Ran. Because this inheritance not only greatly increased Yun Mingqi's strength, but the remnant soul of Meng Ran also wanted to assimilate Yun Mingqi's soul to achieve its goal of resurrection. But Yun Mingqi's soul was unwilling to be controlled by her. There was still a portion of her soul power and consciousness that wanted to resist. In the end, because of the appearance of the wastrel and Ling Xiao, she completely assimilated Meng Ran. Chapter 12:22. Although Yun Mingqi's journey couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's, she had also experienced all kinds of unexpected changes. Fortunately, her luck was not bad. With the advantage of her divine body, she was able to live a peaceful life. Furthermore, she had obtained unimaginable inheritance and resources, allowing her to reach the Divine King realm at such a young age. It was enough to make others envious. When Ling Xiao heard Yun Mingqi say that because she had accepted the inheritance of the first-generation patriarch of the Lotus sect, including the remnant soul, her sea of consciousness was almost taken over by the other party, causing her to forget everything in the past. Only then did Ling Xiao understand why Yun Mingqi hadn't come looking for him when he was searching for her, causing him to think that she had died. Fortunately, it's all over now. No one can separate us again, said Ling Xiao softly. Yun Mingqi had been found. The wastrel had also been found. Only his master, the demonic emperor, was left to come out of the chaotic burial space. At that time, he would return to the Xianling continent and bring his family over to be with them. Everything would be perfect. He could then pursue the pinnacle of power with peace of mind, and reach the pinnacle of the martial way. Yun Mingqi caressed Ling Xiao's chest and said affectionately, "And we won't be separated again." Ling Xiao felt Yun Mingqi's increasingly mature and perfect figure. The fragrance of her lotus bath quietly entered his nostrils, causing his thoughts to gradually become active. He didn't say anything else. The two of them just leaned against each other like that. His hand gently slid down her waterfall-like hair, until it landed on her back. Separated by a thin veil, he could feel her sparkling and translucent skin. He gently caressed it, causing the beauty in his arms to flush red. When his hand touched her perky jade bottom, she couldn't help but tremble. She raised her beautiful face and pressed her jade lips against his thick lips. When the two lips collided, there wasn't too much of an intense reaction. There was only a silent moisturizing gentleness. But as that pair of demonic palms moved back and forth on her body, she became more and more aroused. A warm current slowly flowed out from between her legs. She suddenly yearned to be pampered by this man. She hooked her arms around his neck, and the strength of her tender lips increased. Her jade tongue began to become incomparably active, continuously teasing him. Occasionally, her nostrils would emit rapid breathing sounds. It was simply the most arousing temptation. How could Ling Xiao suppress the impulse in his heart? He had been separated from Yun Mingqi for so many years. He naturally wanted to spend some time with her. He used more and more strength to caress Yun Mingqi's body, unknowingly covering her full and firm chest. That soft and supple feeling made him want to touch her even further. He fiercely tore apart the veil in front of her chest. Hiss! An ear-piercing sound of satin ripping rang out, increasing the arousal even more. Yun Mingqi had already felt Ling Xiao's scorching and rough love. Her body gently trembled as she hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck. Her beautiful eyes carried a misty color as she softly said, "Xiao, love me fiercely." It was as if she was possessed. She also tore apart the clothes on his body. The two of them were at the peak of the mountain, with the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. They began to naked face to face. There was nothing to say about the man's figure. Those strong and well-proportioned golden muscles looked so valiant and powerful. The woman's figure was even more perfect. Her snow-white skin was rosy, making people want to take a bite out of it. That full jade peak, willow-like waist, flat stomach, fragrant garden, round and beautiful buttocks, slender and beautiful legs. Every part of her was filled with a primal temptation that could move one's soul. Ling Xiao looked at this immortal body that was like a perfect jade carving. His blood vessels surged and his mouth opened and his tongue became dry. Yin Mengqi shyly hugged Ling Xiao's dragon body. She gently twisted her body. That aroused look was even more pitiful. Idiot, what are you looking at? Yin Mengqi's voice was like that of a mosquito. Beautiful. Mengqi, you're so beautiful. Ling Xiao revealed an incomparably sincere expression as he said. Then why don't you quickly love me? Yin Mengqi hugged Ling Xiao's dragon body and softly said. The beauty had already given the signal. How could the handsome guy dare to disobey? He hugged her and kissed her passionately while pinching her soft parts. He even let her sit on his stomach. The golden dragon spear quickly rushed towards the jade dragon acupuncture point with a majestic aura. Ah! A scream that carried a mixture of pain and excitement rang out above the clouds. The sound gradually rose and fell in a certain rhythm, sometimes high and sometimes low. It was like a piece of music that kept reverberating melodiously. The sun set and the moon rose, the moon set and the sun rose. Day and night revolved, and the stars moved. Decades of yearning were all expressed in the most wonderful way, and the most direct confession. After the Mount Wu mountain, the two of them were still not in a hurry to do other things. They still snuggled together, as if they wanted to stay in this moment forever. However, the good times didn't last long. Ling Xiao sensed the message from the prodigal and the 13th prince. Someone was coming over. Someone is coming, let's go and take a look. Ling Xiao quickly put on a set of clothes and said to Yin Mengqi. Yin Mengqi revealed a look of displeasure. It wasn't easy for her to spend more time with Ling Xiao, but they were disturbed by others. After Yin Mengqi put on her clothes, Ling Xiao summoned the prodigal and the 13th prince over. As soon as the prodigal landed, he immediately said, Boss, someone is chasing after another guy from the divine race. The 13th prince revealed a sinister look and said, That guy should be from the chaos race, the sworn enemy of our dragons. I didn't expect him to appear here. I must eat him. There were enemies among the 9 divine beasts, and the dragon's enemies were the white tiger, the chaos race, and the 3-legged golden crow. Oh right, when I entered the evil horizon valley, I heard that a chaos divine beast appeared here. It seems like it's this one. Yin Mengqi said. I heard that there are divine beasts in the depths of the evil horizon valley. It can't be the chaos race, right? If that's the case, we should leave first. Ling Xiao frowned and said. The prodigal said, Boss, don't worry. It's not the chaos race inside. It's just a branch of our Qilin race, the Qilin Dark Lion. Our black Qilin race is no longer here, so the Qilin Dark Lion has occupied the territory. That's good. Let's go and see what the legendary Chaos Divine Beast looks like. Ling Xiao said excitedly. He couldn't help but think that if he could take down this Chaos Divine Beast, wouldn't he have 3 divine beasts? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Not far from here, the Chaos Divine Beast had already hidden itself. Bing Wuji, the other people from the Ice Blade Alliance, and Mo Inyo, who were chasing it, were attacked by many holy beasts. Fortunately, none of them were low-level divine kings. Their combat power was extremely strong, and they killed many holy beasts. Damn it, this Chaos Divine Beast has hidden itself. I can't sense its aura. Bing Wuji cursed. They had been chasing Chaos Divine Beast for several days, but it still escaped. Naturally, they were very unwilling. Mo Inyo said, Don't worry, it should be recuperating nearby. I have a way to find it. After saying that, Mo Inyo put his divine Bodhi bow in his hand again, and knocked a divine arrow. Whoosh! The divine arrow was actually shot high up in the sky. This made the people from the Ice Blade Alliance feel very strange. However, when the divine arrow suddenly fell in a certain direction, everyone was extremely shocked. Targets that have been shot by my divine bow don't die. Every arrow from my divine bow can find its location. Mo Inyo explained proudly. After a pause, he pointed in the direction where the divine arrow was falling and said, Let's hurry over there. The Chaos Divine Beast is over there. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a black hole appeared and swallowed the divine arrow until it lost its direction. No one knew where it had landed. Bing Wuji was determined to capture the Chaos Divine Beast. He roared in shock and swung the ice-sealing divine saber in his hand in that direction with all his might. The extreme cold emitted by the ice-sealing divine saber was simply unbearable. The area within 1,000 meters was immediately frozen by the saber force. However, he alone could not take down the chaos divine beast. Several black holes appeared in succession and immediately shattered the large piece of ice. Roar! The chaos divine beast was furious. It did not expect these humans to chase it so fiercely. In that case, it might as well swallow them all. Mo Inyo, hurry up and shoot at it. Bing Wuji shouted anxiously. If not for Mo Inyo's divine Bodhi bow, the people from the Iceblade Alliance would not have been able to take down this divine beast. However, how could Mo Inyo not know that the Iceblade Alliance was borrowing his strength? He was not that stupid. If he really helped them take down the Chaos Divine Beast, would he still have a share? Perhaps it would even burn the bridge after crossing it and kill him instead. At this thought, Mo Inyo could only reply to Bing Wuji, I no longer have any divine arrow feathers. We can only work together to kill it head-on. Bing Wuji cried out. What, you don't have any divine arrow feathers anymore? Mo Inyo replied. That's right. Then, a trident appeared in his hand, and he attacked in the direction of the Chaos Divine Beast, indicating that he indeed did not have any divine weapons left. Damn it, they actually dropped the ball at such a crucial moment. Bing Wuji cursed in his heart. Then he shouted to the people from the Iceblade Alliance, everyone surround it and capture it. We cannot let it escape. As soon as he gave the order, the people from the Iceblade Alliance all attacked the Chaos Divine Beast. The attacks of dozens of divine kings were naturally extremely terrifying. However, the Chaos Divine Beast seemed to be gambling on its own. It once again unleashed its godly might that could swallow the heavens and absorb the earth. Its huge mouth seemed to have become incomparably huge. A deep black hole suddenly appeared and sucked in all the attacking forces. At the same time, many divine kings could not help but fly towards it. They were so frightened that they were at a loss. Don't be afraid. It's already at the end of its life. Put in more effort and attack it with all your might. Bing Wuji shouted as he slashed at the Chaos Divine Beast more than 10 times. Chapter 12:23. The Chaos Divine Beast sucked in all the energy. It was like a level 12 tornado, and it was the eye of the tornado that sucked in all the energy. Its body only surged for a while before it shrunk again. At the same time it began to move. Several black holes appeared in front of the Iceblade Alliance's divine kings, sucking them in and turning them into powder. Bing Wuji was filled with hatred. If Mo Inyo could shoot a few more arrows, this Chaos Divine Beast would definitely be captured by them. At this crucial moment, it actually said that it had no more arrows, causing them to suffer heavy losses. However, the situation did not allow him to retreat. He had to capture this Chaos Divine Beast. At this thought, he gritted his teeth and threw many divine lightning balls in the direction of the Chaos Divine Beast. The Chaos Divine Beast sucked them in without hesitation. This was a tragedy. Many divine lightning balls began to explode. Its huge body began to fall. The people from the Iceblade Alliance were overjoyed. A few of them dashed towards the Chaos Divine Beast, wanting to capture it. However, the Chaos Divine Beast was extremely cunning. It was only pretending to be dead. Although it was severely injured, it was not dead yet. The few divine kings who were near it were immediately sucked in by it, and all of them were swallowed into its stomach. The people from the Iceblade Alliance were shocked. They ran as fast as they could to get away from the Chaos Divine Beast. The Chaos Divine Beast didn't chase after it. It rolled its eyes and dashed towards a direction. It happened to be the direction where Ling Xiao and the others were rushing over. The True Dragon Clan and the Chaos Clan were old enemies. When they saw each other, they were naturally extremely jealous. Roar! The 13th prince roared angrily. He immediately transformed into his original form and charged towards the Chaos Divine Beast. The people from the Iceblade Alliance and Mo Inyo were stunned when they saw the sudden appearance of the True Dragon. This is a True Dragon Divine Beast? It's too powerful, too perfect. How did it get here? Could this evil Horizon Valley be the territory of the dragons? But there are no records of this. I don't think so. Look, there are people coming over. I wonder if they are humans or divine beasts. It's a great honor to see 2 divine beasts in a row. If I can take them all under my command, that would be great. Stop daydreaming. It's already very lucky to be able to capture one of them. Don't you see that the aura of this true dragon is not inferior to that divine beast of chaos? With our strength, I'm afraid it's extremely difficult to capture it. So should we retreat or stay? Bing Wuji and Mo Inyo were extremely shocked as well. They did not expect to attract such a big fellow. Bing Wuji did not think that they would be able to take on this high-tier true dragon, so he immediately yelled at his people. Everyone retreat! Regardless of whether this true dragon was a friend or foe, it was not something they could get involved in. The only thing he could do was to get away from this place and see if he could reap the benefits. The people of the Iceblade Alliance had left, so how could Mo Inyo dare to stay? However, Mo Inyo had become Bing Wuji's prey. He had coveted Mo Inyo's divine Bodhi Bao for a long time. They had lost so many people and could not take down the divine beast of chaos, so they could only ask for some compensation from Mo Inyo. In another direction, the true dragon of chaos dashed towards the divine beast of chaos, wanting to tear it apart and devour it. However, the divine beast of chaos was extremely cunning. It was already heavily injured and could not fight against the true dragon of chaos. It spat out many miscellaneous items from its mouth and formed a powerful attack towards the 13th prince. The 13th prince roared, and all the miscellaneous items were turned into powder. The divine beast of chaos took this opportunity to escape. The 13th prince roared, and his dragon body shook as he charged towards the divine beast of chaos. However, the divine beast of chaos was determined to escape at full speed. It was like a huge ball that kept rolling, and its speed was extremely fast. At the same time, it left behind many devouring black holes to stop the 13th prince, so that he could not catch up to it immediately. The 13th prince was furious. He could not ignore these black holes. Although he forcefully turned them into nothingness, this hindered his speed. Just as the divine beast of chaos was about to escape from the void, a ray of fire shot out from another direction. Swish! This ray of fire was very powerful, and the intensity of the fire was extremely ferocious. Before the divine beast of chaos could escape, it was hit by the fire that came out of nowhere. Roar! The divine beast of chaos was injured by the origin source flame, and it let out a blood-curdling shriek. Its skin and flesh were immediately charred. Originally, this kind of high-grade origin flame could incinerate anything that came into contact with it into nothingness. However, this divine beast of chaos was also very powerful. It was a divine beast of the 5 elements, so it was immune to the origin source power of the 5 elements. The origin source flame did not burn it into ashes. In fact, it only injured a small part of its skin and flesh before it was expelled from its body. It could no longer cause any harm to it. However, it was already heavily injured after being continuously chased by Bing Wuji and the Moinox. Now that it was being attacked by the origin source flame, it was even worse, and its speed had decreased significantly. At this moment, the 13th prince had already arrived behind it, and his dragon had pounced towards it without any hesitation. The divine beast of chaos was shocked. It rolled away and barely managed to avoid the 13th prince's bite. However, it could not avoid the next one. The 13th prince's dragon tail swept across and smashed into its body. Bang! Bang! The divine beast of chaos fell from the sky, and a dozen mountains collapsed as it crashed into them, causing a huge dust storm. The 13th prince's dragon body swayed, and he pounced towards the divine beast of chaos again. Just as he went down, an extremely powerful sucking force was produced, and many ancient trees and rocks in the vicinity were swept away. The 13th prince's body also trembled as he was sucked in by the divine beast of chaos. However, the 13th prince spat out a terrifying golden light at the divine beast of chaos. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it was enough to destroy the entire mountain range. If the divine beast of chaos was not injured, it might be able to swallow the 13th prince. However, given its current situation, how could it withstand the attack? It would probably be smashed into pieces if it continued to swallow. The 13th prince's huge body shrunk, and it rolled to the side. Although it managed to avoid most of the attack, Its body was still blasted into the air. It seemed that the 13th prince was seriously injured. Ling Xiao, who was watching the battle from afar, was overjoyed. He shouted at the 13th prince, "13th, don't eat it yet. Leave it for me." The 13th prince had already arrived in front of the divine beast of chaos. He wanted to swallow it in one bite, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he obeyed Ling Xiao's will. He used his dragon claws to scratch the divine beast of chaos's body. The divine beast of chaos was badly mutilated, and a strange liquid flowed out continuously. The divine beast of chaos howled in pain. It wanted to put up a last-ditch struggle, but the 13th prince shook it a few more times before it became obedient. Ling Xiao immediately brought Yun Mingqi and the prodigal boy over to the divine beast of chaos. Looking at this meaty thing, Ling Xiao really couldn't tell that it was a divine beast of chaos. Its appearance was extremely ugly compared to the divine beasts of True Dragon and Qilin. Forget it. It's a mythological beast after all. Let's just take it. Ling Xiao was very unhappy in his heart. If these words were heard by other divine kings, they would probably all wish to hack him to death. Damn it, the other godly kings all wanted to capture this divine beast of chaos and make it submit to them, but they also lost their lives because of it. Yet Ling Xiao was so unwilling to catch it. Was there any justice in this world? This couldn't be blamed on Ling Xiao. After all, the two mythological beasts that followed him were so perfect and mighty. Ling Xiao walked in front of the divine beast of chaos and said, "Submit to me. As long as you're willing to follow me, I'll spare your life." After pausing for a moment, he added, "Don't worry, I will definitely not restrict your freedom." Ling Xiao knew that divine beasts had their own dignity and pride. They would definitely not sign a contract with any human. It was already good enough that they could be on equal footing. The divine beast of chaos revealed a sinister look and said with difficulty, "Human, I'll eat you." As soon as it finished speaking, a suction force burst forth from its mouth and sucked Ling Xiao in. It seemed like it still didn't understand the situation and wanted to cause more trouble. Ling Xiao wasn't sucked in by it, but the 13th prince threw it towards another mountain. Bang! The mountain was smashed into powder by its body. Boss, don't waste your time. The divine beast of chaos not only hates dragons, but also humans. They think that they are the rulers of the world and the most outstanding and great race. They won't submit to any other race. The prodigal boy said from the side. He knew a little about the secrets between divine beasts. Ling Xiao was depressed. It seemed like it was impossible to subdue the divine beast of chaos. However, Ling Xiao didn't want the 13th prince to eat it. It was the body of a divine beast, after all. Its body was full of magical materials, so it couldn't be wasted. In the end, the divine beast of chaos was tortured to death by the 13th prince. Ling Xiao immediately picked out its beast core. This beast core was very different from the beast cores of other spiritual beasts. It was diamond-shaped and had 5 different colors, representing 5 different elemental powers. This beast core was definitely the best item for a divine beast of chaos like Wu Bufan. He could refine it and directly obtain the divine beast of chaos's ability to devour heaven's might Tianbin, as well as some other magical effects. Unfortunately, although Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elemental powers, he lacked earth and wind, so he couldn't enjoy the power of this beast core. Of course, other than the beast core, the divine beast of chaos also possessed an origin treasure, which was its gall of chaos, also known as the gall of devouring. That was the source of its ability to devour everything. As long as one could refine the chaotic blood essence and devour it, one would be able to obtain its devouring ability. It didn't require a body of chaos. This was definitely its most valuable divine item. Chapter 1224. Ling Xiao also did not have the fortune to enjoy such a good source divine item. After all, his body contained a large amount of dragon blood, and the primal chaos was the archenemy of the dragons. If he really wanted to refine its blood essence, it would probably be futile. He could only keep all these good things with a downcast face. Sigh, it's also a sin to have such good luck. Ling Xiao struggled in his heart and sighed. If others were to hear these words, they would probably fight to the death with Ling Xiao even if they had to risk their lives. If you don't want these good things, you can give them all to us. Not far away, a portion of the Ice Blade Alliance's divine kings who had been paying attention to Ling Xiao and the others, saw that the Chaos Divine Beast had been taken down, and all of them were extremely envious. However, they did not dare to go up and rob it, and could only watch as the others kept it. Elder Lan, what should we do? A member of the Ice Blade Alliance looked at Lanwen and asked. Lanwen reprimanded lightly. What can we do? Elder Wuji is not here. With just the few of us, can we deal with that true dragon? Let's go. I hope that Elder Wuji can take down the Mayan Ox. At least we can get some good luck. Otherwise, the others would have died for nothing. After saying that, he did not dare to stay any longer, and brought the others in a direction. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi had long since their presence. Yun Mingqi recognized their origins and said, they should be from the Ice Blade Alliance. Ice Blade Alliance? They don't look like good people. They actually want to pick up Ping Yi, but they seem to be quite tactful. They don't dare to hit us. Ling Xiao sneered. He was actually hoping that these people would dare to touch them. He was still thinking about when to create a group of followers of the Divine King. After Ling Xiao accepted the Chaos Divine Beast, he did not plan to leave the Evil Horizon Valley for the time being. The Evil Horizon Valley was a forbidden area that many Divine Kings felt was dangerous, but to Ling Xiao, it was nothing. In the future, as long as there were no divine beasts in the mountain range, as long as he brought along the prodigal son or the 13th prince, he could casually plunder the holy grass and divine grass in those territories. After all, those holy beasts were all under the pressure of the divine beasts, unless they were abnormally powerful transformed holy beasts. Ling Xiao wandered around the evil cliff valley, searching for all sorts of divine and holy grasses. At the same time, he didn't forget to flirt with Yun Mingqi, leaving behind traces of their love. The two of them were like newlyweds, having so much fun that they forgot about their duties. Ling Xiao also made use of these few days to understand why the prodigal would appear in the heavenly region. It turned out that the reason the prodigal had left him was to complete a mission given by their race. That was to find the other Qilin clan's territory and challenge their new prince. Only after it defeated the princes of the other clans would it have the qualifications to become the newest generation of Qilin emperor. Then it would unite the scattered Qilin clans and restore the glory of the flourishing era. It was just that the Qilin clan had long already completely dispersed. It was hard to find where the other branch clans were. Perhaps they had gone extinct a long time ago. At that time, the prodigal brought the Earth Flaming Tiger deep into the dangerous lands of the Xianling continent, but he didn't find their branch Qilin. However, they accidentally entered a forbidden land. In order to save it, the Earth Flaming Tiger was shredded into pieces by the power of the forbidden land, while the prodigal was sent to an array and directly teleported to the heavenly region. It could be considered lucky to be able to escape from that terrifying forbidden land. After coming to the heavenly region, it naturally didn't dare to go to the humans' territory, because it knew that the Divine Beast clan would all become the target of the humans' capture. Hence, it continued to complete its mission. It began to shuttle through the various mountain ranges and forbidden lands in search of their branch Qilin. At the same time, it continuously hunted other spirit beasts and swallowed their beast cores, allowing it to continuously grow. If it only relied on swallowing beast cores, it wouldn't be able to advance from the middle stage of the 8th level to the middle stage of the 10th level in just a few decades. In the heavenly region, it had unique resources and conditions. It had also swallowed many fire attribute treasures, which naturally allowed it to increase its speed of advancement. And in this period of time, it finally found the territory of a branch Qilin clan. That branch was the Wood Qilin clan. The prodigal originally had the ambition to challenge the other clan's prince. However, it realized that its strength was too far away from the other clan. They weren't on the same level at all. The other clan didn't accept its challenge at all. They only treated it as a child of another clan. The Wood Qilin king even specially conversed with the prodigal. The prodigal knew that its so-called mission could no longer be fulfilled, because it wasn't known how many of the 7 main clans of the Qilin clan had already gone extinct. Even if there were still survivors, it was unknown where they were living. Wanting to find them one by one and reunite them was undoubtedly a dream. The prodigal suffered a huge blow, and left the Wood Cheelant's territory. However, even if it couldn't complete anything, it still wanted to continue searching for the whereabouts of the other clans. It hoped that all of the Cheelant clan could unite once again. This was the inscription that its grandfather had told it. After many years of trekking over mountains and rivers, venturing into many dangerous places, the prodigal finally found the Black Cheelant clan's territory within this evil valley. It immediately went deep into the hinterland to search. However, it found out that the Black Cheelant clan had long moved away. Only the Cheelant Dark Lion clan with the Black Cheelant's bloodline was left there. The prodigal was extremely disappointed. It almost wanted to give up on its belief, and decided to stay here for a period of time. However, the Cheelant Dark Lion clan told it a place that was beneficial to the prodigal's cultivation, because that was the only place in the evil valley that had a large amount of original source fire. It was also there that the prodigal discovered the existence of an original source fire seed based on its senses. With its gluttonous personality, it naturally wouldn't let it go. After a series of twists and turns, it directly swallowed the original source fire seed. This time it was a tragedy. The original source fire seed's level wasn't low. If it directly swallowed it, it wouldn't be able to digest it. Although its strength increased explosively because of this, it also couldn't control the excess energy, causing it to almost enter a state of madness. It continued to toss and turn within the evil Horizon Valley, hoping to dissipate the excess energy. But because of this, it was mistaken for the original source fire by others. Later on, there were people who came to capture it, but they were all burned to death by it. Later on, Yunmingqi and the others appeared. Many godly kings joined forces to attack it. The god power of the hail and waves bombarded it again and again. Finally, the excess energy was used up, and it returned to its normal state. There was no need to say more about what happened after that. Prodigal, what plans do you have in the future? Are you still going to continue your so-called mission? Ling Xiao asked. The prodigal shook his head and said, "It's useless. I can't find the whereabouts of the other clans. Even if I find them, they won't think the same way as us. If I didn't meet you again, I might have stayed here or thought of a way to return to my clan. Now I'll just follow you. My second grandpa said that you're my lucky star. In the future, you can bring me back to my clan. Otherwise, I don't know how to go back." That's good. In the future, if you follow me, no one can bully you," Ling Xiao said happily. His relationship with the prodigal was something no one could understand. One had to know that the prodigal was his first divine beast, and he had gone through thick and thin with him before. There were many experts in the heaven domain. With the prodigal as a strong helper and the 13th prince's help, where couldn't he go? "Oh right, boss. Where's Xiao Jin and Dragon Lady who used to be by your side? Why did they become this big guy again?" The prodigal glanced at the 13th prince and looked at Ling Xiao with some fear. "Dragon Lady is in our ancestral land, the East Ocean Dragon Palace. I've settled Xiao Jin down. He's too weak, so he won't be of much help," Ling Xiao replied. "That's true. When we get back, I'll give him something good to eat. I believe he'll become even stronger." The prodigal was very excited when he thought of his little brother, the Golden Wolf King. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao and Yunmingqi had brought the prodigal and the 13th prince around the evil Horizon Valley for nearly a month. They had also obtained many holy items and materials. This was a huge fortune to anyone. Just as they were about to leave the evil Horizon Valley, the 13th prince's sharp senses detected a human hiding in an extremely hidden pool not far away. "Come out. We already know of your existence," Ling Xiao said faintly. However, that person didn't move and didn't reply. Ling Xiao could only frown slightly and punch in the direction the 13th prince pointed. The dirty pool was blasted into the air, and a figure was blasted out. Ling Xiao realized that the figure was actually sealed in ice. Only a weak aura could be felt. Ling Xiao had seen this person before. He seemed to be one of the people who had come with the Ice Blade Alliance to kill the divine beast of chaos. He was a Mo Inyo. He was in this state because he was being chased by the Ice Blade Alliance, and was almost killed by Bing Wuji. He was in a terrible state. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. One of his hands had been chopped off and his entire body was sealed in ice. He had no energy to break the ice and heal his injuries. No wonder he couldn't shout just now. He was about to die. Ling Xiao murmured to himself as he looked at the dying Mo Inyo. Then he looked at Yun Mengqi and asked, "Should we save this person? Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Let's save him." Yun Mengqi said kindly. He all right. I also think we should save him." Ling Xiao smiled with a complicated expression. He didn't think he was a good person. He wouldn't save Mo Inyo for nothing. After all, the martial world was dangerous. Who knew if the person he saved would take revenge on him? No one knew for sure. Therefore, Ling Xiao might as well use him as the first test subject under the soul lock. He wanted to see if he could control him. At that time, he could save him again. Chapter 12:25. Ling Xiao found a cave abode and left Yun Qiming, the prodigal, and the 13th prince outside. He was not in a hurry to dissolve Mo Inyo's ice seal. Otherwise, with the other party's abilities, he might be able to recover from his injuries. Ling Xiao adjusted himself to his best condition and used his spiritual power to cast the soul lock incantation. The soul lock incantation penetrated the layer of ice like invisible chains and barged into Mo Inyo's sea of consciousness. Mo Inyo was originally sealed in ice, and even his soul was numb from the cold. He was injured by Bing Wuji's ice-sealing divine blade. Although he was lucky enough to escape with a secret skill, he was unable to dispel the absolute cold force. It invaded his body and destroyed it, which was why he was in such a situation. It was also a good time for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had thought that he would have to spend some effort to lock on Mo Inyo's soul. However, it was surprisingly easy now. He did not need to spend much effort to lock on Mo Inyo's soul. In the future, Mo Inyo would be under his control. After doing all this, Ling Xiao used his flames to slowly melt the ice on Mo Inyo's body. With the supply of heat, Mo Inyo also had the ability to heal himself. After all, after reaching the Divine King realm, his body had become extraordinary and became a divine body, which had the magical ability to heal himself. Moreover, Mo Inyo was already a peak divine king. It was normal for him to be able to heal himself when he was seriously injured. However, with his speed, he would not be able to recover without at least a month's time. Ling Xiao took out a healing divine pill and fed it to Mo Inyo, as well as some healing divine spring water. He believed that Mo Inyo would recover very quickly. Taking advantage of this boring time, Ling Xiao decided to seal himself here for a few days to completely merge with the 9th Yang Meridian. As for the 9th Yang fire, Ling Xiao had already found it. He just had to ask for it from the prodigal. The Qilin Holy Fire was an origin flame that was on par with the heavenly fire. Now that the prodigal had swallowed another origin flame, its power had increased greatly. At the same time, its holy fire would naturally be of a higher level. It would definitely surpass the level of the heavenly fire in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Therefore, he only needed to use the origin flame provided by the prodigal to refine it, and he would naturally be able to fill the 9th Yang Meridian, allowing him to perfect the 9 Yang fire. At that time, he would be able to unleash the power of the 9 suns. His combat strength would definitely increase by another level. By then, he would be able to use the power of the 9 suns, and his combat power would definitely increase. After Ling Xiao refined this origin flame, the 9th layer of the Ashen Flame's sacred sun was finally cultivated. The 9 sun-burning heaven art had also reached its most perfect state. He circulated the power of the 9 yang, and felt that all the acupoints in his body were filled with endless yang energy. Every punch of his felt like it could destroy the sun, moon, and stars. Along with the success of Ling Xiao's divine technique, Mo Inyo had already recovered his divine power. His broken arm had also grown back. With the completion of Ling Xiao's divine art, Mo Inyo had recovered his divine power. His broken arm grew back. It didn't look like he was injured at all. The soul lock curse had already completely controlled him, making him treat Ling Xiao as his master. He would never betray him. When he saw Ling Xiao, he immediately knelt down respectfully and said, "Greetings, master." Mo Inyo didn't dare to betray Ling Xiao, So he told him about his situation. Ling Xiao also had a better understanding of him. Mo Inyo didn't dare to betray Ling Xiao, so he roughly explained his situation. Ling Xiao also had a better understanding of him. Ling Xiao did this so that he could be more careful in the future, so that he wouldn't get into any trouble. Take out your divine bow and let me see, Ling Xiao ordered. He learned from Mo Inyo that the reason he was chased by the Ice Blade Union was because he had the ancient divine tool, the Bodhi Divine Bow. Mo Inyo took out the Bodhi Divine Bow and handed it to Ling Xiao and said, although the Bodhi Divine Bow is an ancient divine tool, without the Bodhi Divine Arrow, it is impossible to display its true power. So that's how it is. Then give it to me, you have no use for it, Ling Xiao said directly. Mo Inyo, of course, wouldn't go against Ling Xiao's wishes. He immediately erased the blood essence, making it ownerless, and offered it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to accept it. This was an ancient divine tool. It could save his life at a critical moment. He naturally wouldn't leave it for Mo Inyo to use. I wonder if I can use Old Man Green's branch to make the arrow? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he lightly pulled the bowstring. The Bodhi Divine Tree was ranked first among the 9 great divine trees. It was not something that just anyone would have the opportunity to find. Using its branch as an arrow was undoubtedly a dream. The Tree of Immortality in Ling Xiao's knowledge, was one of the 9 great divine trees. Therefore, he wanted to see if he could use its branch as an arrow. Of course, this idea only flashed by for a moment. If he really wanted to use the Tree of Immortality, with that guy's stingy personality, he would probably have to haggle over the price. Therefore, he was thinking if he should think of another way to get the divine arrow feathers. In any case, Mo Inyo still had many arrows made from other divine materials. Although they couldn't display the power of an ancient divine tool, they could reach the power of a top-grade divine tool. After doing all this, Ling Xiao brought Mo Inyo out of the cave, and prepared to bring Yun Mingqi, the prodigal, and the 13th prince out of Evil Horizon Valley. At this moment, a gust of wind came from afar. The terrifying aura seemed to ignore the distance between them, and in a flash, it was right in front of Ling Xiao and the others. The newcomers were 20 or so divine kings from the Ice Blade Alliance, led by Bing Wuji. From the looks of it, they were here for Mo Inyo. However, they didn't attack immediately. Instead, they looked at Ling Xiao and the others with fear. Bing Wuji first glanced at Mo Inyo coldly, then his gaze landed on Ling Xiao. He cupped his hands together and said, "Little brother, I am Bing Wuji, an elder of the Ice Blade Alliance. The person behind you is someone our Ice Blade Alliance wants to capture. Please hand him over to us." The Ice Blade Alliance was as powerful as the Lotus Cult, second only to the Black Tortoise School. Bing Wuji introduced himself in hopes that the people in front of him would fear them, and not clash with them. After all, there was a true dragon divine beast among them. If they angered the other party and were annihilated by the other party, they would have died in vain. They had already suffered a double loss by not being able to capture the Chaos Divine Beast. If they couldn't even get their hands on Mo Inyo's Divine Bodhi Bow, they would suffer a great loss. Iceblade Alliance? What small sect is that? I've never heard of it. Also, he's my servant now. I don't care what happened between you two. It's all in the past. Do you understand what I mean? Ling Xiao looked at Bing Wuji with a proud expression. Back in the Xiao family, Ling Xiao had killed the people of the Iceblade Alliance. He didn't have a good impression of them. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people, he would have killed them all. In this world, there was no right or wrong. The only thing that mattered was whose fist was bigger and harder. If they weren't afraid that he had a true dragon divine beast, they wouldn't have been so nice to him. How is this possible? Little brother, you must be joking. Bing Wuji said in surprise. What? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I don't even care about the Black Tortoise sect, let alone your tiny Iceblade Alliance. Get lost. Ling Xiao shouted domineeringly. Others like to use their power to oppress others. He wanted to know how it felt to oppress others. After being shouted at by Ling Xiao, the faces of the people of the Iceblade Alliance turned red. They had never been yelled at like this in the Black Tortoise sect. Even the Black Tortoise sect had to give them some face. What? Do you want to fight us? Where's 13th? Ling Xiao laughed coldly and asked the 13th prince to step forward. The 13th prince took a step forward. Without saying anything, he roared at the people of the Ice Blade Alliance. Roar! The terrifying sound wave of the dragon's roar shook the people of the Ice Blade Alliance. One by one, they were sent flying by the sound waves. Only 3 or 4 high-level god kings were forced to take a few steps back. However, their eardrums were ruptured, causing them to bleed. Many of the mountains on their bodies crumbled. It was clear how terrifying the 13th prince's dragon roar was. Bing Wuji had already guessed that the 13th prince was the true dragon divine beast in human form. However, after hearing the impact of the sound wave, he was finally sure. While his ears were bleeding, his mood was terrible and he was afraid. Retreat! Bing Wuji didn't have the courage to challenge Ling Xiao and the others anymore. He shouted at the people behind him and immediately fled. He didn't dare to challenge a true dragon divine beast that was stronger than Hun Dun just because he had more people. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was going on when he died. The 13th prince wanted to give chase, but Ling Xiao stopped him. He didn't have time to waste with them. It was better to return to the Lotus sect first. He still had to settle the matter between him and Yun Mingqi. He definitely wanted Yun Mingqi to follow him back to the Heavenly Dragon domain. He didn't want to be separated from her again. However, Yun Mingqi's identity was a bit complicated. It wasn't that easy to get the Lotus sect to let her go. On the way back to the Lotus sect, Ling Xiao let Eurofei come out and introduce her to Yun Mingqi. Eurofei already knew of Yun Mingqi's existence. She felt that a woman that could make Ling Xiao unable to forget must be very beautiful and outstanding. However, after seeing Yun Mingqi for the first time, she still felt that Yun Mingqi was even more perfect than Ling Xiao had described. Any man who saw her couldn't help but fall in love with her. And any woman who saw her would feel inferior. Ling Xiao had also mentioned to Yun Mingqi that he already had many women by his side. Eurofei was one of them. When Yun Mingqi saw Eurofei, she was also attracted by her mature charm and enchanting figure. She praised in her heart. What a sexy and flirtatious big sister. No wonder she can charm people with her smile. Both women were deeply in love with Ling Xiao. Naturally, they wouldn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao when they met for the first time. They chatted naturally and eventually called each other sisters. Chapter 12:26. At first, Ling Xiao was afraid that Yun Mingqi wouldn't be able to get along with the woman by his side. After all, Ling Xiao understood this girl. She seemed to be easy to talk to, but deep down, she was a very proud person. Now, it seemed that after being separated for dozens of years, all the affection between them was enough to wipe out any obstacles. The only thing Ling Xiao was considering now was how to convince the Lotus cult. With the effect of refining divine pellets in the Lotus cult for a month, the current by Eloa would be easy to deal with. The key was still the old master of the Lotus cult, who was also Yun Mingqi's so-called master. According to Yun Mingqi, she was a true incipient god realm existence. Convincing her would be the hardest. However, Yun Mingqi revealed that her master wanted her to get in touch with Xian Shui, because she wanted her to have a good relationship with the Black Turtle sect. After all, now that her master Bai Ilua was in charge of the Lotus cult, everything was well managed. There were already signs of improvement, so Yun Mingqi didn't need to inherit the position of master. As long as she could establish a good relationship with Xian Shui, when Xian Shui took over, he would definitely form an alliance with the Lotus cult. This would naturally strengthen the Lotus cult's position in the profound sky region. However, her master was also conflicted. Yun Mingqi's future was immeasurable. Marrying her to the Black Turtle sect would only strengthen their force. Therefore, her master told her to first get on good terms with Xian Shui, but also to keep a distance from him. Everything would be decided after seeing clearly. The reason why Yun Mingqi said all this was to discuss how to persuade her master. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's conditions weren't any worse than Xian Shui's. He was even better. The only pity was that Dragon Gate wasn't in the profound sky region, so he lost this biggest advantage. However, Ling Xiao decided that no matter whether she agreed or not, she couldn't stop him from being with Yun Mingqi. He also wouldn't stay in the profound sky region. After all, He already considered the Kim people as his own family. How could he choose to stay here? Moreover, he still planned to return to the profound spirit continent to bring his people to the heaven region. Although they had slowed down on their journey, they still returned to the Lotus Order in the end. Ling Xiao really couldn't think of a better way, so he could only lay his cards on the table. No matter what, Yun Mingqi was his wife. If the other party really wanted to make things difficult for them, he would have to ask the people of his clan to help him. As soon as they returned to the Lotus Order, Bai Ilua personally led people out to welcome them. This put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao. Hee, I didn't expect Divine Teacher Ling to know my junior sister. This is really fate. Bai Ilua's charming face was filled with a radiant smile as she called out to Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi. From her expression, there was not the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on her face. Ling Xiao thought to himself, maybe the situation isn't that bad. Sect leader Bai, this is indeed fate. Back then, I came to find Mingqi, but I didn't dare to confirm if she was the person I was looking for. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on me and she was my former wife. I really have to thank your cult for nurturing her. Ling Xiao went straight to the point. His words undoubtedly indicated that the matter of him refining the divine pill in the Lotus Order was because of Yun Mingqi. Bai Ilua smiled without batting an eyelid. I was wondering why Divine Teacher Ling treated our Lotus Order so well. I thought it was because of Elder Lu, but it seems like I guessed randomly. Yun Mingqi stepped forward and said, Sect leader, I will personally report this matter to Master. Junior sister, don't worry. Master already knows about your matter. She probably won't blame you. Bai Ilua smiled and said to Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi was pleasantly surprised. Really? Master didn't blame me? Of course it's true. The person Master loves the most is you. Bai Ilua said with certainty. Ling Xiao seemed to have sensed from Bai Ilua's passionate expression that things might not be so simple. Yun Mingqi had obtained the inheritance of their first-generation sect leader. This was a great opportunity, and it was also because of this that the Lotus Order brought everyone from the Heavenly Region stronghold back to the Heavenly Region. It could be seen how much importance the Lotus Order placed on Yun Mingqi. How could they easily send her back to his side without the slightest bit of objection? Forget it, we'll deal with it when the soldiers come and the water comes. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He followed Bai Ilua and the others into the Lotus Order. He was once again arranged to temporarily rest on Lu Fengyi's mountain peak, while Yun Mingqi first returned to find her master to explain everything. Lu Fengyi impatiently asked Ling Xiao, Is my junior martial uncle really the person you're looking for? Ling Xiao nodded and said, That's right, she's my long-lost wife. What? She's your wife? Lu Fengyi said in shock. That's right, it's the real deal. Otherwise, why would she be with me? Ling Xiao nodded his head then said, Thank you, Sister Lu. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find her. If you need any help from Ling Xiao in the future, just say the word. I will definitely not refuse. Ling Xiao was very sincere. He was very grateful to Lu Fengyi from the bottom of his heart. If not for her telling Yun Mingqi that he had gone to the Evil Horizon Valley, he really wouldn't have been able to find her so quickly. Lu Fengyi was both happy and worried. She was happy about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi. She felt that Ling Xiao was qualified to be her junior martial uncle, but she was worried that their old sect leader wouldn't be able to pass. You don't need to be so polite to Sister Lu. Since you call me big sister, I will recognize you as my little brother. After all, Xinkai and I have been good sisters for many years. Lu Fengyi laughed. No matter what, she had to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao first. Such a young godly apothecary, his future was limitless. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how Yun Mingqi would be scolded by her master, someone came to pass on a message, telling Ling Xiao to go see Bai Ilua. Ling Xiao did not hesitate, and immediately followed the deacon of the Lotus sect to the main hall of the Lotus sect. Bai Ilua smiled and said to Ling Xiao, Divine Teacher Ling, please take a seat. Ling Xiao did not sit, but asked Bai Ilua, Sect leader Bai, I wonder why you summoned me? He was thinking that the other party was probably going to discuss the matter of Yun Mingqi with him. Sure enough, Bai Ilua asked, I wonder how Divine Teacher Ling plans to live with my junior sister in the future? Why don't you stay in our Lotus sect and become an elder of our sect? This way, you and my junior sister can live together, and it won't affect your cultivation. What do you think? Ling Xiao did not even think about it, and immediately said in a powerful voice, Mengqi will definitely follow me back to the Heavenly Dragon region to live. We can't stay in your sect, but if there is anything your sect needs as husband and wife to help, we will not shirk our duty. Bai Yilua did not expect that Ling Xiao would not tactfully discuss with her, and instead directly expressed his position. This caused her expression to sink. Divine Teacher Ling, you have to think it through. This is the territory of our Lotus sect. My junior sister is my master's favorite, the future supreme protector of our sect. It is absolutely impossible for her to follow you back to the Heavenly Dragon region. Bai Yilua also replied very straightforwardly, her tone even containing a bit of threat. She was a dignified sect leader, so it was naturally impossible for her to be so easily intimidated by Ling Xiao. Instead, she counterattacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that taking away Yun Mingqi naturally would not be so easy, so he immediately replied, Sect leader Bai, you have to understand that Mengqi is my wife, and she was already my wife before she came to the Lotus sect. Could it be that you want to force her to stay? Is she your wife? But she is my sect's goddess Ming Ran. She obtained the inheritance of our first-generation sect leader, so she is a member of our Lotus sect. If you want to be with her, then you have to stay. Besides, our Lotus sect is not some small sect. Wouldn't it be unfair to you? Bai Yilua replied. Sect leader Bai, your Lotus sect is indeed not some small sect, but our Dragon sect, I Kim people, am also not some small sect. If you really want to force my wife to stay, then I have nothing else to say. In the future, I will definitely have my sect's elders come to seek justice for me. I don't believe that your profound sky region can do anything to my sect's elders, not to mention that my side is in the right. Ling Xiao laughed wildly with some anger. If the Lotus sect really wanted to use force, then Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to obtain any benefits here, so he could only bring up the clan behind him. He did not believe that the Lotus sect did not have any misgivings. Bai Yilua's beautiful eyes looked straight at Ling Xiao. She really did not think that Ling Xiao would not leave any leeway, and spoke so confidently. She had already heard the report of what had happened in the Evil Horizon Valley from the other elders who had returned. Ling Xiao had 2 divine beasts, a 10th level high-level true dragon, and a 10th level middle-level fire qilin. Just these 2 divine beasts were following him. It could be seen that he was the kind of person favored by the heavens. If they could make him stay, their Lotus sect would naturally benefit endlessly. In addition, Ling Xiao had relied on his own strength to defeat the young sect leader of the Black Turtle sect, Xian Shui. It was enough to show how boundless his battle strength and future was. Moreover, he also had the identity of a divine medicine master. Every condition was absolutely enough to make people go crazy with jealousy. When she knew that her junior sister was Ling Xiao's woman, Bai Yilua wanted to take the opportunity to make Ling Xiao stay, but she never thought that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant, not leaving any leeway for discussion. It really gave her a headache. It seems like there's no room for discussion. What I mean is for you and junior sister to be together. As long as you spend most of your time in the sect, you can occasionally go to the Sky Dragon domain to visit relatives. This is the best of both worlds. Bai Yilua softened her tone. It's not that there's no room for discussion. Just like you said, Mengqi will definitely go back with me, but I will definitely allow her to visit the Lotus sect often. After all, this is also her maiden home. In the future, if there's anything in the sect, we won't delay it. Isn't this also the best of both worlds? Ling Xiao replied. Bai Yilua knew that there was no point in continuing. She sighed lightly. I can't make the decision on this matter. If you can get my master to agree, then I have no problem. If she doesn't, then you can't take junior sister away. Chapter 1227. Ling Xiao didn't back off from Bai Yilua's negotiation. He knew that Bai Yilua was just the vanguard. The real show was still with Yin Mingqi's teacher. Ling Xiao was taken to the Forbidden Land in the deepest part of the Lotus cult. This snow mountain was the place where Mu Lian, the master of the lotus cult, cultivated in seclusion. As soon as Ling Xiao stepped into this place, he could feel the vague energy around him. He was afraid that there were many King God realm experts guarding this forbidden land. Without the token or an order, no one could step into this place. This was also the place where Yin Mengqi usually cultivated. The concentration of origin energy here was the densest. Ling Xiao was taken to a spacious cave. Yin Mengqi was standing obediently by a middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman was beautiful with a mature and charming body. Her aura was ethereal like a fairy. She seemed to blend into every corner of the cave. People felt that she was sitting there naturally and harmoniously. When she looked at Ling Xiao, an invisible aura flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ling Xiao felt as if dozens of mountains were pressing on him with a cold aura. It made his chest feel heavy and uncomfortable. He almost knelt down on the spot. It was a show of strength. It was also a small test for Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't someone who would yield easily. His aura surged instantly. His power was dozens of times stronger than before. He stormed forward like a tsunami. A peerless true dragon appeared behind him. He ignored Mu Lian's pressure and bowed to her. Junior Ling Xiao of the Kim people greets you, precursor. The Kim people were one of the top ancient clans in the Heaven territory. As a member of the Kim people, Ling Xiao wasn't modest anymore. Facing the master of the Lotus cult, who was also an incipient God realm expert, he showed his arrogance. Mu Lian was a little surprised. Then she said, "It seems that you have some ability. No wonder the young sect master of the Black Turtle sect suffered a loss." After a pause she continued, "But if you want to take my disciple away just like that, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough." "Master," Yin Mengqi anxiously called out. "This has nothing to do with you," Mu Lian said coldly. Yin Mengqi didn't dare to resist, and could only helplessly look at Ling Xiao. "Haha, what a joke. Mengqi is my wife. Even if you are her master, you have no right to stop us," sneered Ling Xiao. "As long as I want to, I can erase her memories at any time. She will no longer be your wife." Mu Lian said faintly. "You." Ling Xiao was so angry that he was speechless. The other party's strength was there for all to see. Even if he summoned the two great divine beasts, he still wouldn't be able to take advantage of Ping Yi. If what the other party said was true, then Yin Mengqi really wouldn't be the original her. "Tell me, what do I have to do to make Mengqi leave with me?" Ling Xiao lightly breathed in, calming himself down. Since the other party had called him over to negotiate, there was definitely room for discussion. Mu Lian didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to calm down under such pressure. She couldn't help but look up to him in her heart. She indifferently said, "You stay with Mengqi. You can squander all the resources of the Lotus sect. You can definitely become a supreme existence within 5,000 years." Her tone was very certain. She knew Yin Mengqi's potential, and she also knew that Ling Xiao wasn't ordinary. Therefore, in her heart, she hoped that they would stay together. That way, the Lotus sect would definitely become even more powerful in the future. "No, this condition is not negotiable." Ling Xiao immediately refused. "Could it be that you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Mu Lian said in a deep voice. "I know you have the ability, but as a member of the Kim people, how can I be below you? Even if I'm willing, my clansmen absolutely won't allow it." Ling Xiao resolutely said, then he continued, "If you can let Mengqi leave with me in the future, we will definitely regard your sect as our family. Naturally, we will do our best to help you with anything. Also, you should know that I also have the identity of a divine alchemist. With my current potential, becoming a supreme alchemist god in the future is absolutely not a problem. Don't you want your sect to have a good relationship with me? At that time, as long as there are divine materials, I can refine a supreme god pill. I think there wouldn't be anyone who wouldn't like it. What do you think?" Ling Xiao had no choice but to reveal all the cards he could rely on. If the other party still didn't allow Mengqi to leave with him, then he could only shed all pretense of cordiality. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Mu Lian indeed hesitated. She was now suspecting whether Ling Xiao was the reincarnation of a supreme alchemist god, or if he had received the inheritance of a supreme alchemist god. Otherwise, How could he reach the God King realm at such a young age and be a divine alchemist at that? If she hadn't understood everything about Ling Xiao, she definitely wouldn't have believed Ling Xiao's words. Divine alchemists were already extremely noble existences. To become a supreme alchemist god, they were definitely the noblest people in the heaven territory. Even her incipient god realm identity couldn't be compared to them. In the heaven territory, the number of supreme alchemists who had become a supreme alchemist god could be counted on one hand. And in the Xian Sky region, there wasn't a single supreme alchemist god. They were all concentrated in the Tianyuan continent, the divine land of alchemists. Ling Xiao's words were also to make Mu Lian hesitate. Other than worrying about his identity, she also had to consider his future prospects. Whether it was for Meng Qi's potential or for the long-term development of the sect, it all depended on her choice. If she still forced Meng Qi to stay, then the Lotus sect would offend the Kim people. At the same time, they would also offend an existence who had the chance to become a supreme alchemist god in the future. At that time, even if the Lotus sect was as strong as the Black Turtle sect, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Yin Mingqi's expression was rather nervous. She really hoped that her master would really agree. Of course, she also had feelings for the Lotus sect that she couldn't part with. Master, please help us. When I have time, I will come back to see you. The Lotus sect will forever be my home. In the future, even if Meng Qi becomes a supreme, I will still be a member of the Lotus sect. Yin Mingqi pleaded from the side. Mu Lian looked at Yin Mingqi with a complicated gaze and sighed heavily. If she was just a relatively outstanding disciple, she definitely wouldn't have said anything and let her be with Ling Xiao. However, Yin Mingqi had inherited everything from the first-generation leader, including the ancient divine item, the divine lotus throne. This was the reason why Mu Lian wasn't willing to let go. Originally, although she had the intention of having Yin Mingqi and Xian Shui be on good terms, it was only to have them be on good terms. She didn't actually plan on having Yin Mingqi marry him. Fine, I agree to let Meng Qi leave with you. However, aside from taking good care of her, you also have to do what you said just now. Otherwise, even if you have the protection of the Kim people, I won't let you off. Mu Lian said very seriously. After some deliberation, she knew that this was the only way for the Lotus sect to flourish for a long time. If she really did stop them from being together and truly erased Yin Mengqi's memories, then that was equivalent to offending an existence who could become a supreme alchemist god in the future, as well as the Kim people of the Sky Dragon region. This truly wasn't worth it. Thank you for your help. Ling Xiao thanked her very politely and bowed slightly towards Mu Lian. Yin Mingqi, on the other hand, was so excited that she started crying. Master, don't worry. No matter where I am in the future, I will come and see you when I have time. Mu Lian pulled Yin Mingqi and said with a kind expression, Your man was able to go through so many dangers to find you from the Xianling continent. This kind of man is indeed worth trusting, and I believe that he will not mistreat you. The key is that you have a man, so you must think more about the sect and supervise him so that he can grow up as soon as possible. I hope to see the moment he becomes a supreme alchemist god, and our Lotus sect will once again soar because of you. Yin Mingqi nodded her head repeatedly and said, And I will. If he really becomes a supreme alchemist god, I will definitely let him refine more supreme god pills for the sect to repay Master. It's good that you have this kind of heart. Master did not treat you sincerely in vain. However, you must remember that your inheritance belongs to the first-generation leader of our Lotus sect. In the future, no matter where you are, you will always be a member of the Lotus sect, understand? Mu Lian said. Yin Mingqi naturally agreed with incomparable joy. Just like this, Ling Xiao and Yin Mingqi being together was already a matter that was settled. And it was also a matter that everyone was happy about. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to bring Yin Mingqi back to the Xiao family to take a look and understand the situation between the Xiao family and the River Diagram sect. However, the Lotus sect had already received the news that the Xiao family had the support of the Dragon Gate, so the River Diagram sect did not dare to provoke them anymore. In addition, the Lotus sect had announced to the world that they had formed an alliance with the Xiao family, so the River Diagram sect was even more restrained. They did not dare to do anything excessive to the Xiao family, and they were even more afraid that the Lotus sect would form an alliance with the Xiao family to deal with them. After hearing this news, Ling Xiao was relieved. He was still hesitating whether or not he should go and see Xiao Ling again. In the end, he decided not to disturb her anymore, and let her grow up in peace. Ling Xiao also did not leave with Yun Mingqi immediately, because Yun Mingqi wanted to spend more time with her master. She was afraid that after this separation, she did not know when they would meet again. After all, the distance between the two great territories was too far. Ling Xiao naturally fulfilled this little wish of hers. But who knew that he would stay in the Lotus sect for a full half a year? In this half a year, he had already lost count of how many divine pills he had refined for the Lotus sect. Only then did he realize that he had really been ruthlessly squeezed by the Lotus sect once. If he had not strongly urged Yun Mingqi to hurry back to the Heavenly Dragon territory with him, he probably would have stayed for a few more days. Before leaving, Ling Xiao still received a gift from Mulian. It was impressively 3 Snow Lotus Kings, a rare high-level divine material that was hard to find anywhere else. In addition, Bai Ilua also gave Ling Xiao a lot of benefits. Although Ling Xiao could be counted as half a person of their Lotus sect, they could not let Ling Xiao work for free. Otherwise, if they wanted Ling Xiao to refine pills in the future, they would not put in so much effort. Chapter 1228. Sky Dragon Area, Dragon Gate. This was the Heavenly Dragon Domain's largest overlord faction, and it was a faction that everyone wanted to join. However, this powerful force wasn't as glorious as it looked. The factions didn't get along well with each other. Today, the competition in the Dragon Gate was on the table. 2 years ago, Ling Chen, the master of the Dragon Gate, had mobilized the Dragon Team to help the Xiao family in the mysterious sky area. People of the Divine Bodies faction had accused him of not considering the big picture and damaging the reputation of the Dragon Gate. Anyway, when people from different areas crossed the border, the incipient God Realm experts guarding the territory gates would stop them. Thus, the Divine Bodies faction had seized the chance to criticize Ling Chen's improper way of handling things. Later on, after the Dragon Team had returned, someone had fanned the flames and wanted to dismiss Ling Fei from his position as the 5th commander. Of course, the members of the Kim people wouldn't give up their power. However, the Divine Bodies faction had started to spread rumors in the sect. They said that the Kim people were xenophobic and that people who weren't from their clan couldn't be put in important positions. Thus, the atmosphere in the Dragon Gate was foul. Although Ling Chen had used some forceful methods to warn some people, the effect was the opposite of what he wanted. Not only couldn't he quell the rumors, but he also made them more real. Because of this, some people had started to discuss whether they should replace Ling Chen as the master of the Dragon Gate and replace him with someone else. Of course, these people were the founding elders of the Dragon Gate. The founding elders of the Kim people hadn't joined the discussion yet. No matter what they said, as long as the founding elders of the Kim people didn't show up, Ling Chen would never be the master of the Dragon Gate. Unless they thought that they were qualified to go against all the members of the Kim people, it wasn't the time for them to tear off their faces. The reason they were pressuring Ling Fei like this was to get rid of Ling Fei so that they could replace him. As long as they could support the Dragon Team, their voice in the Dragon Gate would be more important, and they would be closer to their goal. Coincidentally, something else happened to Ling Fei. He had actually punished an elder in the sect without permission, severely injuring him. When this matter reached the hall, Ling Chen had no choice but to remove Ling Fei. Then, under the suggestion of many elders, he replaced him with a peak divine king from the Divine Physique faction. Ling Chen's actions showed that his authority and prestige had been seriously challenged. Because of this, Ling Fei was disappointed with what Ling Chen had done. At the same time, he hated the Divine Physique faction that dared to provoke the Kim people. He was so angry that he returned to the Kim people to cultivate for a long time. He swore that he would never return to the Dragon Gate. When he reached incipient God Realm, he would go back and teach those people a lesson. Inside the Heavenly Dragon sect, after Ling Fei was captured, the Jin clan's younger generation were all very indignant. They frequently used all kinds of reasons to challenge the Divine Body faction's people. They wanted to let them know who the true ruler of the heavenly dragon sect is. Among them, Ling Muxin, Ling Murin, and Ling Yuelu of the new generation stood up to challenge their peers of the Divine Physique faction. With the ancient emperor's divine technique, they could subdue the king god at the same realm. However, when they encountered a low-level godly king by the name of Nie Dao, all three of them were defeated. And because of Nie Dao's appearance, the Divine Physique faction's momentum became incomparably fierce. Eventually, Ling Muxin and the others used their connections to investigate Nie Dao's identity. It turned out that he was the personal disciple of the founding elder of the faction. He was a low-level king god who was only 88 years old. He cultivated the fire element and had a powerful fighting competence. In the Dragon Gate, he was invincible at the same realm. Many juniors of the Kim people challenged Nie Dao. He defeated all of them within 10 moves. The momentum of the new generation of the Kim people was in a disadvantageous position. At this moment, two people were preparing to fight in the arena. The surroundings were already crowded with many people. They all wanted to see who was stronger and who was weaker in this battle. And this time, the one who challenged Nie Dao wasn't a junior of the Kim people. It was Chang Haoyou of the middle faction. Chang Haoyou, Ling Murin, Ling Muxin, and the others had all become low-level king gods not long ago. However, Chang Haoyou was a dual elemental cultivator, so his fighting competence was definitely one of the best among the new generation. Back then, Chang Haoyou followed Ling Xiao to the Xiao clan. However, when Ling Xiao went to the Lotus sect, he didn't bring Chang Haoyou along. Instead, Chang Haoyou stayed behind to help them. After the Xiao clan's crisis was resolved, he returned to the Dragon Gate with the people of the faction. However, as soon as he returned to the Dragon Gate, he heard all sorts of things that were unfavorable to the faction master and Ling Fei. In the following months, the new generation of God Kings kept clashing. Although the people of the Kim people had the upper hand in the beginning, the situation took a turn for the worse after Nie Dao appeared. He had already chosen to follow Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao hadn't returned, he could only challenge Nie Dao on behalf of Ling Xiao and destroy the prestige of the Divine Physique faction. However, he had seen Nie Dao in action. He didn't have much confidence in this battle. He only hoped that he could fight Nie Dao to a draw. Nie Dao had an ordinary face. He definitely wouldn't attract any attention in the crowd. However, he had an aura that could easily subdue others. It was as if he was born to be a ruler. When Nie Dao accepted Chang Haoyou's challenge, he already understood all of Chang Haoyou's resources. He knew that Chang Haoyou didn't represent the middle faction, but Kim people's faction. He couldn't help but hate Chang Haoyou a little more. Nie Dao clasped his hands behind his back and said to Chang Haoyou, "You're an outstanding figure, but you're willing to be someone else's subordinate. Don't you feel ashamed?" Chang Haoyou replied, "There will always be people who are born to be leaders, and there will always be people who can only be the leader's shadow. I'm that shadow, and I'm not qualified to be a true leader." "That does make sense. Haven't you noticed that I have the temperament of a leader? Come and follow me. I won't mistreat you," Nie Dao said calmly. His tone was filled with an indescribable majesty. There will always be one leader, and there will always be one shadow. Chang Haoyou's words made his position clear. "You're so stubborn." Nie Dao snorted. "I'll let you have 10 moves. If you can force me to make a move within 10 moves, I'll consider it your victory." "Arrogant!" Chang Haoyou shouted in shock. A pair of divine swords appeared in his hands. 2 divine lights, one yellow and one green, swept towards Nie Dao. The moment this move was unleashed, the surrounding spectators were all in an uproar. This was the first time they had seen Chang Haoyou make a move after reaching the Divine King realm. The power he unleashed was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary low-level Divine King. He was truly worthy of being a genius who could be compared to Ling Muxin and the others. However, they were not optimistic about Chang Haoyou's chances. After all, Nie Dao had already won 8 consecutive victories against Kim people's men, and Chang Haoyou's strength should be about the same as Ling Muxin's. If even Ling Muxin couldn't defeat Nie Dao, how could Chang Haoyou possibly win? Sure enough, Nie Dao seemed to have practiced some kind of footwork technique. He relied on his extreme speed to dodge Chang Haoyou's attack. Even though his attack had missed, it did not mean that Chang Haoyou had admitted defeat. He crossed his two swords and cut towards Nie Dao at the same time. Several double-colored scissors filled the entire stage, wanting to cut Nie Dao's waist. Nie Dao's expression did not show the slightest hint of panic. His footsteps followed a strange trajectory as he weaved through the scissors. At this moment, Chang Haoyou let out a loud shout and caught up to Nie Dao's figure. His two swords were like shooting stars as they slashed towards Nie Dao. He attacked continuously, one move after another. His power was extraordinary. Chang Haoyou took advantage of Nie Dao's underestimation to take him down in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Nie Dao was like a slippery mudfish. He could always find a flaw in his attacks and avoid them without being able to injure his opponent at all. Earth Prison would spike. Chang Haoyou let out a cry. His yellow divine sword created many earth wall-like attacks that surrounded Nie Dao. His green sword transformed into sharp wooden spikes that pierced towards Nie Dao's head. This was an ultimate move that combined capture and attack. It was breathtaking. Even Nie Dao revealed an expression of admiration for this move. However, it was not enough to injure him. Before the earth wall could envelop him, he had already dodged out of its range. None of the sword lights that came crashing down missed. Chang Haoyou was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. He had used all of his trump cards, which were absolutely capable of withstanding a peak-level godly king. However, he could not do anything to Nie Dao at all. He suspected that Nie Dao had another wind attribute. Otherwise, how could his speed be so extraordinary? 10 moves have passed. You're going to lose. After Nie Dao dodged Chang Haoyou's most powerful attack, his clothes were finally torn. He let out a cry and used his palm as a saber to attack Chang Haoyou. This saber strike was ferocious. It was like a torrential wave of fire descending from the sky. It was also like the roar of a peerless ferocious beast. Layers of earth radiance appeared on Chang Haoyou's body to defend himself. At the same time, he sent out many more sword lights in an attempt to disperse the fire saber. Unfortunately, when he came into contact with the fire saber lights, he discovered that it was merely a feint. It actually did not contain much power. Oh no! Chang Haoyou knew he had been tricked. He shouted in his heart and increased his defensive power again. However, at this moment, a fire palm ruthlessly smashed towards his chest. Bang! This fire palm was extremely powerful and terrifying. Chang Haoyou's earth attribute defense was directly cracked. His chest took the full brunt of the palm strike, and he was sent flying. A mouthful of blood spurted out. When his body landed heavily on the ground, his chest had already caved in. There were still traces of flames burning and dancing. The scorching wound caused Chang Haoyou to scream repeatedly. He had no choice but to use his divine power to forcefully expel the flames from his body. However, this flame seemed to be a type of fire source. He spent a great deal of effort to extinguish it. Many of his ribs were broken. Although his divine power had extinguished the flames, many of his muscles were charred. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth. He looked extremely pathetic. The surrounding people could not bear to see him like this. This Nie Dao was too good at torturing people. What a waste! Nie Dao said disdainfully. After a pause he said, I believe that Ling Zhao's strength is about the same as yours. You're both trash. It seems that I will not be able to find a worthy opponent in the same level as me in the sect. Is that so? Then let this trash fight you. Who knows, maybe you're even worse than a trash. Just as Nie Dao finished speaking, a cold laugh came from not too far away. Chapter 12:29. With that, a figure landed beside Chang Haoyou like a gust of wind. He directly grabbed at the flame on Chang Haoyou's body. Whoosh! The inextinguishable flame on Chang Haoyou's body was directly sucked into his palm. No matter how much it burned, it could not harm him at all. Then he made a shocking move and stuffed the ball of flames into his mouth. This was a ball of heavenly fire. Just now, Chang Haoyou had used his divine power to immediately expel it, but this person had grabbed it with his bare hands and even swallowed it. This was indeed rather shocking, But when they thought about the person's identity, they understood. However, after the man appeared, a fairy-like woman floated down. An enchanting fragrance instantly filled the area, causing everyone to look in her direction involuntarily. All the men stared at her, their eyes filled with deep infatuation, while the women all showed looks of envy and jealousy. At the same time, they also felt a little inferior. They all secretly praised, "What a beautiful fairy!" In the arena, Niadao's eyes flashed when he saw the woman. However, this expression only flashed for a moment, and he quickly recovered his composure. It was clear that his temperament was definitely not something that ordinary god kings could compare to. This couple was Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi, who had rushed back to Dragon Gate from the profound sky region. As soon as they returned to Dragon Gate, they heard a lot of news. They even knew that Chang Haoyao was fighting someone, so they immediately rushed over to take a look. They never thought that Chang Haoyao would already be defeated by his opponent. "Haoyao, are you alright?" Ling Xiao asked Chang Haoyao. Chang Haoyao struggled to stand and shook his head. "I won't die yet." "Take it." A healing pill appeared in Ling Xiao's hand and he handed it to him. God-tier pills were not something that regular god kings could easily possess, but Ling Xiao did not lack them. Chang Haoyao didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed it. Then he said to Ling Xiao, "I'm sorry, junior brother. I've embarrassed you." Ling Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, don't you still have me?" He then glanced at Yun Mingqi and said, "You can leave first, you've stolen my limelight." Yun Mingqi glared at Ling Xiao. "There shouldn't be any problems, right? And this is my territory, what could possibly happen? This is senior brother Chang Haoyao, and this is my wife Yun Mingqi. Alright, you can all leave now." Ling Xiao nodded, then gave a simple introduction to the two of them before letting them leave. However, right at this moment, the surrounding people immediately started jeering. "What are you doing? You're actually interfering with the competition? Has Chang Haoyao admitted defeat yet? If you admit defeat, then hurry up and scram. Junior brother Niadao is invincible." That's right, before Chang Haoyao admits defeat, how can he leave? This is a great disrespect to the rules of the competition. Elder must punish him. Do you even understand the rules of the competition? Hurry up and scram. Junior brother Niadao still wants to kill Chang Haoyao. He seems to be the new divine alchemist Elder Ling Xiao from 3 years ago. It's best if we don't talk about it. It won't be good if we offend him in the future. Originally, when they saw that Ling Xiao had suddenly broken the rules of the competition, they had been clamoring to punish him. However, when they suddenly recognized Ling Xiao's identity, they immediately covered up their mouths. There was no helping it, as there were only a few divine alchemists in the Dragon Gate. If they offended them now, then they would naturally not give them any face in the future if they ever needed to ask them to concoct pills for them. Before Chang Haoyao left the stage, he finally said to Niadao, "You win this battle." He had engraved the feeling of Niadao using the origin flame to burn him in his heart. One day he would get back at Niadao. However, before that, he was sure that Ling Xiao would definitely help him collect some interest. "You're leaving just like that?" Niadao asked indifferently. Chang Haoyao frowned and looked at him. "What else do you want? You guys said that you want to challenge me, so I'll let you challenge me as you wish. But now that you've lost, you want to leave without any sincerity? This is too much of a joke," Niadao said. He paused for a moment before continuing. "My request is very simple. Whoever challenges me and loses must loudly announce to the surrounding disciples that they're not strong enough and admit defeat. In the future, whenever I'm around, avoid me." That's right, if all of you challenge junior brother Nia, then wouldn't that make him exhausted? There's no benefit to defeating any of you. So let's do as junior brother Nia says and admit defeat. That way, junior brother Nia wouldn't have accepted your challenges in vain. Someone immediately followed up on Niadao's words. The other disciples from the god system also agreed. That's right, this request isn't too excessive. Let's see who dares to challenge junior brother Nia so easily in the future. That's right, we should have done this a long time ago. Let's see if some people are shameless enough to challenge us again. In my opinion, junior brother Nia is still too kind. If it were me, I would definitely make him kowtow and admit defeat to vent my anger. You're right, we should make him kowtow and admit defeat. One by one, they began to clamor for Chang Haoyou to kneel down. As for the Kim people, they were all furious, but they couldn't say anything. After all, Nie Dao's request wasn't too excessive. However, for the person who lost, these 3 declarations of defeat were indeed adding insult to injury. He had already lost face, and now he had to admit defeat to his fellow disciples. Wasn't this forcing him to slap his own face? Chang Haoyou's expression became unsightly. If he did this, he would probably be mocked and ridiculed in the future within the Dragon Gate. This would be a huge blow to his confidence and would shake his faith. At this time, Ling Xiao patted Chang Haoyou's shoulder and said, "Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. A win is a win. A loss is a loss. There's nothing to be afraid of. Even if you lose this time, as long as you know how to be brave after being humiliated, you can just get back at them next time. No one dares to say that they're invincible, right? Haoyou, go and say a few words to them." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he secretly transmitted his voice. "Junior brother will help you get back at them." Ling Xiao's words undoubtedly allowed Chang Haoyou to see his own heart. The words, "know how to be brave after being humiliated," gave him a great deal of encouragement and confidence. His expression became comfortable, and then he followed Nie Dao's words and admitted defeat 3 times in a row, as well as avoiding Nie Dao in the future. Chang Haoyou and Yin Mingqi walked down the stage, leaving only Ling Xiao and Nie Dao on the stage. The surrounding people did not disperse, because they all felt that the next battle was about to begin. "Grandmaster Ling Xiao, you must help us get back at them. You absolutely cannot let them succeed." Ling Yuelu had seen Ling Xiao's strength before, so she immediately shouted at Ling Xiao. The other Kim people's people also opened their mouths to ask Ling Xiao to defeat Nie Dao and restore the momentum of the younger generation of Kim people. Ling Xiao smiled at Nie Dao and said, "I am Ling Xiao. May I ask who this senior brother is?" He was very interested in Nie Dao. He could feel that Nie Dao seemed to have a sense of age that did not match his actual age. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a person who had not even reached 100 years of age, but rather an old fellow who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Nie Dao was also very interested in Ling Xiao. He had long since heard everything about Ling Xiao. A god king who was younger than him, and a godly alchemist at that, was definitely the most dazzling new star of his generation. And just now he had heard how he helped Chang Haoyou resolve his inner demons, allowing Chang Haoyou to recover his original heart, so he could not underestimate him. Nie Dao only glanced at Ling Xiao once before ignoring Ling Xiao. He turned around and was about to leave the stage. The surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect Nie Dao to not give Ling Xiao any face at all. The people from the Divine Physique faction were all smiling wantonly, while the people from Kim people's side were all extremely ugly. Nie Dao was too arrogant. No matter what, Ling Xiao was the 6th godly alchemist in Dragon Gate. His status was only inferior to the Gate Master and a few elders. However, Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to greet Nie Dao, and Nie Dao did not even bother to ignore him. This was a direct slap to Ling Xiao's face. The smile on Ling Xiao's face did not change. It was still as amiable and handsome as ever, and he did not feel the slightest bit angry at Nie Dao's actions. Before Nie Dao left the stage, Ling Xiao looked around at the people around him and said, "Recently my fellow brothers and sisters have been actively challenging others to learn from each other, so that they can improve their own strength. This is indeed the tradition of the #1 sect in Dragon Gate." Ling Xiao's words were strange to everyone present. It was supposed to be a fight between the 2 factions, but in his words, it was a friendly competition to improve one's strength. No one understood what Ling Xiao was trying to do. Could it be that he just wanted to prove his existence? Was he just saying these ostentatious words to prove his existence? Ling Xiao then changed the topic. "I'm not very talented, but I barely managed to become a limited godly alchemist in the sect 3 years ago, and was given the title of a senior inner elder. Perhaps everyone thinks that I, Ling Xiao, only know how to refine pills and that my strength is limited. In fact, everyone might not know this, but I, Ling Xiao, have been given the title Unrivaled Smiling Gentleman since I was young. This doesn't mean that I, Ling Xiao, am unrivaled under the heavens, But within the same realm, I, Ling Xiao, am unrivaled. He paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, I don't like this title at all. Not only am I unrivaled among those of the same realm, but I, Ling Xiao, can also defeat those of a higher realm than me. Now, I welcome any fellow disciples of the same realm to challenge me. I'll give a God King pill to whoever defeats me. Arrogant. Who was more arrogant than the other? This was definitely something that could be seen with a single glance. When everyone looked at Ling Xiao's smile, they no longer felt that he was handsome. Instead, they all wanted to beat him into a pig's head. Damn, he actually dared to say such big words. Wasn't he afraid of spraining his tongue? At the same time, they all heard that Ling Xiao was actually so generous as to use a God King pill as a wager. This was simply unprecedented good news. The people of the Divine Physique faction all rubbed their fists and palms together. From the looks of it, all of them wanted to compete with Ling Xiao and win a God King pill. Chapter 1230. A Divine King pill was refined from over a dozen types of origin divine herbs, over 100 types of holy herbs, and many high-rank spiritual herbs. It was also condensed together with an origin divine item and a rank 10 beast core. A Divine King pill could allow any Divine King to instantly break through the level barrier and reach another level of strength. A Divine King pill could offset 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years of cultivation time for any Divine King. Which Divine King wouldn't be envious? Even the younger generation of Kim people who stood on Ling Xiao's side revealed an extremely eager look. A God King pill. This was definitely a huge bet. They really didn't expect that after Ling Xiao said such arrogant words, he put out such an alluring divine pill. Wasn't this forcing people to go up and challenge him? Nie Dao couldn't help but stop in his tracks and look at Ling Xiao meaningfully. He also didn't expect Ling Xiao to counterattack his rude and arrogant behavior earlier with such an arrogant attitude. At the same time, Ling Xiao's words even mentioned his titles as a divine alchemist and a high-rank elder. This was undoubtedly saying that Nie Dao didn't know how to respect a high-rank elder like him. However, Ling Xiao's words couldn't force Nie Dao to fight him. In the end, Nie Dao still slowly walked down the stage. This was because he already didn't give Ling Xiao any face. If he stayed and competed with Ling Xiao again, it would undoubtedly be slapping his own face. It was better to let others go up and test Ling Xiao's strength first. Arrogance is fine, but I hope he has some actual knowledge and doesn't disappoint me. Nie Dao secretly thought in his heart. Indeed, under the huge temptation, there was finally someone who couldn't resist and jumped up to challenge Ling Xiao. He was an elder of the Divine Physique faction who had already been a low-ranked Divine King for over a decade. His name was Zheng Mo, and he was proficient in the Dark Attribute. He was also in existence with some fame among those in the same rank. Divine Alchemist Ling, I am Zheng Mo. May I know what price I have to pay if I lose? Zheng Mo asked politely with cupped hands towards Ling Xiao. Since the other party had taken out a God King pill as a wager, the wager he was asking for from his opponent would probably not be low either. Therefore, he had to clarify the matter before the competition. Otherwise, if he couldn't take out something comparable to the God King pill, it wouldn't look good on him. My request isn't high. You only need to give me 5 divine materials, regardless of their attributes, said Ling Xiao. 5 divine materials, which meant 5 stalks of divine grass or some source divine items. Ordinary God Kings would naturally have a lot of stock in their hands, and they would definitely be able to take them out. Except, compared to the Divine King pill, it was naturally a far cry. Clearly, it was Ling Xiao who was at a disadvantage. All right, then I'll ask Divine Teacher Ling for guidance, Zheng Mo said with a hint of joy. Moreover, he was confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. After all, as Ling Xiao had said, he was only a divine alchemist. Even if he had the strength of a God King, he had probably forcefully increased it with pills. His battle prowess was at most that of an ordinary God King. Come, I, Ling Xiao, have never lost a battle against someone of the same level since my debut. I hope Elder Zheng can let me have a taste of defeat, Ling Xiao said with a melancholy expression. He seemed to have the feeling of Duguqiubai. If others were arrogant, he would be even more arrogant. Didn't you, Nie Dao, refuse to give me Ling Xiao face? Then I'll beat you up until you come up on stage again. We'll see who's stronger then. Ling Xiao was right. Ever since his debut, he had never lost to someone of the same level. Let's see if someone could break his record. For the sake of that God King pill, Zheng Mo chose to take the initiative from the start, and he used his full strength right from the start. The divine saber in his hand slashed out, and several different black ferocious beasts roared at Ling Xiao. Their power was not to be underestimated. The ferocious and sinister pressure coming from the front could scare an ordinary person out of their wits. In the face of this attack, Ling Xiao still had an annoying smile on his face. He actually didn't move at all, as if he didn't care about Zheng Mo's attack at all. Rumble. Zheng Mo's attack landed squarely on Ling Xiao's body. Zheng Mo knew that Kim people had an abnormal defense, so he didn't dare to be careless. He thought that this attack could defeat Ling Xiao. He continued to rush toward Ling Xiao, planning to attack Ling Xiao at close range. Zheng Mo had already seen Ling Xiao's figure. The large saber in his hand slashed down at Ling Xiao's head without hesitation. I thought you had some ability, but it seems like you're only SOSO. Zheng Mo sneered in his heart when he saw that he was about to slash Ling Xiao. Just as his divine saber was about to reach Ling Xiao finally moved. He did something that shocked Zheng Mo greatly. He actually threw a punch to meet his divine saber. Clang! Zheng Mo only felt an extremely powerful force hit his divine saber, making a crisp, ear-piercing sound. He realized that his divine saber had been forcefully broken, and the force coming from the saber's hilt instantly sent him flying. He felt like his body was overturned, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body slammed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. A single punch actually destroyed a divine weapon, and even caused severe injuries to a person. What kind of strength did one need to do that? However, everyone knew that the Kim people's ancient emperor's divine technique was abnormal, but they had never seen any abnormal person reach such a level. At the same time that they were shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, they also thought that Ling Xiao was a godly alchemist, so he should have spent most of his time on alchemy. How could his strength be so abnormal? After Ling Xiao defeated Zheng Mo with a single punch, the people of Kim people all cried out in surprise as if they had let out a sigh of relief. Granduncle Ling Xiao is mighty. Let them experience the power of our ancient emperor's divine technique. That's right. Other than Nie Dao, who else among them can be on the stage? I don't think it's possible for anyone to get a God King pill. Granduncle Ling Xiao is crazy, but he has the capital. If I were a woman, I would definitely fall in love with him. He's really too handsome. Who's beautiful? Did you see the girl who came with Granduncle Ling Xiao? Only someone with that kind of beauty would be worthy of Granduncle Ling Xiao. The people of Kim people were excited, while the people of the God system were unhappy and disdainful. They felt that Ling Xiao was just lucky. Do you still want to fight? Ling Xiao asked Zheng Mo, who was barely able to sit up, with a warm smile on his face. Zheng Mo let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. Then 5 divine grasses flew out of his spatial ring and flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally put them away, then cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win, Elder Zheng." Zheng Mo looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression, then nodded to Ling Xiao and left the arena. Ling Xiao looked at the people on the sidelines and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to compete?" The God King pill is a divine pill that can help everyone directly reach the mid-level God King stage. If everyone needs a pill, I'm afraid you'll have to contribute a lot to the sect to obtain it, right? There are ready-made pills right now. Ling Xiao's words were full of temptation, causing many people to be envious. I, Li Shui, will fight with Divine Master Ling. A beautiful woman rushed onto the stage and shouted. Li Shui was not a member of the Divine Physique faction, but a member of the neutral faction, so she spoke more politely to Ling Xiao. Other than going on stage for the God King pill, she also wanted to get in touch with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was such a perfect man. Which woman wouldn't like him? Moreover, Li Shui felt that although she wasn't as perfect as the woman from before, she wasn't bad either. There were many people who pursued her in the same sect, but there weren't many that she liked. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared, She felt that he was very suitable for the ideal man in her heart. Ling Xiao also discovered that Li Shui was very good-looking and had a perfect figure. However, he felt that he was already a gentleman, so he would definitely not be easily captivated by any woman's beauty. Therefore, he said with a calm smile, "Elder Li, please. I won't be lenient just because you're a woman." Hee, of course, I don't need Divine Master Ling to be lenient. Li Shui let out a sweet-sounding laugh and suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. Li Shui used a rare cold weapon, which was a silver-white whip. As soon as she attacked, the white whip immediately coiled towards Ling Xiao like a spirit snake, accompanied by waves of cold intent. The speed of the white whip was very fast, and it was also very powerful. It would not be easy for an ordinary God King to dodge. With Ling Xiao's speed, it was easy to dodge. However, this time he still did not dodge. He raised one hand and grabbed the white whip in his hand. Immediately, waves of powerful cold divine power were transmitted from the white whip, and Ling Xiao's arm was instantly frozen. At this moment, Li Shui also flew over to the side, and a vigorous and beautiful leg with a sharp attack kicked towards Ling Xiao's chest. One entanglement, one kick, a continuous chain, making it impossible to defend. The people in the middle couldn't help but exclaim for Li Shui. However, just when they thought that Li Shui's kick would definitely hit Ling Xiao's frozen arm suddenly moved. Bang! The ice in Ling Xiao's hand instantly shattered, and the ice shot towards Li Shui. Just as Li Shui was about to kick Ling Xiao, she felt her leg go numb, and the many ice pieces shook her to the point of pain. She knew that Ling Xiao had already counterattacked, so she could only endure the pain and use her powerful force to injure Ling Xiao first. However, she still did not manage to kick Ling Xiao. Both her legs were forcibly grabbed by Ling Xiao's hands. "Get back." Ling Xiao forcefully flung Li Shui away. Li Shui was shocked. She wanted to forcibly stabilize her body, but she found that the force was too strong, and she could not move at all. In the end, she was smashed firmly on the ground. However, she found that she did not seem to have suffered much damage from this smash. Just as she was about to counterattack, she found that a figure had already swept in front of her, and a hand was already clutching her throat. "Elder Li, you lost, right?" Ling Xiao bent over and asked Li Shui with a faint smile. Li Shui knew that Ling Xiao had shown her mercy. If she did not know what was good for her, she was afraid that he would be ruthless. She immediately nodded her head and said, "I lost." Chapter 1231. Ling Xiao had won 2 matches in a row, yet he did not go too hard on them. It could be said that he was rather merciful. The people of the Kim people felt that Ling Xiao was really too kind. If those people who had been killed by Ling Xiao heard this, they would probably jump up from the ground and fight them to the death. If Ling Xiao was a kind person, then there would be no evil people in this world. With someone taking the lead to challenge Ling Xiao, there would definitely be more people who coveted the God King pill. They went up to challenge Ling Xiao one by one. In any case, they felt that even if they lost, they would only have to bear with the pain of losing 5 God materials. If they won, they would get a God King pill. It was very worth it. In one day, Ling Xiao defeated 7 low-level God Kings in a row, taking them down with one move. Moreover, these God Kings were not limited to the younger generation. Even elders who had reached the God King level for several hundred years also came up to challenge him. However, none of them could defeat Ling Xiao. The people of the Kim people were all wild with joy. Ling Xiao was their little granduncle. Every match that he won represented the strength of the Kim people. The people of the Divine Body faction became more and more depressed. They hoped that someone stronger could step forward and put Ling Xiao's prestige down. Just as the Divine Body faction planned to send a powerful God King to challenge Ling Xiao announced that the competition for today would end here. They could continue to challenge him tomorrow, but the wager had to be raised. They had to have 10 God materials. The God Kings who had not gone up to challenge him were all depressed. How could he raise the wager to 10 God materials? To a low-level godly monarch, this was definitely a very painful matter. They should really go up to challenge Ling Xiao today. Nie Dao had also witnessed Ling Xiao's performance today. At this moment, there were a total of 5 people by his side. One of them was the Senjin of Goguryeo Higong's disciple Hejiang. He was a peak-level low-level god king. Another one was Yao Meihong with her wind god physique, a low-level god king. There were also two other peak-level low-level god kings called by Lizzie and Xiaowuji. The last one seemed to have a higher status than the rest. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with Nie Dao, and his cultivation had already reached the peak-level mid-level god king realm. His name was Sun Jun, and he wasn't even 500 years old yet. His cultivation speed was definitely monstrous. The only one who could speak to Nie Dao was Sun Jun, junior brother. That kid seems to have some ability. Sun Jun spoke faintly, and his handsome face that seemed like a woman carried a slightly lazy expression. If senior brother likes him, of course he's not weak, Nie Dao answered with a faint smile. Then he added, let's see what level he can reach. When we subdue him, I believe that Kim people's group won't dare to be arrogant anymore. Yes, the older generation can't do anything to them, so they can only start by bullying the younger generation. Perhaps after 10,000 years, there will really be a big change. Go Jun replied softly, his eyes filled with a strong desire for power. He and Nie Dao both had a feeling that didn't match their age. It was because they were the ones who had come back to life by seizing their bodies. This secret wasn't known to many people. They were the disciples of the founding elders in the sect. Their original competence had reached peak king god realm, but they couldn't reach incipient god realm. Eventually, they had chosen to cultivate by seizing their bodies. They had chosen newborn babies with better physiques. Seizing their souls meant that they had to cultivate from a young age again. Since they were peak king god realm existences, the difference in levels wasn't a big deal to them. That was why they could reach their current cultivation base so quickly. Their purpose of being reborn was to build a solid foundation to prepare for the breakthrough to incipient god realm. Warriors like them all had great perseverance. Sometimes, some sects would have people who chose to do that, but they were very few. After seizing a baby's body, it meant that they had to give up their original cultivation base. Once they got killed, they wouldn't have a chance to live anymore. However, once they got through it, it would be much easier for them to enter a higher realm when they reached their peak again. It could be said that benefits and risks existed side by side. The key was how they chose to do it. Similarly, since they had been reborn by seizing their bodies, they had the fighting experience of their previous lives and many trump cards to rely on. Of course, they were much stronger than the warriors at the same realm. It was reasonable. Ling Xiao had won 7 battles in a row. He had collected 30 divine grasses and 5 divine items of origin. He was in a good mood. He thought that it wasn't bad to bet on divine items in this kind of competition. Kim people and the other young warriors kept flattering Ling Xiao. Besides being happy for Ling Xiao's victory, they also hoped to leave an impression on their little granduncle, so that they could get king god pellets in the future. Ling Xiao returned to his mountain peak. Besides Yun Mingqi, Chang Haoyou, Ling Muxin, Ling Murin and Ling Yuelu followed him. Everyone, tell me, what happened in the sect while I was away? Ling Xiao sat on the main seat and glanced at the people around him. Ling Yuelu was the first to jump out and say, it's all because those people are too arrogant. They actually wanted to replace the sect leader. Later on, they even forced fifth great uncle to give up his position as the commander of the water dragon battle team. Ling Xiao didn't expect things to be so serious. He immediately frowned and said, tell me in detail. Then Ling Muxin, Ling Murin, and Ling Yuelu told Ling Xiao everything that had happened in the past 2 to 3 years. These people want to bully our Jin clan, because we have no one. They want to take control of the Heavenly Dragon sect. We couldn't stand it, so we challenged them. At first, we won more than we lost. Later on, that Nie Dao appeared and we lost. Ling Muxin said with an unresigned expression. By the way, granduncle, Nie Dao might be a wind and fire cultivator. He was able to defeat us because of his speed and the origin fire seed in his body, which could suppress our metal elemental attacks. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost to him. Ling Murin added, I've said it before. Victory and defeat are common. Don't let a momentary loss bother you for the rest of your life. Only when you become stronger can everything be solved. Ling Xiao comforted them then said, don't worry, I'll definitely force Nie Dao out. When the time comes, I'll let him know how powerful I am. Not only that, but I'll also let them know that it's better for the Ling family to be in charge of the Sky Dragon sect. Ling Xiao already had a sense of belonging to the Kim people. Moreover, the Kim people treated him well. Moreover, the Dragon Gate was founded by the Kim people. The rest of the people were just hired by the Kim people to join them. Although there was a difference in status between the two, after countless years of development, the Kim people attached great importance to them. They provided them with countless resources and trained them. However, it was difficult to satisfy one's ambition. When one reached a certain level of strength, one would want more, including everything in the Dragon Gate. As the Kim people gradually declined, those people saw hope. They wanted to slowly push out everything from the Kim people and become the true master of the Dragon Gate. As a member of the Kim people, Ling Xiao naturally did not want to see such an outcome. Therefore, he had to step forward. Although he could not change the attitude of those people, he could intimidate the younger generation and let them know that the Kim people were not without successors. After Ling Xiao sent Ling Muxin, Ling Murin, and Ling Yuelu away, he brought Yin Mingqi to the main hall to pay a visit to Ling Chen. After all, as an elder of the Dragon Gate, he had to be polite on the surface. Ling Chen's mood had always been unhappy. He had nowhere to vent his frustrations about the matters within the sect. Fortunately, he finally heard a piece of good news today. Ling Xiao had returned, and even taught those people's disciples a lesson. It was indeed a great boost to his morale. When he saw Ling Xiao, Ling Chen's mood was already much better. "Greetings, sect master." Ling Xiao greeted Ling Chen. He then pulled Yun Mingqi and introduced her. "This is my wife, Yun Mingqi, an elder of the Lotus sect in the Profound Sky region." "Greetings, sect master of the Dragon Gate." Yun Mingqi greeted. Ling Chen glanced at Yun Mingqi and his eyes immediately lit up. He was surprised that Yun Mingqi's age and cultivation were actually as monstrous as Ling Xiao's. His heart was blooming with joy. Good, good. I heard from your sister-in-law that you went to find a friend. I didn't expect you to find such an outstanding wife. This is worthy of celebration." Ling Chen excitedly replied. He couldn't help but think that Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi had both grown up at the same time. Presumably, they would be able to suppress those people to the point where they wouldn't dare to rashly provoke them. Ling Xiao and Ling Chen chatted for a while before Ling Chen gave Ling Xiao a meaningful glance. Ling Xiao understood and had Yun Mingqi go and chat with his sister-in-law, Xiao Zhensai, so that he could speak with the sect master. "I heard about what happened today. You came back just in time." Ling Chen sighed. "They were too arrogant. It's just that the clan doesn't want to reveal our strength." Ling Xiao replied. He had lived in the clan for quite a few days, and he understood that the Kim people weren't as simple as they seemed. They would definitely hide some monstrous geniuses like Nie Dao to turn the tide at a critical moment. "Yeah, I went to see the sect master a few days ago. He wasn't very happy." Ling Chen replied. After pausing for a moment, he added, "Your brother was captured, and he went to lock himself up in a fit of pique. Help me share some of the pressure in the sect. If possible, teach those bastards a good lesson. Of course, you'll have to act within your means." Ling Chen had also been suppressing a lot of his anger. As the sect master, he was truly sullen. "I know what to do. It'll probably cause quite a bit of commotion in the future, and will teach them an unforgettable lesson. Sect master, you have to be prepared. When the time comes, don't let others take over," sneered Ling Xiao. He already had quite a few plans in mind. They would definitely be able to salvage the Kim people's reputation and give them some peace. Ling Chen knew that Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. The sect master had already singled him out for special protection. Thinking of Ling Xiao's performance during the ceremony, he was looking forward to seeing how Ling Xiao would help him resolve this situation. Chapter 1232. On the second day, Ling Xiao fulfilled his promise and once again appeared in the arena. All low-level God Kings could challenge him, and if they won, they would receive a God King pill. If they lost, they would have to hand over 10 divine objects. This matter spread like wildfire within the Dragon Gate, and almost everyone had heard of it. Those elders who had been stuck at the low-level God King stage for many years were all eager to make a move. Perhaps it was because of the Tenbin problem, or because they had contributed too little, or because of other reasons, they were unable to reach the mid-level God King stage, and did not obtain a God King pill. However, Ling Xiao had set up an arena, and used the God King pill as a bet, allowing them to see the hope of advancing. Have you heard? Divine Alchemist Ling Xiao is holding an individual challenge. Whoever can defeat him will be able to obtain a God King pill. And the loser will only have to hand over 10 divine materials, regardless of rank. Of course I've heard of it. I heard that he even defeated 7 people in a row yesterday. He's truly worthy of being a member of that clan. Even though he's a divine alchemist, his battle prowess is quite extraordinary. I don't care about that. He's just a newly advanced God King. I'm going to challenge him. This old man has been stuck in this realm for more than 3,000 years. If I don't advance any further, then I'll be like this for the rest of my life. Right, I'll give it a try as well. With our low-level perfection realm, I believe that we can defeat him. Hurry up and go. Otherwise, if someone else wins first, then we might not have a share. As the news spread quickly, when Ling Xiao arrived at the arena, there was already a sea of people around him. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the lively scene. He jumped onto the martial field and waved to the people around him in a very flashy manner, as if he was their idol, and the people below were his admirers. Greetings, brothers and sisters. I believe everyone knows why Ling Xiao is standing here. Recently, free challenges are very popular in the sect. Ling Xiao is itching for a fight, so he specially set up an arena here. Whoever can defeat me, Ling Xiao, will get a God King elixir. Whoever loses will give me 10 divine objects. However, the time is limited. Only 10 people are allowed to challenge me every day. First come, first served. If you miss it, you won't have another chance. Ling Xiao bragged passionately like a little criminal. The people below all cried out. Clearly, the rallying power of the God King pill was very great. However, when they heard Ling Xiao say that 10 people were allowed to challenge a day, they all revealed looks of admiration. This was equivalent to a tag team battle. Moreover, was he so confident that he could end the battle quickly? One had to know that if he met someone of similar strength, he might not be able to determine the winner even if he fought for 7 days and 7 nights. When the referee elder announced the start of the challenge, someone jumped onto the martial field impatiently. I'm Wang Long, please enlighten me, Divine Master Ling. A low-level middle success stage God King jumped onto the martial field and shouted. Wang Long was a middle-aged man. He was proficient in the metal element and specialized in spears. Please, Ling Xiao said politely as he waved his body. When his voice just fell, Wang Long instantly reached the unity of heaven and man realm with his golden spear, and stabbed straight at Ling Xiao. His speed was extremely fast, and his strength was very strong. His strength was close to the peak of low-level God King. The shadow of a flood dragon suddenly appeared, roaring as it charged towards Ling Xiao, causing the surrounding space to tremble incessantly. Anyone who was able to join the Heavenly Dragon sect had great abilities. Even though Wang Long was an unremarkable elder, his battle prowess was not ordinary. But this kind of strength against Ling Xiao, there was no way he could win. Ling Xiao decided to establish his power in the Dragon Gate, so he didn't plan to fight a battle of attrition. Instead, he wanted to end the battle quickly. Just when Wang Long's spear was about to stab him, Ling Xiao shouted and his golden fist met Wang Long's golden spear. An even more powerful peerless true dragon suddenly appeared, making the flood dragon look incomparably humble. A simple and violent attack was always the best way to end a battle quickly. After the golden fist met the golden spear, it directly scattered the flood dragon image, and finally broke the golden spear into pieces. Wang Long was shocked and hurriedly abandoned his spear and retreated, but the fist landed on his chest even faster. Wang Long only felt a pain in his chest, and his whole body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When his body was about to hit the outside of the martial field, he was supported by a soft force and didn't fall heavily. Elder Wang, do you still want to continue fighting? Ling Xiao looked at Wang Long and said calmly. Wang Long was incomparably shocked. Not only did Ling Xiao blast him flying, but he could also immediately appear in front of him without him sensing anything. If the other party wanted to kill him, would he still be alive? This one admits defeat. Wang Long said wholeheartedly, handed over 10 divine materials that he prepared to Ling Xiao, and left the martial field. The people below were all incredibly shocked. They all knew that Ling Xiao was extraordinary, but they didn't think that he was powerful to this kind of degree. No wonder he dared to set up a stage like this to accept challenges. Some divine kings who wanted to try their luck immediately dispelled this idea and didn't dare to go up to challenge. They knew that without reaching peak low-level divine king, and without a middle-grade divine artifact, going up would only be embarrassing. Sure enough, the next one to go up was a water attribute peak low-level divine king elder. But this person still wasn't Ling Xiao's match. Regardless of whether it was fist intent, palm intent, or movement technique, Ling Xiao had all reached a profound level. Moreover, he himself was peak low-level divine king. Without reaching the strength of a middle-grade divine king, it would be difficult for them to pose any threat to him. Since he dared to set up a stage, he naturally had the confidence to win. Firstly, he wanted to prove his existence and let everyone in Dragon Gate know about him. Secondly, he wanted to take the opportunity to deal a blow to the Divine Body Faction's people, and earn some extra money at the same time. The day passed quickly, and Ling Xiao won every match with a single move. He had won all 10 matches. Such an impressive battle record practically made everyone seethe, especially those true inheritors and inner sect disciples who hadn't become divine kings yet. All of them viewed Ling Xiao as their idol and worshipped Ling Xiao very much. Ling Xiao's limelight instantly surpassed Nie Dao's, making people forget his existence. And among these 10 battles, there weren't any outstanding figures from the Divine Body faction participating, which made Ling Xiao feel a little unsatisfied. The younger generation of the Kim people were proud of Ling Xiao's consecutive victories. The sullenness in their hearts had already been cleanly alleviated. When Ling Xiao won the last battle of the day, he looked at everyone and said, "I, Ling Xiao, have said before that I'm the unrivaled smiling gentleman among my peers. Perhaps everyone doesn't believe me, so I've decided to continue accepting everyone's challenges tomorrow. However, the stakes of these challenges will be raised. If I win, I'll have to accept 20 divine materials. I welcome everyone to sign up and defeat me as soon as possible." The low-level divine kings who didn't go up to challenge were all depressed. This guy actually raised the stakes. He was really despicable. He had clearly won, but as if he wasn't afraid that no one would come up to challenge him, he actually raised the stakes. Moreover, his words were simply arrogant to the extreme. He even came up with a flashy nickname, Unrivaled Smiling Gentleman. This was really an eye-opener. What a big tone. I'll definitely fight him tomorrow. At that time, I'll definitely let him have a taste of defeat. A peak-level divine king from the Divine Body faction said indignantly. The others also said indignantly that they would fight tomorrow, but in their hearts, they really didn't want to go up. They had all seen Ling Xiao's moves with their own eyes. He could practically defeat any opponent in an instant. They felt that Ling Xiao didn't seem to have used his full strength. His battle prowess was really too freakish. Another day passed, and there were still many people coming up to challenge him. Moreover, their strength was clearly much stronger than the previous day. All of them were peak-level divine kings, and there were even a few from the Divine Body faction. However, there were no exceptions. Ling Xiao fought another 10 battles in a row and won them all with one move. Ling Xiao's limelight instantly became the hottest in the Dragon Gate. No matter which faction's big shots, they all started to pay attention to all of Ling Xiao's movements. Nie Dao and the rest also started to pay attention to Ling Xiao. Originally, they had thrown away Ling Xiao's face a few days ago, making him unable to back down. But he really didn't want to back down, setting up a stage to challenge them. Furthermore, he even claimed to be the strongest existence in the same realm. It was really infuriating. "Junior brother, if this continues, I'm afraid our plan will be ruined." Sun Jun had a lazy smile on his face, but there was an additional hint of fierceness in his eyes. "His strength is indeed beyond my expectations. I'll go and fight him tomorrow." Nie Dao said very calmly. "Don't, that will have the opposite effect. You'll fall for his provocation. Sun Jun hurriedly stopped him. After a pause, his gaze fell on the others, and he said, "The few of you can go up tomorrow. I don't care what method you use, but you must break his record of winning with one move." The others were He Jiang, Yao Meihong, Bailey Ji, and Qiu Wuji. They were the strongest among the new generation of divine kings of the Divine Body faction. And their battle prowess was not something an ordinary peak-level divine king could compare to. Let me do it. Back then, he was able to defeat my good-for-nothing junior brother, Wen Tai Lu, when he was at the peak of the Holy Emperor's strength. I will definitely take revenge for this. Not only will I end his record, I will also defeat him. He Jiang replied confidently. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he also had some abilities that others could not hope to match. Otherwise, he would not have caught Nie Dao's attention and followed him. You can't beat him. If you can delay him for 5 moves, we'll consider it your win. Sun Jun said somewhat disdainfully. He Jiang's expression turned ugly, but there was nothing he could do. Nie Dao was much stronger than him, and he could only think to himself, just wait and see tomorrow. I'm not someone those people can compare to. He'll just embarrass himself if he goes up. Why don't I go up first and finish him off? I've already tolerated him for a long time. That guy really needs a beating, Bailey Ji said with a cold expression. I'm saying that all of you can go up. Whoever defeats him, I'll give you a reward, Sun Jun said. Let's do as senior brother says. If they all lose, I'll challenge him again in the future. Let's see if that brat really is invincible in the same realm, Nie Dao said indifferently. I think that he's caused such a big commotion, and it won't be limited to just this. Don't overreach yourself, Sun Jun said with some worry. Chapter 1233. In the middle faction, Chang Haoyou could be considered as one of the best among the younger generation. However, he chose to follow Ling Xiao, which proved that he, his master, and the others had already leaned towards the Kim people's faction. In the eyes of outsiders, the middle faction had already shown signs of leaning towards the Kim people's faction. In reality, the middle faction did not change its stance because of Chang Haoyou's defection. As the leader of the middle faction's younger generation, Wu Weiquan was a very cautious person. He followed his master's advice and did not intervene in the battle between the two factions. Only by doing so could he protect himself. After all, the middle faction was the weakest among the 3 factions, but it was also the target of the other 2 factions. As long as the middle faction was willing to join one side, the situation in Dragon Gate would change. Now that Ling Xiao had risen to power, the middle faction had also begun to argue. Senior Wu, that Ling Xiao's strength is really terrifying. He defeated his opponents with one move for 3 days in a row. He has already won 27 battles in a row. He's definitely stronger than Nie Dao. The young man in a blue shirt beside Wu Weiquan said. Wu Weiquan, old Qiu said angrily. Yes, I've seen it. He's indeed strong, but I'm afraid Nie Dao isn't simple either. It's hard to say who will emerge victorious in the end. That's true, but every time Ling Xiao wins, he's very kind to his opponents. He won't force his opponents too far. He sincerely treats them as fellow disciples. Many people feel that it's not a shame to lose to Ling Xiao. Another young man in a white shirt said. He's just trying to win the hearts of the people. However, before he defeats Nie Dao, everything is fleeting, Wu Weiquan said. What about after their battle? Someone else asked. After their battle, they can decide what will happen 10,000 years later. We should also follow the wind and change direction. Otherwise, sooner or later, we will be reduced to the most marginal figures, Wu Weiquan said with a complicated look in his eyes. If he was not in the middle faction, he would really want to fight with the 2 top geniuses. It didn't matter if he won or lost, he just wanted to fight. What a pity. It was another cloudless morning, and the martial arts arena was still packed to the brim. Those with average strength wouldn't even have the ability to squeeze in and watch. Many girls in the sect kept shouting Ling Xiao's name. Although they couldn't get Ling Xiao's love, it couldn't stop their crazy passion for Ling Xiao. He has already become the Prince Charming of the Heavenly Dragon sect's young women, They like and revere him very much. After all, Ling Xiao's face was even more charming than Nie Dao's. In fact, being good-looking was also a very powerful advantage. Ling Xiao was still waving and greeting everyone on the field, causing the women to scream. Ling Xiao, you're so handsome. I love you to death. Not only are you handsome, but you're also very powerful and strong. You're the type we like. Today, you must trample all the challengers under your feet. You are the most powerful and invincible smiling gentleman. Yes, we all support Ling Xiao. It would be great if he could accept me as his maid. Look, he's waving at me and smiling at me. I'm so happy. He must have taken a fancy to me. Why don't you go and die? He's obviously looking at me. The women's craziness made the surrounding men jealous and envious. They really wanted to replace Ling Xiao. They all wanted to be the person who was the center of attention. Unfortunately, they didn't have the strength to do so. After 3 days of challenges, those with average strength didn't dare to rashly go on the stage to compete. Otherwise, they would only be bringing shame to themselves. Moreover, Ling Xiao had raised the wager of his opponent to 20 divine objects, which was not something that ordinary people would be willing to take out. I've fought for 3 days and won for 3 days in a row. I'm really disappointed. May I ask if there's anyone at the same level as me who can defeat me? Ling Xiao said with a lonely expression. It was as if he was already standing at the top of the world, and was enjoying the feeling of loneliness at the top. No one who heard his words felt that Ling Xiao was sighing with emotion. Instead, they felt that this guy was really good at acting tough. Wasn't he clearly saying that all the god kings at the same level as him had been defeated by him? This guy was really too despicable. Most of them wanted to take him down and teach him a good lesson, but they knew that they didn't have the strength to do so. After a pause, Ling Xiao said again, I know that it's not that you're too weak. Even in the heaven domain, you're all extremely powerful existences. The only reason is that I'm too strong. I'm so strong that even I feel that I'm too strong. So today, I plan to challenge people at the same level as me again. I've decided to take out an additional 500 million divine gems in addition to a God King elixir for whoever can defeat me. Moreover, the person who wins can also ask me to do one thing for him, including refining any divine elixir that I can refine. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the surrounding people all went into an uproar. They all felt that Ling Xiao had gone crazy from his arrogance. How could he say such a thing? A God King elixir was also within their acceptable range. After all, Ling Xiao was a god pharmacist. Moreover, the 500 million divine gems was probably not something that any low-level god king could take out. Moreover, they had the last condition to ask him to do one thing. This was simply making everyone want to defeat Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a god pharmacist. Asking him to do one thing was a great reward. However, most people started to calm down. They knew that since Ling Xiao had said such a thing, the next step would be to increase the stakes. As expected, Ling Xiao began to speak again. Today is the last day to accept challenges, so those who come up are definitely the most outstanding existences of our Dragon Gate. Therefore, the number of people will be reduced to 5. I don't want to be exhausted to the point where I have no combat strength and lose. That would be a very embarrassing thing. In addition, the stakes for those who come up to challenge will also be increased. Apart from giving me 20 divine materials, you only need to give me an additional 100 million divine gems and call me boss. When you see me in the future, I like it when people call me that. After a pause, he continued. If everyone thinks that you have the strength and courage, come up. If you win, you'll earn a lot, and if you lose, you won't suffer any losses, right? Ling Xiao's words undoubtedly poured a bucket of cold water on those who wanted to go up to challenge. Indeed, in terms of the stakes, Ling Xiao's offer was much more attractive, while his opponent's offer was much more favorable. However, the key point was that the meaning of calling him boss was not small. Once they called him that, although they wouldn't really treat Ling Xiao as their boss, they would forever be inferior to Ling Xiao. This was even more unbearable than asking them to avoid him. All right, whoever loses will call the other boss. He Jiang will defeat you. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, He Jiang had already stepped forward impatiently. He had tolerated Ling Xiao for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that Nie Dao forbade him from going up, he would have gone up to defeat Ling Xiao on the first day. Elder He Jiang, you have guts. I admire you. A trace of recklessness flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. He thought to himself, you're finally willing to come up? Next, I'll let you know who the real master of Dragon Gate is. If you admire me, then call me boss. I'll protect you from now on. He Jiang was quite good at taking advantage of the situation. Nobody knew where he got his confidence from. All right, I hope you have the strength to make me call you boss, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Then he turned to the referee elder and said, Elder, you may begin. The referee elder was also looking forward to the outcome of this battle. He ordered the protectors around him to release the formation and shouted, the battle begins. Based on the previous 2 days, Ling Xiao would usually let his opponent make the first move before he retaliated. However, he wouldn't do that today. He didn't want to make any mistakes today. This was a huge matter that involved his lifetime of glory. Although he was very confident that he was invincible in the same realm, that didn't mean he would underestimate any opponent. Therefore, when the referee announced the start of the battle, Ling Xiao had already disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of He Jiang. He Jiang sneered. Do you think you can defeat me just because you have the wind attribute? How naive. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his divine sword at Ling Xiao 8 times. These 8 strikes seemed to be executed at the same time. His speed was indeed a level higher than a peak low-level God King's. The endless torrent of water seemed to be hanging upside down. It was ferocious and majestic. Unfortunately, these 8 powerful strikes all missed. Ling Xiao was no longer in front of him. Before He Jiang could even react, he felt a pain in his back. Then a storm of attacks rained down on him, causing him to scream and vomit blood. Bang bang. To others, this round of attacks happened in just a few blinks of an eye. But to He Jiang, it was longer than a year. When he landed heavily on the ground, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. His organs had all been displaced and ruptured. The pain almost made him faint. It would have been better if he had fainted. Instead, he was in a state where he could not get up from his injuries. His mind was still clear. This was worse than killing him. Sun Jun's words flashed through his mind. You can't beat him. If you can last 5 moves from him, we'll consider it your win. Elder He Jiang, can you still fight? Ling Xiao's voice rang in He Jiang's ears. When He Jiang heard this, he felt his blood boil. He glared at Ling Xiao and tried to struggle to his feet. Unfortunately, he still fainted in the end and lost his ability to fight. Elder, come and take a look. He must have fainted. He hasn't given me the divine item yet. You have to record his account for me, Ling Xiao said to the referee elder. The elder nodded and went to check on He Jiang's injuries. He couldn't help but gasp. This was the first time he saw Ling Xiao being so ruthless. He Jiang's bones and organs were all shattered. If it wasn't for his divine body, he would have died a long time ago. However, with He Jiang's injuries, even with the help of the divine pill, it would take at least 1.5 years to fully recover. Elder Ling Xiao wins this battle, the referee elder announced. Chapter 1234. Before entering the arena, He Jiang had already made up his mind that he would do his best to teach Ling Xiao a lesson no matter what. This was because he was strong enough to put up a fight even if he were to encounter an ordinary mid-tier God King. He had watched Ling Xiao fight for 3 consecutive days and knew that Ling Xiao could not be judged by common sense. Therefore, he had concentrated and used all his strength from the very beginning. He was prepared to lose too badly even if he were to lose. However, when Ling Xiao's attack came, he did not even have a chance to react before he was blasted into unconsciousness. He was destined to never forget this day's humiliation for the rest of his life. It was also this battle that completely ruined his life. It was destined that he would never be able to ascend to a higher realm. After the result was announced, the way everyone looked at Ling Xiao changed. Previously, they had felt that Ling Xiao's arrogance was somewhat approachable. However, that feeling was no longer the case now. Instead, his arrogance was accompanied by ruthlessness. Anyone who was targeted by him would feel goosebumps all over their body. One of the last 5 battles of the day, Ling Xiao had instantly won the first battle. This battle had completely shocked everyone's understanding of Ling Xiao. None of them dared to challenge him recklessly. However, as the representative of the Divine Body faction, they could not allow themselves to be suppressed by Kim People's people. They had to give a strong response and defeat Ling Xiao. Then, no one in the younger generation would dare to oppose them. The future of the Dragon Gate would belong to them. At this moment, everyone's eyes looked in the direction where Nie Dao and the others were standing. Perhaps only he could cause some trouble for Ling Xiao. "I'll go." A short blade appeared in Bai Liji's hand, and he revealed a ferocious look like that of a wild beast. "You can go, but you must not be careless. I don't expect you to win, but you must exhaust his energy. You can't be as useless as He Jiang." Sun Jun instructed solemnly. Just as Bai Liji was about to step up, Nie Dao said, "Let me go. He came here today to fight me. If anyone else goes up, I'm afraid the result will be the same. No, if you want to beat him, you have to do it cleanly and directly. So let Aji and Wuji go up first." Sun Jun's eyes flashed with craftiness. He believed that Nie Dao might be able to defeat Ling Xiao, but it would definitely be a fierce battle. Even if Nie Dao won in the end, it would probably be a Pyrrhic victory. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it was better to exhaust Ling Xiao's divine energy first. Nie Dao still wanted to say something, but Bai Lizzie had already leaped onto the stage. Bai Lizzie didn't waste any time talking to Ling Xiao. He directly used his ability to refine the essence blood of some strange beast, causing his power to become terrifying. Bai Lizzie's transformation could be called beastification. It was a little similar to Xian Shuai's transformation, but it wasn't as high level as Xian Shuai's. That was because when Xian Shuai used his ability, his consciousness would be very clear. However, Bai Lizzie was like a ferocious beast. He didn't have any intelligence, and he didn't have any thoughts. All he had was a thick bloodlust. When he saw this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The heaven domain really had all kinds of abilities. Roar. Bai Lizzie seemed to have turned into a ferocious leopard. He roared at the sky and pounced at Ling Xiao. The dagger in his hand had already disappeared, and a pair of ghostly claws had appeared in his hands. They carried an incomparably sharp intent as they clawed at Ling Xiao's face. There was no need to doubt that if Bai Lizzie's claws grabbed him, his face would definitely be injured, and his brain would be crushed. For the first time, Ling Xiao felt a trace of pressure. Bai Lizzie's speed and power had already reached the height of a mid-tier god king. He was much stronger than a low-tier god king. Moreover, his ghostly claws were mid-tier god artifacts. Ling Xiao wasn't confident that he could shatter them in one move. Just as the ghostly claws were about to grab him, Ling Xiao's body bent backwards. It was as if he had formed an arch bridge. He cleverly dodged Bai Lizzie's attack. At the same time, he kicked at Bai Lizzie's lower abdomen. Bang! Bai Lizzie was kicked into the sky. Ling Xiao's body also shot up like a bow. He caught up to Bai Lizzie and kicked him dozens of times. A series of muffled sounds rang out in the sky. Bai Lizzie had taken all of Ling Xiao's kicks. However, just when Ling Xiao thought that Bai Lizzie had no more strength to resist, that guy actually pounced at him again. Mad Leopard 8 pounces. Bai Lizzie's eyes were filled with a strong sense of bloodthirst. He split into 8 leopards, each of which pounced at Ling Xiao from 8 different directions. Every leopard carried a force that could split a mountain, causing the defensive runes on the stage to tremble incessantly. Although Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, it was difficult for him to dodge the 8 huge leopards surrounding him. However, with his strength, did he even need to dodge? Ling Xiao sneered. Even if you become a real leopard, you're still just a beast. How can you compare to me, a prince of heaven? Roar. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, a dazzling golden light burst out of his body. A peerless dragon instantly surged out from behind him. The dragon roar that shook the heavens and earth instantly shattered the 8 fierce leopards. At that moment, the peerless dragon rushed at Bai Lizzie. Boom. Boom. A golden light instantly filled the martial arts arena. Everyone could only see a golden dragon wreaking havoc in the arena. After a long time, the golden dragon finally gradually dissipated. An elegant figure stood in the air, looking extraordinary. In a corner of the martial arts arena, there was a sorry figure that was twitching nonstop. He kept spitting out blood, and the clothes on his body were completely tattered. His body had become a bloody mess, and one could even occasionally see many eerie white bones, causing people to feel extremely disgusted and frightening. "I think he has lost," Ling Xiao said to the elder referee calmly. The judge's expression changed several times. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao had beaten his opponent in the previous 3 days. Even if he had won, he wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. But in these 2 battles, Ling Xiao had beaten his opponent to the point where he didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Could it be that he had wanted people to be careless in the past 3 days, and now he was showing his true colors? The answer was correct. Ling Xiao had already sent people to investigate the people around Niedao. These people represented the Divine King's faction. They were the people that the Kim people needed to intimidate the most. Therefore, Ling Xiao would not care about their feelings. He would beat them to death, so that they would know fear in the future. They would know that the people of the Kim people were not so easily bullied. When the referee announced Ling Xiao's victory again, Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the crowd and said, "Everyone, don't worry. I will definitely treat my friends sincerely and will not hurt them. However, when it comes to enemies who want to hurt me, I can only use my actions to prove that they can't hurt me. Only by beating them until they are afraid will they be afraid when they see me in the future. Of course, I am not saying that the 2 elders are my enemies. I am just making an analogy. I hope that all the brothers and sisters here can be friends with me and not enemies. If that is the case, I, Ling Xiao, will treat all of you with sincerity." The people who were swept by Ling Xiao's gaze felt a chill run down their spines. Ling Xiao's words had undoubtedly made his position very clear. That was, if the Kim people were friends, nothing would happen to them. If they were enemies of the Kim people, they would definitely not be soft-hearted. If someone else had said this, they might not have cared. However, after witnessing Ling Xiao's strength, they felt that Ling Xiao was absolutely qualified to say this. Many people were thinking whether they should interact more with the people of the Kim people in the future. The expressions of the people of the Divine Physique faction became extremely ugly. They knew that if they did not stop Ling Xiao's arrogance, it would be difficult for them to raise their heads in the sect in the future. His methods are too ruthless. He's killing his fellow disciples. Someone has to punish him. Yes, referee elder, quickly proposed to the elders' council to expel this kind of person from the sect. There are rules in the sect that fellow disciples are not allowed to kill each other. He is openly violating the rules. How can we expel him from the sect? We also want to abolish his cultivation. It is too cruel. That is true, but this is a challenge. Damage is inevitable. He did not kill anyone, so he did not violate the rules. Some of the people of the Divine Physique faction were already angry. However, they could only shout from below the stage. No one paid them any attention. In an open challenge, as long as no one died, no one violated the rules of the sect. Therefore, what they were shouting was just nonsense. Who is next? Come on up, don't waste time. It's okay if you are afraid. It proves that my reputation as the invincible smiling gentleman is not just for show. Ling Xiao cast his gaze in the direction of Nie Dao and the others. His tone was full of provocation. He then added, "There are still 3 spots left. If you think that one of you can't defeat me, you can come at me together." In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. They looked at Ling Xiao and did not know how to express their opinion of him. He was really arrogant, domineering, and powerful, but he had the capital to do so. "Meihong Wuji, you two go together." Sun Jun seemed to be Nie Dao's military advisor as he gave the order to the 2 of them. Yao Meihong had the Divine Wind body, while Qiu Wuji had the Divine Wood body. Both had the ability to fight above their cultivation level. When the 2 of them attacked together, an ordinary mid-level Divine King would not be able to withstand it. However, both of them were defeated miserably. In just 3 moves, they had no combat strength left. Ling Xiao was like a god of war. He stood there majestically, and no one dared to look at him directly. "It seems that no one can suppress him except for me," Nie Dao said faintly. Finally, without waiting for Sun Jun to speak, he flew up the stage. Because there was only one spot left, if he did not go up, no one else would. Ling Xiao had been arrogant for so long. It was time to end this game. Chapter 1235. Nie Dao finally stepped onto the stage. After Ling Xiao won 28 consecutive battles and defeated 29 people, he finally had no choice but to step onto the stage. It could be said that he had ignored Ling Xiao previously, but now he was forced to step onto the stage by Ling Xiao. It was a little contradictory. I admit that you are qualified to step onto the stage. Nie Dao calmly looked at Ling Xiao and said. He paused for a moment before continuing. I really can't bear to destroy such an outstanding young man like you. Follow me. I believe that this is the wisest choice for you. Ling Xiao's expression stiffened slightly. Then he revealed an extremely shocked expression and said to the judge, Elder, do you know him? Could it be that he is our gate master and wants me to follow him? Or is he crazy and spouting nonsense? Ling Xiao looked very innocent, as if he really didn't know Nie Dao. He really didn't know Nie Dao, because when he went up to get to know Nie Dao didn't even pay attention to him. Therefore he really didn't know Nie Dao. He only remembered him. Of course, Ling Xiao remembered him because Ling Xiao was a very vengeful person. Whoever offended him, he would definitely pay back tenfold. And this pitiful child, Nie Dao, was undoubtedly being humiliated by Ling Xiao's sharp words, and he didn't know how to refute. You want me to follow you? Are you the gate master? Indeed, in the entire Dragon Gate, the gate master was the one in charge here. Everyone was following him and listening to his arrangements. So Nie Dao, by saying this, you are undoubtedly swearing that you are the gate master of Dragon Gate? Nie Dao naturally didn't dare to admit this, at least not now. Nie Dao's face turned green, and the faces of the Divine Body faction members below the stage also turned green. Ling Xiao's words were simply too much of a bully. Nie Dao took a deep breath and said, You're good with words, but you'll have to pay a higher price. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and tell me your name. This is the last spot. Don't waste everyone's time. If you want to talk nonsense, then please go down and say it. I don't have time for you. I still have to finish my job. This time, Nie Dao tactfully kept his mouth shut. He was afraid that if he continued to speak, he would go crazy before he even started fighting with Ling Xiao. If you want to fight, then tell me your name. If you don't, then get lost. Ling Xiao shouted again when he saw Nie Dao's silence. Remember, my name is Nie Dao, the one who defeated you today. Nie Dao replied with a slight frown. A lot of people have said the same thing, but I'm still standing here. Ling Xiao said contemptuously. Then he said to the referee elder, You can start. As soon as the referee's voice fell, the battle did not start as usual. The two of them stood facing each other. Neither of them made a move, as if they were locked in an endless staring contest. The two of them looked at each other. In their eyes, there was only their opponent and nothing else. The surrounding people also quietened down, and no one made the slightest sound. 2 hours. 4 hours. When the 6th hour came, there was finally some movement. Bang bang. The space between the two of them exploded, producing a series of dull sounds. In the end, the two of them took 2 steps back at the same time. It seemed like they were evenly matched in their first exchange. Ordinary people would not be able to tell how the two of them had fought. However, those who were knowledgeable would know that the two of them had already started fighting with their minds. It was just that the winner had not been decided yet. Very strong, but he should be an old guy, Ling Xiao thought to himself. In the first test, he seemed to have sensed that Nie Dao was a cultivator who could steal his body. Nie Dao also understood that Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. He was an opponent worthy of him taking seriously. The warm-up is over. Let's begin. Nie Dao said faintly. He raised his hands, and 2 flaming sabers instantly formed above his palms. The flaming sabers were abnormally agile and realistic. They were formed by a kind of heavenly flame. Ordinary divine bodies would find it difficult to expel them. The evil demon pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness showed signs of agitation. However, he forcefully suppressed it and calmed it down. Nie Dao made his move. He used his palms as a saber and used his saber skills to stir up the arena. The entire arena was filled with saber lights. The entire place was bright red, and the temperature rose significantly. Swoosh swoosh. Countless rotating saber lights flew around, slicing the air into nothingness. The saber lights had not yet arrived, but they could already feel the chill in their bodies. The power of Nie Dao's move had already reached perfection. It was not something that an ordinary mid-level god king could withstand. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Just now, I broke your move in your mind." As his voice fell, Ling Xiao's fists turned bright red. Fist after fist light blasted out. Every punch contained a torrential fist intent, and the saber lights were smashed into pieces. Boom boom boom. The saber lights shattered, and the fist shattered. Blazing flames flew everywhere. At this time, Nie Dao took the opportunity to enter the flames. He charged toward Ling Xiao with his movement skills. He was a dual elemental cultivator of wind and fire. After 2 lifetimes, he had already comprehended concepts to a profound level. This was also the reason why he was victorious in every battle. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao also had the same elemental and concept as him. Moreover, Ling Xiao had 3 additional elemental attributes. Hence, Nie Dao's advantage was no longer an advantage. He could deal with others, but he could not deal with Ling Xiao. It was fire against fire, fists against saber. The collision of concepts made this battle extremely intense and exciting. The cheers of the people around them continued to stack on top of each other. The Kim people hoped to see Ling Xiao win. The Divine Body faction hoped for Nie Dao to win, and the neutral faction hoped for the final outcome. After a round of attacks, the two of them separated once again. No one could tell who won and who lost. Don't the Kim people only have metal elemental abilities? You're an anomaly. Nie Dao looked at Ling Xiao and said calmly, "We Kim people don't have such a rule. However, if you want me to use metal elemental divine power to defeat you, it's possible. Don't think that fire can really subdue metal." Ling Xiao replied, "Is that so? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so." Nie Dao said as a saber appeared in his hand. The saber had a very unique appearance and looked very cool. It had a dense fire elemental energy, giving off an invisible pressure. This was a high-tier divine weapon called the Felling Flame Saber. It was the weapon that Nie Dao had used in his 2 lives. The saber had already developed a weapon soul, and it had the possibility of becoming a top-tier divine weapon, or even an ancient celestial weapon. Nie Dao's temperament had changed as he held the Felling Flame Saber. He seemed to have turned into a peerless swordsman, and there was only the saber in his eyes. His movements, everything about him had become unfathomable. The moment before Nie Dao attacked, Ling Xiao had already realized that Nie Dao might have comprehended the realm of swordsmanship to perfection. Otherwise, he would not have such a feeling. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, a huge flaming saber slashed through the air. Countless spaces were immediately shattered, and a long crack was torn open. The blazing fire was extremely frightening. Ling Xiao no longer hid any of his strength. He activated the ancient emperor's divine technique to the extreme, and his combat strength was tens of times higher. The golden dragon spear had already appeared in his hand. Roar! He roared, and his entire body met the huge saber head-on. The golden dragon spear swept horizontally, and the saber radiance collapsed. However, just as the saber radiance dissipated, a series of saber radiance continued to slash down. Every saber radiance contained a divine might that could split the heavens and split the earth. It was terrifying. This power had already reached perfection in the realm of saber intent, and it already gave Nie Dao the power to shake a peak mid-tier god king. However, Ling Xiao's battle prowess was also not inferior to that of a peak mid-tier god king. In fact, he might even be slightly stronger. Ling Xiao brandished the tyrant dragon spear art, causing numerous golden dragons to appear, and the many flaming saber radiance roared and dissipated. The two of them continued to exchange blows, and their power was constantly circulating to the extreme, causing the defensive light barrier on the stage to shake incessantly. The spectators were all dumbfounded. They had seen what it meant to be a monstrous genius within the same cultivation level. And these two people were the kings of monstrous geniuses. Their battle prowess was too abnormal. Apart from clashing in terms of power, the two of them were also competing in terms of movement techniques. Whoever could raise their speed to the maximum would be able to seize the initiative and defeat their opponent. At this crucial moment, Nie Dao seemed to show a trace of weakness, and his power dropped slightly. Ling Xiao's eyes twitched, and he immediately seized this opportunity to stab at Nie Dao with all his might. However, just as he was about to stab Nie Dao, Ling Xiao had a bad feeling. Lose for me. Suddenly, another voice rang out beside Ling Xiao, and a powerful saber radiance attacked him. Ling Xiao had no choice but to turn around to block it. However, Nie Dao, who was in front of him, laughed coldly, and attacked Ling Xiao again. The two attacks from two different directions had already caused Ling Xiao to lose his focus. Just as Nie Dao was about to injure Ling Xiao, there was another change. Nie Dao's saber energy was blocked by another Ling Xiao, and Nie Dao was sent flying. How is this possible? Nie Dao spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. At this moment, all the divine light had disappeared, but there were two more figures in the arena. There were two Nie Daos and two Ling Xiaos. This was inconceivable, because the two additional figures were also existences with flesh and blood, and did not seem like spiritual clones at all. Nothing is impossible. You have a spiritual soul, and so do I. Furthermore, my spiritual soul is stronger than yours. You will definitely lose this battle. Ling Xiao looked down at Nie Dao and said coldly. He had long guessed that Nie Dao was a cultivator who could steal his body. With his spiritual soul, he could sense that Nie Dao's spiritual soul was different from ordinary people. Even though he had hidden it very well, he could not escape Ling Xiao's senses. Just now, Nie Dao had used his spiritual soul clone to lure Ling Xiao, and then used his real body to injure Ling Xiao and defeat Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated Ling Xiao. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Chapter 1236. Nie Dao had already overestimated Ling Xiao. He also felt that it would not be too difficult for him to deal with Ling Xiao given his various methods. This was because he had watched Ling Xiao's previous matches. His movement technique's intent realm was only at the rudimentary stage, and the reason why he could defeat his opponent in one move was because of his speed and Kim people's ancient sovereign divine technique. However, when he clashed with Ling Xiao, he realized that Ling Xiao's intent realm was not inferior to his. This made it impossible for him to completely suppress Ling Xiao. He began to look at Ling Xiao in a different light. However, this was not enough to make him lose his composure. He was still confident that he could deal with Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had purposely revealed an opening to Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would fall into his trap. Then he would use his Divine Soul avatar to launch an attack. However, the real killing blow would still be on his real body. Just when he thought that everything was perfect, he did not expect that Ling Xiao also had a physical body and a divine soul. Moreover, he had directly injured his real body. Waves of shock surged in his heart. The strength of Ling Xiao's divine soul was actually much stronger than his. His physical body and divine soul were only at the level of a mid-level god king, while Ling Xiao's divine soul was already at the level of a high-level god king. Was there any suspense left in this battle? Nie Dao was indignant. How could he lose this battle? If he lost, then the younger generation of the Divine Body faction would be completely suppressed by Ling Xiao. In the future, they would have to wait even longer, or perhaps they would not have another chance. Nie Dao's real body and his Divine Soul avatar unleashed all their trump cards. They were going to fight Ling Xiao with all their might. However, it was all in vain. 1 move. 2 moves. 3 moves. Ling Xiao had allowed him no less than 100 moves, but he still could not touch Ling Xiao's Divine Soul avatar. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had only used a single move to heavily injure Nie Dao and his Divine Soul. How is this possible? How can Ling Xiao be so powerful? His flesh and soul have already reached the level of a high-level God King's divine force. Sun Jun, who had always been calm, had a face full of shock. He was currently at the peak of mid-tier God King realm, but he hadn't condensed his flesh, blood, and divine soul like Nie Dao. If Nie Dao were to fight him with his life on the line, he wouldn't be able to win easily. However, Ling Xiao had actually sent Nie Dao and his divine soul flying with a single move. Didn't this prove how terrifying Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was? His face was extremely pale. He knew that everything had been decided. Nie Dao was going to lose for sure. Everyone from the younger generation of divine soul had been defeated. The expressions of those from the divine physique faction were extremely unsightly. They knew that as long as Nie Dao was defeated, who else in their generation could compete with Kim people in the future? As for those from the Kim people's faction, they were all ecstatic. They continuously cheered for Ling Xiao, feeling proud of Ling Xiao in their hearts. As for those from the middle-tier faction, they had already quietly moved towards the Kim people's side. Trash, is this all you've got? Back then, you were disdainful of me, so I thought you were very powerful. Tui. Ling Xiao's flesh, blood, and divine soul returned to his sea of consciousness as he roared. Nie Dao glared at Ling Xiao with bloodshot eyes and roared. Impossible. The one who will lose will be you. He and his divine soul doppelganger erupted with all their strength at the same time. Two divine sabers slashed towards Ling Xiao with the most perfect saber technique. The terrifying energy brought along torrential rage as it filled the entire martial stage. That boundless energy was enough to annihilate any low-level peak stage God King, or even a mid-level God King. Everyone could feel the cold murderous intent. Nie Dao was so angry that he almost fainted. He actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered. You want to kill me? Then you must pay a price that you will never forget. Ling Xiao erupted with all his strength. All the moves of the Tyrant Dragon Spear art squeezed towards Nie Dao and his divine soul doppelganger. At the same time, numerous soul-binding chains accompanied the energy and headed towards Nie Dao's divine soul doppelganger. Rumble. Ah. A series of terrifying attacks intersected with each other. Countless flames flew everywhere, and golden dragons roared as they surged. The shocking explosions drowned out the screams of agony, making it impossible for anyone to hear. No one knew who had the upper hand in the process of the battle. However, they had already guessed that the one standing at the end was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. Indeed, everything was as they had expected. The one standing at the end was undoubtedly Ling Xiao, and the one lying on the ground was Nie Dao. Surprisingly, although Nie Dao was in a sorry state, there were no fatal injuries. They couldn't help but suspect that Ling Xiao had shown mercy. Lost. Nie Dao still lost. That Ling Xiao is too strong. Yes, although I always thought that Ling Xiao was strong and that he should be stronger than Nie Dao. After witnessing it with my own eyes, it felt so real. I really don't know how strong he will be when he grows up. It's really too scary. Yes, the invincible smiling gentleman's nickname is not just for show. It seems that no one in the Sky Dragon territory is a match for him at the same level. In the entire Heaven territory, I'm afraid the number of people who can fight him can be counted on one hand. No, not just those at the same level, but even those who are a level higher than him can hardly be a match for him. Haven't you noticed how terrifying his body and soul are? Yes, it seems that he won't face any bottlenecks in the God King realm. I'm afraid that he will become a high-level God King within 1,000 years. How enviable. Nie Dao crawled up from the stage. His eyes flashed with a dazed look for a split second before returning to normal. You lost, didn't you? Ling Xiao asked Nie Dao. Nie Dao walked up to Ling Xiao in a few steps and did something that shocked everyone. Yes, boss, I lost. Nie Dao knelt on one knee in front of Ling Xiao and replied sincerely. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't imagine that the arrogant Nie Dao would kneel without any dignity. This was unacceptable, even for those from Kim people's faction. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Junior brother Nie, what are you doing? Get up at once. Sun Jun couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at Nie Dao. Nie Dao looked back at Sun Jun and said, I admit defeat. Since I, Nie Dao, dared to accept the challenge, I'm already prepared to lose. Divine Master Ling is stronger than me. I admit defeat. You'll drive Master crazy. Even if you admit defeat, you don't have to kneel to him. Sun Jun was so angry that he almost couldn't speak. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was his arrogant junior brother, the successor that his master thought most highly of. "This is my business, it has nothing to do with you," Nie Dao replied coldly. Following that, he took out the divine materials and divine crystals, and handed them to Ling Xiao respectfully. Ling Xiao took them and said to the judge elder, who was in a daze, "Can you announce the result now?" The judge elder smiled bitterly and cursed in his heart. "You still want to announce the result when it's like this? This is too much." Out of helplessness, he announced that Ling Xiao had won and prepared to leave the arena. However, Ling Xiao stopped him and said, "Elder, you've worked hard these few days. This is your reward." With that said, a divine pill appeared in front of the judge elder. Divine King pill. The judge elder looked at the pill and exclaimed, "Exactly. I hope elder doesn't mind." Ling Xiao said very sincerely, This isn't too good, right? It's too valuable." The judge elder swallowed his saliva and said, he was only at the peak of low-level divine king. With his talent, he was almost at the same level. If he didn't have any special encounters, he wouldn't be able to advance any further. Of course, he was extremely eager to get a divine king pill. However, the contribution points required for each divine king pill was too high. It wasn't something that he could get even if he wanted to. Yet Ling Xiao actually gave him a divine king pill. This was simply unbelievable. At the same time, he was extremely excited and couldn't wait to receive it immediately. "Take it. As long as I have the materials, I don't lack this." Ling Xiao took the pill out of the elder's hand and didn't seem to care at all. The judge elder took it and looked at Ling Xiao gratefully. Then he bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, Divine Master Ling. If you need anything in the future, please let me know." After saying that, he left the arena excitedly. As for the surrounding divine kings, they all swallowed their saliva. They never thought that the elder would actually obtain a divine king pill after being a judge for Ling Xiao for a few days. This kind of luck made them go crazy with jealousy. At the same time, their minds began to race. If they could curry favor with Ling Xiao, would Ling Xiao also bestow them with divine king pills? Thus, after the judge elder left, cheers rang out incessantly. All of them were praising Ling Xiao's strength and straightforwardness, as if they couldn't wait to kneel in front of Ling Xiao and be willing to be his servant. Ling Xiao had Nie Dao stand up. Then he looked at everyone below the arena and said, "Everyone quiet down." After waiting for everyone to stop cheering, Ling Xiao continued, "We're all fellow disciples of the same sect, so we should love and help each other. We shouldn't kill each other. It's just that everyone has forgotten the rules of the sect and is constantly attacking our fellow disciples. This is really painful to watch. Everyone thinks that our Dragon Gate is the strongest sect, but in reality, we spend most of our time fighting each other. This is the most foolish behavior." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I've been to the profound sky region for the past 3 years, and I've heard that our Dragon Gate is ranked above the Black Tortoise sect. However, I've exchanged blows with their divine kings of the same generation. Their strength is far above yours, and their young sect master's strength is even close to defeating me. You can imagine how strong they are. Moreover, they're all rather united, and they're willing to sacrifice their lives for their fellow sect members. This is something that I respect. I hope that all of our fellow disciples and sisters in Dragon Gate will be like them, and work hard to cultivate, be united and love, and bring glory to our Dragon Gate." Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly very emotional, causing everyone to ponder for a moment before they all cried out in surprise, "Bring glory to our Dragon Gate! Bring glory to our Dragon Gate!" Chapter 1237. Their ear-splitting voices reverberated throughout the Dragon Gate. Most of them were divine kings of the younger generation, and they all had a collective sense of glory. When they heard Ling Xiao say that the people of the Black Turtle sect were actually stronger than them, they couldn't accept it. After all, the Dragon Gate was ranked above the Black Turtle sect in the Heaven Domain, so they naturally thought that they were stronger than the people of the Black Turtle sect. However, when Ling Xiao said it so confidently, they couldn't help but think, Could it be that we are really inferior to them? No. This is absolutely impossible. They didn't want to admit it, so they all cried out in surprise. They wanted to arouse the hidden competitive factor in their hearts. At this moment, they forgot which faction they belonged to, and only remembered that they were all members of the Dragon Gate. All of this was seen by those who were observant, and they all realized that the future of the Dragon Gate was going to change again. Ling Xiao was very satisfied and left the arena. However, it didn't mean that his actions were over. He still had another plan that needed to be completed. In the main hall of the Dragon Gate, Ling Chen looked at Ling Xiao and was already very happy. With Ling Xiao suppressing the younger generation of the Divine Body faction, he believed that they would be well behaved for a while. As for the older faction, it was up to Ling Chen to deal with it. Little brother Xiao, I really don't know how to praise you. What you did was too exciting. Ling Chen looked at Ling Xiao and praised him. This is just something that I can do. Ling Xiao didn't look too excited. To be honest, fighting with someone at the same level as him was like an adult fighting with a child. It didn't arouse him at all. No matter what, Big Brother owes you a favor. Later, if you need any divine materials, I will try my best to satisfy you, Ling Chen said. Ling Xiao laughed and declined to comment. Then he said, Sect Master, I have a method to resolve the internal strife in the Heavenly Dragon Sect. I wonder if you want to hear it? What did you say? You really have a way? Ling Chen exclaimed. The infighting in Dragon Gate had been going on for a long time. Even he, the Gate Master, couldn't do anything about it. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could do it. However, from what Ling Xiao had done in the past few days, he felt that he might have a brilliant plan. I want to hold an alchemy competition, Ling Xiao said with certainty. An alchemy competition? Ling Chen was puzzled. Then Ling Xiao told Ling Chen his plan. Ling Xiao only did this in hopes of helping Ling Chen resolve his urgent situation. At the same time, he wanted to establish his prestige in the sect, so that his people could stay in the Heavenly Dragon Sect with peace of mind. At that time, he could think of a way to return to the Xianling continent and bring his people over to live and cultivate. After listening to Ling Xiao's plan, Ling Chen showed a very worried expression and said, Are you really sure that you can beat them all? If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have brought it up. Believe me, this is the only way to make more people stand on our side. At that time, even if they want to fight among themselves, they will have more considerations. Ling Xiao said very seriously. Okay, I will definitely make this happen. Even if someone comes out to stop me, I will make them shut up. Ling Chen made up his mind. And then it's up to Sect Master. I will first bring Mingqi back, to pay my respects to Patriarch. When the time is set, you can inform me. Ling Xiao replied. Looking at Ling Xiao's leaving figure, Ling Chen couldn't help but praise in his heart. With such a son in my clan, there is no need to worry about the future. After Ling Xiao left the main palace, he immediately returned to the mountain peak and brought Yun Mingqi back to the inner clan. Yun Mingqi was Ling Xiao's wife and the woman he valued the most. Naturally, it was necessary to let the people in the clan know about her. Ling Xiao brought Yun Mingqi to pay respects to Patriarch Ling Bo, Grand Elder Ling Qiu, and his great-grandfather Ling Wei, as well as some other elders in the clan. They were all very satisfied with Yun Mingqi, because they could all see that her potential was very high. Her water god body had nowhere to hide in front of these old fellows. After Ling Xiao had visited these old people one by one, Ling Xiao asked the 13th prince to return to the Kim people, so that he could reminisce with his brothers and sisters. Ling Xiao also summoned the Golden Wolf King, the Lion Tiger Beast, and the Dragon Horse back. When the prodigal met Little Gold again, he naturally gave it a lot of beast cores. The Lion Tiger Beast and the Dragon Horse also received some benefits. During this period, the Dragon Horse grew the fastest. This dragon mountain range was the territory of the Golden Dragon. It had absorbed the dragon blood that Ling Xiao had obtained for it, and could also cultivate in this mountain range filled with dragon qi. Its advancement speed was very fast, and it was already infinitely close to the 9th rank. Thinking back to the time when it was kept by Ling Xiao, it was only a 7th ranked dragon horse. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao was very satisfied. They might not be able to help him now, but one day, When they all reached the 10th rank and above, they would be a new force that could not be underestimated. After visiting them and spending a day with Yin Mingqi, he received a summons from the patriarch. Ling Xiao did not dare to hesitate and immediately rushed over. "Patriarch, are you looking for me?" Ling Xiao was already very familiar with the elders present, so he spoke more familiarly with them, and didn't have anything to be reserved about. Ling Bo smiled and said, "It was not convenient for me to praise you yesterday, so I will make it up to you today. You have done very well in the Xian Sky region and the outer sect." As the patriarch of the Kim people, he had eyes and ears for all the small matters within and outside the clan. He had already received reports of Ling Xiao's performance these past few days, and he was very satisfied with everything Ling Xiao had done. That's right, those ingrates must be ruthlessly beaten, but they must have been deceived by those old fellows. You were able to let them know that you are a member of the Dragon Gate. This is the best. Great Elder Ling Qiu said with a smile. The other old men also opened their mouths to praise Ling Xiao. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao had become the most favored member of the younger generation of the Jin clan. "Patriarch, Grand Elder, you're overpraising me. As a member of the clan, it's my duty to do what I can for the clan," said Ling Xiao modestly. "And not bad. It is good that you have this kind of thinking. We were worried that you did not have any sense of belonging to the clan, but it seems like we were worried," Ling Bo said. Then Ling Wei said, "This time, other than to praise you, there is one more thing I need your help with. Great-grandfather, as long as it is within Ling Xiao's ability, I will definitely not delay it." Ling Xiao replied, "Since you returned to our clan, we knew that one of our ancestors may still be alive. After many of us speculated that he should be in our ancestral land, Xianling continent. Originally, we thought that after he absorbed your blood essence, he would automatically revive and then return to our clan. But after so many years we have not seen him return, so I want to ask you to go back when you can. With your blood essence, you should be able to sense his existence. At that time, I hope that you can revive him and return to our clan. Of course, your clan members can also bring all of them to live in the clan, and we will arrange everything for them," Ling Wei said with a pleading tone. Ling Bo also said from the side, "That's right. Because we old fellows can't easily leave this place. Otherwise, if those people from the Devil Tiger clan find out, they will definitely come to obstruct us. So this matter can only be done in secret. Ling Xiao, I wonder if you are willing to accept this task?" Of course, Ling Xiao would not refuse. He originally wanted to return to the ancestral land, to bring all of his people to Heaven region. He was worried about how to go back, but now he did not have to worry about it anymore. "Of course, no problem. Even if you don't ask, I will also go back, but I still do not know how to go back," Ling Xiao replied. He could come all the way from Xianling continent to Heaven region, but he still did not know how the people of Heaven region could leave this place and go to those so-called places of exile. Ling Bo said, "You do not need to worry about this. Originally, with the power of our Kim people, we can directly open a space gate and let you return directly, but this will cause too much of a commotion, so you can only use a special space formation to return to the place of exile, and then return to the ancestral land from there. Of course, when the time comes, we will send people to go with you, and when we return, we will use the ancestral artifact to bring you back. Then there is no problem, but before going back, there are some things that I need to take care of," Ling Xiao replied. Unexpectedly, Ling Bo said, "This cannot be rushed. You have to at least reach the strength of a mid-level God King before going back. It would be best if you are a high-level God King." "Why?" Ling Xiao did not understand. "Because at that time, your power will be greater, and your divine power will be stronger. Only then will you be able to find the old ancestor and help him escape. Although your current strength is not weak, it is still far from enough. We cannot make any mistakes. In case the people of the Devil Tiger race find out, they are the greatest enemy of our Kim people," Ling Bo said solemnly. "That's right. I believe that the old ancestor has been fine for so many years, so his current situation should not be too bad. If your strength had not reached the sovereign stage, you could have directly crossed the realms and saved him," Ling Qiu sighed. Nothing can be forced. With Ling Zhao's cultivation speed, it will not be a problem for him to reach the mid-level God King in less than 10 years. If he was willing to borrow the help of medicinal pills, I am afraid that he would already be a mid-level God King by now, Ling Wei said. Ling Xiao also felt that what they said was more reasonable. He had only left the Xianling continent for about 20 years, and his relatives should not have changed too much. It should not be a problem for him to return a little later. Since that was the case, he might as well wait until he reached the mid-level God King before returning. He believed that it would not take long. Ling Xiao stayed in the clan for about half a month, and the outer sect sent him a message, asking him to go immediately. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Chen had already completed the task, and the rest would depend on whether he could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and occupy all the leadership. With Ling Zhao's character, he would never fight a battle that he was not confident of winning. Since he dared to propose such a plan, he had full confidence that he could achieve his goal. Chapter 1238. Inside the Dragon Gate, Ling Zhao's miraculous performances had been spreading. His nickname, Invincible Smiling Gentleman, had spread to every corner of the sect. He had become the strongest representative of the King God realm, and they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Among the true disciples and inner disciples, Ling Xiao was a legendary idol. In the Dragon Gate, they didn't need to know the name of the gate master, but they couldn't not know what Ling Zhao's name was. Because he had become a god. Not only was he a divine alchemist younger than 100 years old, but he was also a king god realm younger than 100 years old. Moreover, his fighting power was endless, and he was handsome. He was the perfect idol in the young people's hearts. For half a month, Ling Zhao's name had spread to every mountain. Today, the craze hadn't subsided yet. Another piece of news was announced, which made them even more excited. That was, the sect would hold a public alchemy festival in order to urge all the disciples to work hard. Moreover, during this alchemy festival, the 6 great masters would also have a competition to determine which of the 6 great masters had the highest level of alchemy. Then, the 6 great masters would decide the leader of the 6 great masters, and would be rewarded according to their rankings. The purpose of this alchemy conference was to promote the alchemy skills of each mountain. No one knew why the sect suddenly announced this news, but to them, it was an eye-opening event to watch the alchemy conference. In the territory of divine alchemist Zheng Kent, the head of the 6 peaks, several great saint masters had gathered. Several great saint masters had already gathered in the hall, and in the main seat was the mountain lord, divine alchemist Zheng Kan. He was the oldest and most powerful alchemist in the Dragon Gate. This was recognized by the other peak lords. Of course, Ling Xiao, the new peak lord, was an exception. Zheng Kan was an old monster that was almost 100,000 years old. He was a half-incipient god realm existence. He had been a divine alchemist for many years. With his competence, as long as he entered the incipient god realm, he would have the power to challenge the alchemy god. Unfortunately, his talent was limited. To be able to reach this step was already the peak. If he wanted to improve further, it would be impossible without a heaven-defying opportunity. Only if he dared to venture deep into those forbidden areas to search for opportunities, would he have the opportunity to break through. Unfortunately, he never dared to take that step, so he had been stuck until now, unable to take a single step forward. However, it was undeniable that his alchemy skills had reached an unfathomable level. Peak Lord, the alchemy gathering that occurs once every 5 years, should be held between the various peaks. Why is it suddenly being brought forward, and why is it being opened up to all the disciples? A great saint master asked Zheng Kan in confusion. Yeah, we weren't prepared. Could it be that the other peaks are trying to catch us off guard? Another person said. The others also expressed their dissatisfaction with the sudden alchemy meeting. Zheng Kan's old eyes blinked and he said, as an alchemist, no matter when or where, I have to enter the state of alchemy. Look at you guys. It's just the alchemy meeting and you're all worried like this? Don't tell me you don't have confidence in your own disciples? As soon as he said this, the others didn't dare to say anything else. All of you, go and prepare. Let your disciples perform well. Don't lose this old man's face. Zhengkin was too lazy to say anything else. He waved his hand and let them leave. After they left, Zhengkin walked away. His old eyes looked in the direction of the main peak and murmured, "Could it be that someone dares to challenge this old man's position?" Zhengkin didn't think that this alchemy meeting was aimed at the juniors. Instead, he felt that it was aimed at him. After all, he had sat at the head of the alchemy peak for a long time. So long that he couldn't even remember how many years it had been. Now they suddenly held this alchemy meeting, and even asked the great alchemists to participate. Wasn't this clearly challenging his position? Looks like it's necessary to let them know that this old man isn't so old that he can't concoct pills. Zhengkin made up his mind. Actually, it wasn't just Zhengkin who didn't understand the purpose of the alchemy meeting. The alchemists of the other peaks also didn't understand what was going on. The alchemy meeting was held as scheduled. The 6 great alchemists and a few elders presided over it. First, the younger generation of the various peaks were allowed to compete and decide the best alchemist of the younger generation. After several days of competition, the most outstanding alchemist of the younger generation was actually not a disciple under Zheng Can, but a disciple under Gong Tanzhan, who was ranked behind Zhengkin. Zhengkin looked at Gong Tanzhan's complacent expression and already suspected that he was behind this alchemy meeting. Amongst the 6 great alchemists, other than Zhengkin who didn't care much about the factional struggles, the others all belonged to different camps, and Gong Tanzhan was undoubtedly the person closest to the divine system. And his alchemy skills were second only to Zhengkin. Looks like this guy wants to force me to abdicate. I wonder if he has the strength to do so. Zhengkin thought in his heart. After the competition between the younger generation disciples was over, it was time for the competition for the ranking of the alchemists. However, although the competition for the position of alchemist was open to the public, only a limited number of elders were allowed to watch. Ordinary elders didn't have the qualifications to do so, because this represented the problem of those people's face and status. A series of the upper echelons of the Dragon Gate sat on the high platform, while the 6 alchemists sat on 6 raised platforms. There was a distance of 1 kilometer between each platform to prevent others from getting in each other's way. Ling Chen stood up and said in a clear voice, "This time, we are letting the 6 alchemists compete because we want us outsiders to witness the superb alchemy skills of the 6 alchemists, so that the other alchemists of the younger generation can admire and learn from them. There is no other meaning. The alchemists need not have any thoughts." He paused for a moment and said, "However, since the 6 alchemists are allowed to compete, the one who wins the championship will not only receive the alchemy resources provided by the sect, but will also enjoy twice the resources compared to the others every year. He will also receive the title of Chief Alchemist of the Dragon Gate. Does anyone have any objections?" "Sect Master, you have already set up the alchemy arena. What objections can we have?" Zhengkin said with some dissatisfaction. He had always been the leader of the alchemists. Now that he had suddenly organized an alchemy competition, if it wasn't a warning, then what was it? The sect master has good intentions. "Old Zheng, your alchemy skills are the best. The title of Chief Divine Alchemist naturally belongs to you. We just want to see your level again, and see if you already have the ability to aspire to become a supreme alchemist." Gong Tanzhan laughed from the side. He always had a smile on his face, giving people a sense of closeness, but in fact, he was a smiling tiger. "That's right, it's rare for us to get together. Moreover, we can also let the new juniors see the strength of us old guys. Alchemy is a very deep profession. It's not something that a few youngsters can easily muddle through," Qi Yangtai said in a strange tone. His eyes were actually looking at Ling Xiao. It seemed that he had a lot of opinions about Ling Xiao. It was obvious that he didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a true alchemist. Gong Tanzhan and Qi Yangtai were both supporters of the divine system. As for the other 2, Lucha and Fu Yan, they were supporters of Kim people. However, there was a certain gap between their level compared to the other 3, and Fu Yan was the weakest. However, now that Ling Xiao had joined them, they all felt that Ling Xiao was the weakest alchemist. "Alright, since none of you have any objections, then I'll prepare 10 portions of medicinal ingredients for each of you. 5 portions of healing divine pills, 3 portions of speed-increasing divine pills, and 2 portions of God King pills. Finally, I'll let all the elders present judge them together. Then, after you Godhood tier consolidating equipment masters appraise them, we'll decide on the rankings. Ling Chen announced the start of the competition. On each of the platforms, the 6 great alchemists already had 10 sets of ingredients. The success rate and quality of the divine pills would determine who was the chief alchemist of the Dragon Gate. As soon as Ling Chen announced the start of the competition, the 6 of them started to work. Zheng Qin had occupied the chief position because he was at the half-incipient god realm. He was the strongest among the 6 of them. Thus, when he refined the pellets, he could get twice the result with twice the effort. He actually used only one hand to control the many divine and holy grasses. He clenched his fist gently, and the essence of the many spiritual grasses all condensed and fell toward his divine cauldron. Of course, his divine cauldron couldn't be compared to Ling Zhao's obsidian cauldron because it was one of the 9 ancient god cauldrons. Zheng Qian's cauldron was just a top-grade divine cauldron. The others didn't have such a high level. Zheng Qian didn't need a fire to extract the essence of all the herbs, which made the alchemists around exclaim in admiration. Even a normal divine alchemist would need around an hour to completely extract hundreds of spiritual herbs, but Zheng Qian only used less than a quarter of an hour to complete it. In terms of speed, he had surpassed the others. Gong Tanzhong glanced at him from a distance. Just like Zheng Qian, he used his god power to crush the herbs and squeeze the essence out. However, he wasn't as casual and fast as Zheng Qian. He was very careful to not damage the herbs. Qi Yongtai, Lucha and Fuyan didn't dare to be like the other 2. They used their soul consciousness and flames to extract the essence of the herbs. As the saying goes, when an expert takes action, you will know whether it's real or not. Just from the beginning, they could see a person's competence. The only thing that made people feel strange was Ling Xiao. When he controlled the spirit herbs and threw them into the cauldron, the spirit herbs seemed to transform on their own, and their essence fell into the cauldron. Everybody was bewildered as they didn't know how Ling Xiao could do that. It was too magical. Of course, the others couldn't understand it, because Ling Xiao had used the power of his god soul to extract the essence of the herbs. You're tuning into the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.